Hello everyone. This year, LevelUp IAS has decided to put all our prelims economy videos of PMP program on YouTube to be available for everyone. The PDF notes for the same is also available in the Telegram channel given in the description. These videos takes care of all the basics requirement plus PYQ discussions. If the response for these videos are good, we also plan to come up with current affairs, economic survey of India and budget session in a very concise manner for preliminary examination in the coming days on YouTube only. I hope you enjoy this video and level up your chances of getting selected in this year's preliminary examination. Thank you very much.
So, कोई doubts from previous class? Yes, sir. Credit equivalent of value से देखो बैलेंस शीट एक्सपोजर यस सर हाँ बेसिकली क्या है ना वो सारे टर्म्स हमें यही बोल रहे हैं क्रेडिट एक्सपोजर आपने कितना लोन दिया है एंड देन उसमें समटाइम्स व्हाट हैपेंस यू हैव इंटरबैंक क्रेडिट एक्सेट्रा यू रिमूव ऑल दैट एंड जो बचता है दैट इज द ओवरऑल लोन दैट यू हैव गिवन उसका कितना परसेंटेज 40% that has to be priority sector lending. That's it. और उसमें ज्यादा कॉम्प्लिकेट नहीं करना है. Anything else, guys? Yes. हाँ. क्या कर दो? दोबारा बता दो. हाँ. देखो MCLR में one thing was what is your cost of getting money. If you are getting it from repo rate or if depositors are depositing you pay some interest. Then we also understood कि CRR की वजह से there is a negative margin, so you will also have to add that extra cost. Then suppose this is a bank and all of us are working in the bank. When all of us are working in the bank, हम सबकी salary, rent, electricity bill, those things also. It's not just I'm getting थोड़ा चुपचाप रहेंगे I'm getting money in 4%. Okay, तो देखो I'm getting money in 4%. Let's say I'm giving depositors 4%. Then there is a CRR वाला component because of which let's say the resultant cost for me is 4.2%. 4.2% पे तो I'm getting money. For lending, I'll also have to take out the like when I get interest, I'll also have to take out the cost for running my business. That is operating cost. And then there is tenure premium. Like if loans are lengthier or longer, there are risks involved. Some of the money may get lost. So that tenure premium will also have to be considered before deciding the whole thing. Overall, whatever overall money that you are getting, uska cost kya hai? Okay. Anything else? Any other doubts? No? Okay. So private sector banks, foreign banks, lead bank scheme. I think regional rural bank and local area bank also we had done. We had to go to small financial banks and payment banks. Right? We had to go to small financial banks and payment. Today, आज हम wind up कर देंगे इसे in the sense you'll get another booklet which is pretty big. उसमें everything we have UPI and all those related stuff, NPAs, bad bank, Basel norms, tier और भी बहुत सारी चीजें मैं भी सब भूल गया. तो those things are there, but we'll wind it up today so that our banking money supply sector would be done. Next week we'll do capital market. पहले कैपिटल मार्केट करेंगे इन वन क्लास एंड देन एक्सटर्नल सेक्टर एंड हाफ एन आवर में एम्प्लॉयमेंट की कुछ बेसिक चीजें करनी है. एक्सटर्नल सेक्टर इन 2 क्लासेस. ओके, तो नेक्स्ट वीक मंडे ट्यूसडे वेडनेसडे विल कीप ऑन टेकिंग इकोनॉमी. थर्सडे से योर ज्योग्राफी वुड स्टार्ट. थर्सडे से व्हाट विल स्टार्ट? योर ज्योग्राफी वुड स्टार्ट. तो योर मॉडर्न इंडिया आई थिंक इज ऑन शेड्यूल. अभी इस थर्सडे फ्राइडे सैटरडे कंप्लीट हो जाएगा. तो नेक्स्ट थर्सडे फ्राइडे सैटरडे और ओनली थर्सडे फ्राइडे, सैटरडे भी नहीं. व्हाई नॉट सैटरडे? बिकॉज नो next week Sunday is Republic Day, so will not be able to open the office on that day, and you are supposed to have 2 tests, एक GS का एक CSAT का. 26th को there was supposed to be 2 tests, so those tests would be held on Saturday. So next week, Thursday, Friday, you will have what? Geography. Got it? पक्का क्लियर है? तो नेक्स्ट वीक से दिस थिंग, तो उसके बाद मंडे से नेक्स्ट वीक थर्सडे फ्राइडे यू विल हैव ज्योग्राफी. मंडे से आई विल स्टार्ट साइंस एंड टेक फॉर यू. Our economy would be over. Economy के सारा section जो first 7 things that I spoke in the beginning, that would be over, and I'll be starting with science and technology. Okay. हाँ, someone was raising hands. Yes, बेटा. आज जो नया बुकलेट मिलेगा ना, उसमें वही समझा रहे हैं डिटेल में. Okay. Anything else, guys? No? Everything is sorted? Okay. Let's go to, we were dealing with online students का कोई डाउट रहेगा हो तो बता दो. तो आई हैड सेट कि मैं ये जितना हो पाएगा उतना ही कंप्लीट करूंगा. तो ऐसे मान लो आज 10:30 तक जितना होगा ये बुकलेट उतना ही करेंगे. फिर विल हैव टू गो टू द सेकंड बुकलेट, बिकॉज सेकंड बुकलेट में कुछ कॉन्सेप्चुअल चीजें हैं. सेकंड बुकलेट मतलब बुकलेट 7 दैट यू विल गेट, एंड देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ फैक्चुअल थिंग्स. अभी ना रिसेंटली यूपीआई 1 2 3 यूपीआई लाइट, ये बहुत सारी चीजें लॉन्च हुई, तो वो सब मैंने नोट्स में दी है, सो दैट अगेन यू हैव ओनली वन सोर्स टू प्रिपेयर फॉर. बट वो आप खुद से भी रीड करोगे तो यू विल गेट clarity. In case of doubts, I will take on the doubts. So I'll focus on conceptual part of the next booklet also in the second half today. Okay. So अब you may be wondering कि sir what about its MCQs? MCQs हम सब PYQs we will do for everything. Will not miss PYQs for any subject, because PYQs are something that help us understand whether our preparation is in the right direction or not. अभी आप इतनी सारी चीजें पढ़ रहे हो ना, स्पेशल स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक्स, पेमेंट बैंक्स. Sometimes students wonder यार ये सब क्यों पढ़ रहा हूं मैं. But when you solve PYQs, you realize कि UPSC has asked questions on all these things, and that is why we need to study it properly. हमने कल MCLR पे क्वेश्चन सॉल्व किया, मार्जिनल कॉस्ट बेस. जब MCLR लॉन्च हुआ था तो उस पे क्वेश्चंस आए हैं. अभी we have external benchmark based lending rate. We should know what is external benchmark based lending rate, and UPSC is going more and more in depth. आपने अगर 2001, 2005, 2010 के क्वेश्चंस देखें, देयर आर सिंपलर, वो और डेप्थ में जा रहे, तो हमें एक स्टेप आगे रहने की कोशिश करनी है. दैट्स व्हाई थोड़ा सा ज्यादा पढ़ना है. ओके, लेट्स कम टू डिफरेंशिएटेड बैंकिंग की हम बात कर रहे थे. देयर वर यूनिवर्सल बैंक्स एंड देन देयर वर बैंक्स व्हिच आर बीइंग क्रिएटेड फॉर स्पेसिफिक पर्पस, फॉर नीश पर्पस. जैसे रीजनल रूरल बैंक वाज वन थिंग, है ना. ऐसे ही देयर इज स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक. अब देखो, डू यू रिमेंबर व्हाट इज द PSL नॉर्म फॉर SFB? स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक के लिए PSL नॉर्म्स कितना था? 75 था. सबके लिए 40 था, बाकी स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक से रीजनल रूरल बैंक के लिए इट वाज 75, है ना. नहीं, गो लुक एट PSL नॉर्म्स वाला सेक्शन. अभी उसे हाईलाइट करो, भूलना नहीं है. कोऑपरेटिव, अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बाय FY26 कितना हो जाएगा? इट्स इजी. इट जस्ट देखो, क्लास करने का ये फायदा है. आई एम रिमाइंडिंग यू कि यही है ये पैटर्न. सम पीपल कुड हैव जस्ट गॉन थ्रू नोट्स और फिर ना वो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट वो बार बार रिवाइज नहीं होता है, तो प्रॉब्लम होती है. कम बैक टू दिस. तो नाउ व्हाट इज स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक? तो टू प्रमोट फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, Nachiket Moore committee suggested that we need to focus on the unbanked sector. We need to focus especially on unbanked sector. Now, while universal banks are doing it, SDFC is trying to have give loan to smaller businesses. SBI is trying to give loan to smaller businesses, but they're not like, their primary objective is not that. तो नचिकेत मूर कमेटी ने बोला कि भाई we have to create niche banks, जैसे स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक्स और पेमेंट बैंक्स. तो बोथ दिस बैंक्स, SFBs एंड पेमेंट बैंक्स, कौन सी कमेटी के रिकमेंडेशन पे बना है? नचिकेत मूर कमेटी. नचिकेत मूर कमेटी वाज फॉर प्रमोटिंग फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. ये फैक्ट याद रख सकते हैं. SFBs and payment banks both have been created by on the recommendation of Nachiket Moore committee. अब ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक का? ऑब्जेक्टिव है फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. अब Nachiket Moore committee was recommending how to promote financial inclusion. ऑब्जेक्टिव है फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन, बट ऑफ whom? By provision of saving vehicle to underserved and unserved section of the population, by providing them saving facility, by providing them supply of credit to small farmers, micro and small industries, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड सेक्टर एंटिटीज। क्या आपको दिख रहा है? अब रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज कैन हैव गेट लोन्स, कैन हैव सेविंग अकाउंट, कैन हैव करंट अकाउंट, बहुत सारी जगह। बट दिस सेक्शन, अंडर सर्व्ड सेक्शन, स्मॉलर सेक्शन, उनके लिए व्हाट इज देयर? स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक्स ओपन करो। डज इट मीन दैट these people cannot have bank in SDFC bank, account in SDFC bank? No, they can have its account in SDFC bank, but SDFC bank और SBI का प्राइमरी फोकस ये नहीं है, उनके गोल्स का प्राइमरी फोकस ये नहीं है। That's why let's create a bank whose primary focus is what? Serving this sector only. Now, who is eligible to open small financial bank? So, any resident individual with 10 years of experience in finance, they can open it. Open it in the sense they'll have to go and apply to RBI and get license. NBFCs, non-banking financial companies, can open small financial banks. Microfinance companies, local area banks. Do you remember local area banks? What were local area banks? They were private banks which were supposed to operate in three districts, to be exact. 3 districts. They may convert themselves into small financial banks. Who is not allowed? Large public sector enterprises and big industrial houses. They are not allowed to open small financial banks. Now, minimum capital requirement, they say a local area bank or anyone. Suppose I have 10 years of experience in banking sector and I want to open a small financial bank. First of all, first thing is your capital should be 200 crore. Pehle it used to be 100 crore. Please note it. In December 2019, the capital requirement for SFB was 100 crores. So now what sometimes kya hota hai na? Coaching institutes have question banks which they have prepared in the past, and now अब उन्हें टेस्ट के लिए क्वेश्चंस बनाने होते हैं तो वो क्वेश्चन अच्छा था, they marked it कि this was a good question and they pick up questions from there. तो कई बार उन क्वेश्चंस में आंसर्स में ना क्या हो जाता है, older data is there. तो please note now SFB के लिए what has become, the minimum capital requirement has become 200 crore. Earlier it was 100 crore. Then capital to risk weighted asset ratio. Capital 200 crore होगा, risk weighted asset कितना हो सकता है? तो capital to risk weighted capital can be 15% of the risk weighted asset ratio. देखो, in case of universal bank, this number is lower, 9%. Plus conservation buffer भी है 2.5% का, तो it's actually 11.5%. But in case of small financial bank, capital adequacy ratio is higher. RBI is ensuring कि भाई you remain safer, more safe than them. Then promoters minimum initial contribution to paid up equity capital, like initial capital requirement is 200 crore rupees, but the I may be mobilizing this capital from multiple players. Suppose I want to start a small financial bank, I may I need 200 crore rupees of initial capital. I may ask all of you, यार चलो small financial bank शुरू करो, थोड़ा थोड़ा contribute कर दो. So let's say she contributes 10 crore, she contributes 10 crore, she contributes. Why she is here? फिर तालिबानाइजेशन हो गया है? ऐसे नहीं करो, है ना? मतलब अच्छा नहीं, ऐसा इतना भी नहीं है, पर ज्यादा है ये थोड़ा सा यहाँ डाइवर्सिटी लाओ, है ना? कल से मुझे लड़के बैठे हुए देखने चाहिए यहाँ पे. हाँ, ऐसा नहीं वो स्कूल से ही हमें मतलब फर्स्ट 2 रो लड़कियों के लिए, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं होना चाहिए. ठीक है? वी शुड हैव एन एनवायरनमेंट वेयर गर्ल्स शुड बी एबल टू सिट सेफली वेरेवर दे वांट. अगर मैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में वो नहीं कर पा रहा हूं तो मैं क्या ज्ञान की बातें कर रहा हूं, राइट? तो नहीं ले रहा इनसे पैसे. हाँ, कल से ऐसे ना पूरे लड़के दिख गए ना, मुझे पीटने वाला हूं मैं. उस रो में मुझे डाइवर्सिटी उनसे 10 करोड़ 10 करोड़ 10 करोड़ 10 करोड़. हाँ, मुझे इक्वालिटी डाइवर्सिटी जहां रहेगी वहां पे हम अपन काम करेंगे. सपोज आई टेक मनी फ्रॉम देम, 10 crore from them, 10 crore 10 crore 10 crore, and on this side also 10 crore here. So they are also contributing in the company, right? But if I am the promoter, my contribution should be at least 40%. So out of 200 crore, 80 crore should be coming from, and later it can be diluted. It can be brought down to 26% within 12 years from the date of commencement of the business, but initially it has to be high. The promoter should be contributing substantial amount. Now, In these banks, entities other than promoter will not be permitted to have shareholding of excess of 10%. अब आ जाते हैं, do they have to follow CRR SLR norms? अब देखो, याद रखने की बजाय सोचना कि CRR norms are for बैंक की safety, SLR is also for that purpose. Why would SFB not be made to follow it? बात समझ रहे हो? Rather than cramming कि CRR SLR norms have to be followed, what was the purpose of CRR norm? You don't end up lending everything. You should have liquid capital with you, so that bank run situation does not occur. Will they be needing CRR SLR? Yes. Then what they must do? What are the things that a small financial bank should be for sure following? Minimum capital. प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लोन कितना? 75%. इजी. देखो ये सब हमें आता है. अब पता है इन ऑप्शन they'll make it which of the following is true about small financial bank and they'll give you 4 option. You'll be like यार इतनी फैक्चुअल चीजें याद कैसे रखे? ज्यादा फैक्चुअल है नहीं जब आपने सिस्टमैटिकली पढ़ा है. Capital requirement is 200 crore. We in class have said it has increased from 100 to 200. In payment bank it has not. Payment bank में it remains 100 crores. But here it has increased to 200 crore. FPSL norms are 75%. Do they have to maintain reserve requirement CRR SLR? Why not? 50% of loan portfolio should constitute loan up to 25 lakh. A very, very important feature. How do I become a small financial bank? मैं स्मॉल फाइनेंशियल बैंक तभी हूं when the loan that I'm giving उसमें से at least 50% of the loan is constituting of those loans जिसका size is less than 25 lakh. तभी I'm targeting what? Smaller players. मैंने बैंक SFB बना लिया but I'm giving loan of 50 crore, 50 crore, 50 crore and फिर थोड़े से पैसे बचे लो गरीब लोगों को बांट लो. That's not a small financial bank. 50% of your loan portfolio should have unit sizes of 25 lakh or lesser. This is a very important feature. बाकी सारी चीजें तो is understood. This is something that makes a small financial bank a small financial bank. Can they give loan worth 10 crore rupees? Yes, they can give that. But भाई जितना भी लोन दिया उसमें से 50% of the, suppose you have given loan worth 1000 crore rupees. You have given loan worth 1000 crore rupees. Then 500 crore rupees of that should be in loans which are of less than 25 lakh, 1 lakh, 50,000 and all those loans should be that. That makes a small financial bank a small financial bank. And then they should have a business correspondent model. Business, you must have heard about bank mitra का concept. हम आज पढ़ेंगे भी प्रधानमंत्री जनधन योजना, where if you don't have bank branches you have banking correspondent, so they can also follow banking correspondent model. Okay, what they must be doing. These were the things that they must be doing. Now small financial banks can also do these things. They can sell forex. Like we know banks का एक काम क्या होता है, forex वाला काम होता है. They can sell mutual funds, insurance, pensions. They can. This is not compulsory for them. They can convert into full-fledged banks. SFBs can convert them into universal banks also as their scale improves and they can expand across the country. There is no regional restriction that you will only operate in 3 districts and all. Though bank is small, so initially it may be serving limited area, but there is no restriction as such. They can do it. But what they cannot do? Extend large loans. मैंने बोला था they can give loans of 10 crore rupees. But what kind of loans they cannot do? They cannot give. The maximum loan size and investment limit exposure to a single and group would be restricted to 10% or 15% of their capital fund respectively. Whatever is their capital, एक single individual को more than 10% of that loan cannot be given, and to a group more than 15% of that loan cannot be given. So they cannot just increase their exposure to one individual or one group to a very large extent. Then they cannot float subsidiaries. There is Ujjivan Small Financial Bank. उसने अपने अंदर एक और subsidiary शुरू कर दिया. They cannot do that. And they cannot deal in sophisticated financial products. उनका function क्या है? उनका function primary function is serve smaller businesses. Okay, got it? Small financial banks. सबसे important है what they can do, what they must do. That's one thing that's compulsorily there. And that will be able to help you questions related to small financial banks. Got it? सबके ऐसे हाथ उठने लगे, क्या हुआ? फ्लोट सब्सिडरी. अब देखो बेटा, लेवल अप है ना, हम एक दूसरी कंपनी शुरू कर देते हैं. लेवल अप owns 100% of the share of that company. Let's say LevelUp CUET. That LevelUp CUET will be subsidiary of LevelUp IAS. Ujjivan Small Financial Bank cannot do that. They can have branches. LevelUp IAS can have branches. Ujjivan Small Financial Banks would have branches, but they'll not have a separate company registered under it, which will be a subsidiary. Their function should be of small financial bank only and of this small financial bank only. Yes. Sophisticated financial, उसमें ना sometimes these kind of things comes कि यार इसमें आपको इंश्योरेंस भी मिल रहा है और इसमें आपको ये सेविंग के बेनिफिट्स भी मिल रहे हैं एंड इसमें यू आर गेटिंग स्टॉक मार्केट में इन्वेस्टमेंट भी है. दिस काइंड ऑफ यू हैव टू टारगेट स्मॉलर प्लेयर्स. उनको कॉम्प्लिकेट नहीं करना भाई. फोकस ऑन सिंपलर थिंग्स. यस बेटा. बिजनेस. अच्छा देखो, when we'll study Pradhanmantri Jan-Dhan Yojana, in Pradhanmantri Jan-Dhan Yojana we'll see that target was कि सबके बैंक अकाउंट्स हो and within 5 kilometers of wherever you are situated banking services should be available. Now ensuring that within 5 kilometers एक बैंक का branch है becomes difficult. If you go to remote areas, rural areas, every 5 kilometer if you have a bank branch, bank will say ये तो sustainable ही नहीं है ना. तो वहां पे आता है बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट मॉडल. तो बैंक्स विल अपॉइंट व्हाट इज नोन एज बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट. तो लेट्स से आई एम एन इंडिविजुअल हु इज बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट. आई मे हैव अ ग्रोसरी स्टोर. मेरी दुकान है. तो लेट्स से माय फादर वाज अपॉइंटेड एज अ बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट बाय एसबीआई. सपोज हमारी जो शॉप है वो रूरल इंडिया में है एंड माय फादर इज अपॉइंटेड एज द बैंकिंग करेस्पॉन्डेंट. तो अब माय फादर विल बी प्रोवाइडिंग बैंकिंग सर्विसेज इन दैट विलेज. How will he provide? He'll have something known as micro ATM or mini ATM. That will be used for authentication purpose, etc. Suppose SBI में एक individual का village में account है. That individual will come and will use his ATM card in that mini ATM. This mini ATM will not have cash in it, but authentication will be done by this, and then this banking correspondent will give him how much money you need? 1,000 rupees. This banking correspondent can go to the bank and get this money, but banking services has been provided through this bank. Without having a bank branch, banking correspondent ने वो services provide करते हैं. Okay, ये आगे I think either in this booklet or in next booklet this has been discussed. Half a paragraph में मैंने ये discuss किया है. Okay, anything else guys? So small financial banks, are you able to get the feel? What is small financial bank? How it is niche? Because 50% of its loans are going where? 25 lakhs से कम वाले. Moreover, there is also a limit on biggest loan that they can give. 10% of their capital for individual and 15% of their capital for a group. Their exposure to individuals or to one entity should not be very high. Got it? Okay. अब यहाँ पे ना recently what happened? A guideline for on-tap licensing to SFBs. Do we understand on-tap licensing? देखो ऐसे समझो, whenever you need water, you switch on the water and you get water. टैप पे जाके वैसा होता है. एक तो है कि वाटर जब आएगा तब लेना, एक ऑन टैप. तो I want to start a small financial bank. On tap licensing tells me whenever you want to start a small financial bank, you can go to RBI and say show कि you are fulfilling the requirement. If RBI agrees, RBI may give you a license for small financial bank. तो guidelines क्या है? Minimum paid up capital should be 200 crores. So on tap licensing will allow license to new SFBs throughout the year. The minimum paid up voting equity capital net worth requirement has been set at rupees 200 crore, up from 100 crore earlier. For urban cooperative banks that intend to convert into SFB, note it. Urban cooperative banks can convert into small financial banks. Initially, the minimum paid up capital will be 100 only, which will have to be increased to 200 crore within 5 years. ऐसे, the minimum paid up capital for starting a new SFB is what? 200 crore, but if Urban Cooperative Bank wants to convert into SFB, so initially they may have less money, but within 5 years they have to increase their capital to 200 crores. Investors other than promoters will not be allowed to hold more than 10% share of SFB. ये तो similar point है than what we had studied. However, in case of NBFCs, non-banking financial companies, जैसे मान लो Bajaj Finance, they want to start a small financial bank. Microfinance institutions, local area banks, where non-promoter hold more than 10% limit, RBI may consider giving 3-year time to dilute the stake. That is, अभी suppose ऐसे समझो कि एक NBFC है which wants to convert into small financial bank or which wants to open a small. Now in that NBFC, there would be some non-promoters who are holding more than 10% of the share. So when I'm starting the bank, there may be scenario that there are non-promoters who are holding more than 10% of the shares. They are given 3 years to reduce that share to less than 10%. तो ये कुछ basic चीजें हैं about on-tap licensing. इससे if you read it once, you'll understand कि ये similar points हैं, logical points हैं जो they have included here. Now we'll come to payment bank. अब देखो payment bank is also for financial inclusion, is also on the recommendation of Nachiket Moore committee. ये दोनों चीजें याद रखनी है. Payment bank is also for the financial inclusion purpose. Payment bank is also on the recommendation of Nachiket Moore committee. अब small financial banks was for smaller businesses, MSME sector, farmers, जो उनके छोटे 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 लोन्स हैं, है ना. तो आप बोलोगे सर फिर what is payment bank for? तो payment bank का पर्पस ना लोन वोन ये सब नहीं है. पेमेंट बैंक कोई लोन नहीं देगा किसी को. पेमेंट बैंक का पर्पस है पेमेंट कर पाना. पेमेंट कर पाना. लेट्स से आई एम अ laborer from some remote village in Rajasthan and I'm working in Delhi, and whatever money I collect, I'm collecting it in cash. I don't have a bank account. So payment bank will provide me the facility of having an account, and it will provide me the facility of making payments, sending money to my home. This is Airtel payment bank. I can go and deposit. I can keep depositing my money there. And Airtel, through its business correspondent model, through other model, in my village में also, अब देखो recharge facilities etc. are available and lots of places. So through that, they'll be able to get money to my home. That is the idea behind payment bank. That is the idea behind payment bank. बात समझ में आई? तो they will not be giving loans. Loans SFB दे रहा है. If you are a small business and you want loan, smaller loans, a niche bank that has been created for is what? Small financial bank. इसका पर्पस क्या है? इसका पर्पस ऑफ पेमेंट बैंक इज टू ensure systematic payment occurring. Do you understand this? हाँ, तो देखते हैं पेमेंट बैंक का नचिकेत मोर कमिटी टू इंक्रीज फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन. इट फोकसेस ऑन operating at smaller amounts without involving any credit risk. It doesn't have any credit risk. Credit risk कब आएगा? Credit risk आएगा, I'm a bank, I give her loan. ये लेके पैसे भाग गए. I give her credit और ये पैसे लेके भाग गए. What would happen? Then there will be credit risk. But they are not supposed to give loans. Payment bank is not supposed to give loan. Payment bank is भाई तुम ये credit risk लेना ही नहीं है तुम्हें. You prioritize what? You operate in small amounts and don't. So I'll be taking deposits. I'll be paying them interest. मैं deposits दे रहा हूँगा, demand deposits, and I'll be paying them interest. But I'm not supposed to give loan. So where do I get my money from? You invest in government bonds, or you invest in FDs of other banks. बात समझ में आई? Payment bank is not supposed to give loans. पेमेंट बैंक इज नॉट सपोज टू गिव लोन्स. मैंने इससे लोन दिया पेमेंट बैंक ने, ये भाग गई. क्रेडिट रिस्क आ जाएगा? नो. व्हाट यू डू, यू गिव लोन टू यू बाय गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स. गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स में आपको 6-7% मिलेगा ना, और यू क्रिएट एफडी इन अदर बैंक्स. दोस थिंग्स आर नॉट गोइंग टू, दोस थिंग्स डू नॉट हैव एनी क्रेडिट रिस्क. गॉट इट? विदाउट क्रेडिट रिस्क का मतलब समझ में? विदाउट क्रेडिट रिस्क का मतलब समझ में है? नो. Who is eligible? So अच्छा, regulation. तो पेमेंट बैंक्स आर रजिस्टर्ड as public limited company. Please note it, public limited company, क्योंकि ये क्या हो सकते हैं? लिस्ट भी हो सकते हैं फ्यूचर में. they are listed, they're limited, sorry, registered public limited company under Companies Act and licensed and governed under Banking Regulation Act. बैंक है तो Banking Regulation Act के अंदर तो regulate हो गए. Who is eligible? A payment bank can be a mobile service provider, a supermarket chain, NBFC, corporate business correspondent, realty sector corporation, PSUs. अब देखो PSUs were not allowed to open a small financial bank, but payment banks वो कर पा रहे हैं. अब देखो payment bank में ना generally what we are trying is anyone who has more branches, a lot of connections throughout the country, if they want to start a payment bank, अब ऐसे सोचो PSUs which provide petroleum gas, liquefied petroleum gas, so will they have distribution channel throughout the country? So allowing them to open a payment bank will allow them to serve the entire country more easily, simply, effectively. ऐसे ही mobile service provider. अब Airtel has ensured throughout the country Airtel recharge and all these facilities are there. So they are allowed, they are one of the options under कि you can open payment bank. अब आते हैं features पे. Important one. Pre में क्या मतलब Nachiket Moore committee, financial inclusion, those kind of things would be there, but most of the people would still be able to answer that. Most of the people मतलब जिन्होंने भी थोड़ी बहुत पढ़ाई करी है वो उसे आंसर कर लेंगे. और डेप्थ में जाता है यूपीएससी तो कैपिटल देखो, मिनिमम कैपिटल अभी फॉर एसएफबी वी हैड सीन इट वाज 200 crore. It's 100 crore here. Maintain 75% deposit in government bonds and 25% deposit in other banks. बात समझ में आ रही है? No credit risk. Is SFB taking credit risk? Small financial bank taking credit risk? It is giving loans, no? It is giving smaller loans, it is giving business loans, it is giving loans to MSME, individuals. अब इन्होंने लोन लिया, वासु ने लोन लिया, वासु भाग गए. SFB की तो लग, SFB has taken risk. They will not. They'll be like government bonds. No risk. 25 fixed deposit, no risk. Have 25 branches in unbanked areas. That remote village in Rajasthan, which was not, वहां पे मैं पैसे ट्रांसफर नहीं कर पा रहा था. You have to open 25% of your branches where in those areas. Get listed if net worth crosses 500 crore. Public limited company. Did you note that? Public limited का मतलब ही क्या है कि आप public हो जाओगे. तो if your net worth crosses 500 crore, you get listed. Be fully network and technology driven. Cap on deposit account. अब I can have deposit account. मैं एक लेबरर हूं और मेरा पेमेंट बैंक में अकाउंट है, बट उसमें इन वन अकाउंट मोर देन 2 लाख रुपीस कैन नॉट बी केप्ट. More than 2 lakh rupees cannot be kept. Are we getting it? Are they? Now this is also something that has changed. 2021 में amendment हुआ है, उससे पहले it was 1 lakh. So sometimes some sources may still mention it as 1 lakh. Only current account and saving account, no fixed deposit, no NRI deposit. ये भी समझ में आ रही है बात? Because ये वाली बाइक मुझे भी लेगी. इसको क्या फायदा है? मुझे गाली निकालोगे? मुझे गाली निकालोगे? हैं? कोई और निकालेगा. तुम उसे पीटोगे नहीं? मारेंगे. ओके, व्हाट वर यू सेइंग? सबको डिस्टर्ब करना, परेशान करना, यही काम शुरू करते हैं. पता है अब आई डोंट नो इज इट हैपनिंग विद यू पीपल और नॉट. कल मैं 12:30 पे सो गया रात में, एंड इट हैज बीन परहैप्स आफ्टर ऐसे ना 7, 8, 9 months या पता नहीं कितने साल बाद कैसे मेरा शेड्यूल 12:30 पे सोने का हुआ है. और जनरली मैं अपने आप मेरी 6 घंटे में नींद खुल जाती है. उठा मैं 7, सवा 7 बजे, थोड़ा ज्यादा सो के उठा, बट आई फेल्ट वेरी गुड व्हेन आई गॉट अप टुडे. मैंने ऐसे सुबह वॉशरूम गया, मोबाइल पे गाने बजाए हैं, यार आज तो अच्छा लग रहा है इंसानों की तरह. I had this habit of sleeping late, 2 बजे, 3 बजे, 4 बजे, 5 बजे, वो वाला. तो कल somehow तो I am realizing कि आप लोगों से मुझे गालियां पड़ रही होंगी, but I am able to like become an इंसान. आज मैंने प्लान किया भाई 11 बजे सोएगा, कल 5 बजे उठेगा और वॉक के लिए जाएगा. हंस रहे हो अंकित? वाई आर यू लाफिंग? बेटा मैं कल ना वॉक पे जाके तुम लोगों को ना फोटो भेजूंगा कि देखो भाइयों और बहनों मैं वॉक पे गया हूं, है ना. मैं कल करके दिखाऊंगा. तुम ऐसी बात कर रहे हो. कम बैक टू दिस. ओनली करंट अकाउंट एंड सेविंग अकाउंट, नो फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट. इट विल ओनली हैव डिमांड डिपॉजिट्स. इट विल नॉट हैव फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट्स. अब इतना याद करने की बजाय सोचो, फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट में इसमें इसे हायर इंटरेस्ट रेट देना पड़ेगा ना. इट इज नॉट अर्निंग हाई इंटरेस्ट रेट. इट इज नॉट गिविंग लोन्स जिसपे इंटरेस्ट रेट ज्यादा हो सकता है. इट इज क्रिएटिंग फिक्स्ड डिपॉजिट इन अदर बैंक्स. इट इज क्रिएटिंग it is giving loans to government, so it's not earning money, so it cannot have fixed deposits. Okay, word payment bank should be there in their names. जैसे आप एयरटेल पेमेंट बैंक, ऐसे एयरटेल बैंक मेंशन नहीं करते. they clearly have to mention that it is a payment bank. These banks should comply with corporate governance. ये तो स्टैंडर्ड सी चीज है. Operating of the bank should be fully network and technology driven. And do they have to follow CRR SLR norms as that of private banks? They have to follow CRR SLR norms as that of any private bank. अब देखो समझो CRR SLR क्या था. CRR SLR, whatever is the deposit that you have got, whatever is the deposit that you have got, उसका 4.5% will go here, 18%. Are you getting deposit? If that deposit you create all the money in fixed deposit or give all the money to government through government bonds, there may be time when someone is asking for money you don't have. That's why keep some money in CRR. अब SLR का कोई norms की जरूरत नहीं थी, because why? 75% of their money is going in government bonds only. Then very important, why PSL is not applicable here. Priority sector lending is not applicable here. Why would priority sector lending not applicable here? They are not doing lending. क्या common sense से we are able to understand these things? देखो वही ये ना, when you will try to just read it without applying the rationale behind it, it would appear यार इतने सारे facts हैं, ये कैसे क्या होगा. But when you will, for every point you will think कि why is it so, you will feel like यही होना चाहिए था. Okay, what they can offer, internet, so they can offer internet banking, debit card, mutual fund, insurance, offer bill payment services for customers, provide locker and vault facilities. They have ATMs and business correspondents. They can function as business correspondent of other banks also. These kind of things they can do. But what they can't do, no credit lending. That is, cannot offer credit cards. ये पैसे lend तो करी other than to government bonds and to fixed deposits to other banks. They cannot lend money. तो can they give credit card? Credit card क्या होता है? Credit card होता है you don't have money in your account but still you use credit card to buy XYZ things. ये वाली गाड़ी भी लेनी है मुझे. To buy XY. अच्छा मेट्रो है? मेट्रो ही खरीद मारेंगे. कहाँ थे हम? मेट्रो भी ऐसे. अच्छा फॉग की वजह से. ओके हाँ, तो नो क्रेडिट लेंडिंग, डू यू अंडरस्टैंड? तो नो क्रेडिट कार्ड. कैन दे हैव डेबिट कार्ड ATMs? Will SFB have debit card ATMs? ATM cards, debit cards? Yes. Will SFB have credit cards? They can have credit cards, but they will not have credit card. Do you understand the reason for it? They can extend. What they can't do, they can extend loans. Can they do this? What they can't do के अंदर पढ़ रहे हैं. Handle cross-border remittances or accept NRI deposits. This is not the purpose for which it has been created. Okay. Guidelines for payment bank. Payment banks willing to convert into SFB can apply for such license only after 5 years of operation. So payment banks can also convert into SFBs. How would payment bank help in improving financial inclusion? Unserved area में banking, rural areas में banking services. It will create infrastructure to send, receive money. It will also increase the penetration of insurance, mutual fund, pension. It will help in formalization of the economy, and it will also promote development of financial technology. What is the current situation of payment banks? As of November 2024, there are 6 payment banks which are operational. India Post Payment Bank, Airtel Payment Bank, Paytm Payment Bank, Jio Payment Bank, Fino Payment Bank, and NSDL Payment. These are 6 payment banks which are operational. In fact, जो ये Paytm Payment Bank है, it is currently not offering payment bank services due to regulatory restrictions imposed by RBI. कुछ गड़बड़ियां हुई थी वहां पे, RBI has imposed regulatory restriction, तो it is not providing payment bank services. अभी आप Paytm को normal Paytm wallet की तरह you can use it. UPI payment के लिए you can use it, but it's not providing payment bank services. Now in 2016 there were 11 payment banks which were issued license. In 2016, 11 payment banks were given license, but some of them have not been become operational yet. जैसे आदित्य बिरला नूवो, चोलामंडलम, दिलीप शांतिलाल सिंघवी और सन फार्मा वाला, टेक महिंद्रा, वोडाफोन, एम-पीसा, these have not been able to become operational yet. तो which are operational? These 6 payment banks are operational. अब थोड़ा सा ना इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक को समझ लेते हैं. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक, इंडिया पोस्ट, did post offices or the postal services had one of the best reach in the country? आपके गांव में हॉस्पिटल है या नहीं, स्कूल है या नहीं, बैंक तो भूल ही जाओ, बैंक ब्रांच तो भूल जाओ, फिर भी एक पर्सन लेटर लेके आ जाता था, इफ नॉट एवरी डे, 3 days में once, 7 days में once. It used to happen because post offices, postmasters, postmen, ये सारे लोग थे वहां पे. They were covering the entire country. Now, in recent years, postal services पे तो we hardly post anything. है ना? When was the last time you got a card or everything is happening online these days. तो पोस्टल जैसे पोस्ट ऑफिस वगैरह आर ऑल्सो मेकिंग लॉसेस. तो वन थिंग दैट वाज डन वाज इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक वाज अप्रूव्ड, एंड दिस इज वन ऑफ द पेमेंट बैंक्स दैट इज फंक्शन. ओके, India Post Payment Bank, IPPB, is a payment bank owned by Government of India and is operated under Department of Post, Ministry of Communication. Post तो Ministry of Communication के अंदर ही होगा. Its first phase was launched on 1st of September. The bank has started operating on pilot basis in January 2017. It's aimed at utilizing 1.5 lakh post offices as access points and more than 3 lakh postal service workers to provide house-to-house banking services. वो banking correspondent की तरह काम कर पाएंगे. तो now there are some other features. They are not issuing ATM or debit cards. They are issuing what is known as QR card, and through biometric money could be withdrawn. Those kind of things are there. They can also provide loans and insurance, but through third party. देखो, payment bank itself cannot provide loans, so they can act as banking correspondent or an agent for some other party, and they can provide that. They have an option of having a deposit of more than 1 lakh rupees also. अब देखो, अब यहाँ पे deposit अब तो 2 lakh rupees हो गया ना, deposit limit 2 lakh हो गया है, तो they have a option of having deposit about 2 lakh also. Why? Post offices पे deposit facilities थी पहले, तो if in your India Post Payment Bank account you are depositing more than 2 lakh rupees, what would happen? Deposit that exceed 2 lakh rupees will be automatically converted into post office saving accounts, because in post office saving account you can have more than that money that will be converted. बस ये 1 lakh को 2 lakh कर लेना, because now payment bank में up to 2 lakh rupees is allowed. Payment bank में up to 2 lakh rupees is allowed. Comfortable है. देखो, SFB payment bank, इन पे PYQ भी आए हैं and फिर से आ भी सकता है. These things remain in news. अब no matter कितना डेप्थ में पूछेंगे, हमें सब्सटैंशियल चीजें पता है. उसके बाद we can apply some logic also to eliminate certain things. I'll be now आपका ये सेक्शन खत्म. Once I'm done with what capital market and external sector, I'll also start making MCQs. मैं आपको eventually revision करवाऊंगा, revise through 500 questions. In revise through 500 question, I'll be making. So in RTFQ, I till last year I used to discuss PYQs, and rest of the questions that I used to discuss were made by me only. इस बार मैं सोच रहा हूँ PYQ डिस्कस नहीं करूंगा, because PYQ इससे क्या होता है, PYQ ऑलरेडी मेरे बच्चों को मैं करा चुका होता हूँ, उनके लिए रेपिटेशन हो जाता है. तो I'll discuss 500 questions, individual, separate, new 500 questions, and I'll be making all those 500 questions myself. ensuring कि जो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं, जो मैं पूछना चाह रहा हूं, जो मैं I want students to emphasize on certain aspects. Are they emphasizing on that or not? ठीक है, as a teacher I understand what is important, what is not important. तो मैं आपको जब रिवाइज करवाऊंगा तो आपने अगर नहीं भी पढ़ा है तो क्या चीजें रिवाइज होनी चाहिए, क्या चीजें एकदम टिप्स पे होनी चाहिए, उसमें some of these things I'm again going to ask. We should be prepared. प्रशंसा की कितनी प्रशंसा करी जाए, हैं? कितनी जल्दी आई हो, थोड़ा लेट उठे, थोड़ा लेट सोए, ये नहीं बताओगे? नियो बैंक्स पर, यस बेटा, हाँ कर सकता है, क्यों नहीं, है ना? क्या मेरे पास सेविंग अकाउंट, ऐसे सोचो अब ना, लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड इट बाय कॉमन सेंस. इफ आई हैव सेविंग अकाउंट पे जो जो चीजें होती है, आई शुड बी एबल टू विदड्रॉ मनी, कैन आई डू दैट? बाय डेबिट कार्ड आई शुड बी एबल टू मेक पेमेंट, कैन आई डू दैट? कैन आई डू दैट? यस. तो थ्रू दिस द हेल्प ऑफ पेमेंट बैंक, मैं पेमेंट पर्पस पेमेंट बैंक का पेमेंट एंड सेटलमेंट है, राइट? गॉट इट. न्यू बैंक्स, अब न्यू बैंक्स, यस बेटा. तो बेटा क्या होता है ना, कई बार पेमेंट बैंक्स आर नॉट सपोज टू गिव लोन्स, है ना? In that case what happens, a payment bank will be collaborating with some universal bank and will be acting as its agent and would be getting you loan. So it's not payment bank which is giving you loan, payment bank has reach, so it made SBI ka reach to this individual and got the loan for you. Are we getting it? Are we able to understand this? Okay, let's now come to new banks. अब न्यू बैंक का एक नया टर्म है जो न्यूज़पेपर्स में रेगुलरली यूज हो रहा है. Now what is a new bank as such? No new bank has been given license in India yet. But what is the idea behind new bank? These are like, यार जो ट्रेडिशनल बैंकिंग मॉडल है ना, that's very expensive. Expensive in the sense you'll have bank branches, you'll have guards, you'll have human beings working on it, giving you service. You can go and meet the manager. So all these things increase what? Increase the expense. Let's create completely digital bank. Let's create what? Completely digital bank. तो पीछे कुछ सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर्स हो रहे होंगे जो उन्होंने पूरा ऑटोमेटेड सिस्टम बना रखा है. These banks are new banks. तो new banks are digital only banks. They will not have physical branches. You will not be able to go to some physical branch and get something. These will be digital only banks that operate without traditional physical branch network. Thus, they provide all banking services through online platforms like websites, apps, etc. They leverage technology to offer streamlined and innovative service. So, isse they'll be able to provide low cost service. They'll be more because they are completely digital. Their digital platforms will be as user friendly as possible. So they'll be more user friendly. They'll promote financial inclusion by reaching underserved or unbanked population. But no neobank has been given license in India yet. No neobank. Some neobanks though are functioning, but they are functioning how? They are functioning in collaboration with other banks. जैसे Jupiter offers saving account and debit cards in collaboration with Federal Bank. अभी तक इंडिया में बैंक लाइसेंस टू एनी न्यू बैंक हैज नॉट बीन गिवन, बट दिस टर्म न्यूज में है, तो अगर प्री में पूछा गया, वी शुड नॉट बी लाइक ये क्या पूछ लिया है. Most of us will be able to think new kind of bank, but what exactly is new kind of bank? When you will get a statement digital only, you will be like ये तो थोड़ा सा extreme statement हो गया. If you haven't studied, you will make it wrong. But yes, that is true. True, it will only have digital presence. These will be new banks. Got it? No. अब आते हैं cooperative banks पे. No, before that, let me go through the doubts here. The message has been deleted. Okay. They'll earn, अच्छा किसी ने आंसर कर दिया था. They'll earn by investing in government bonds and by opening FDs. There are no doubts. Fine. Cooperative banks. Now, when we started banking sector, we said there are two types of banks: commercial banks and cooperative banks. Then there were NBFCs. NBFCs were not banks. They were non-banking financial companies. Those are different. But हमने banks की बात करी थी. So how NBFCs and banks were different? What were the three key differences between NBFCs and banks? NBFC होता है, बैंक होता है. NBFCs will not provide demand deposit facility. This was the first important difference. Second, they will not form part of payment and settlement system. And last, यार वो तो पेमेंट एंड सेटलमेंट सिस्टम का ही पार्ट हो गया ना. डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस है ना. दे डोंट गेट डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस कवर एंड बाय. आज आपके नोट्स में शायद जो आपको अभी ब्रेक के बाद नोट्स मिलेंगे ना, उसमें डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस कॉन्सेप्ट इज आल्सो डिस्कस्ड. These 3 points were clearly differentiating NBFC and bank. So Bajaj Finance is an NBFC. LIC is an NBFC. Are they providing financial services? Yes. But they're providing non-banking financial services. आजा जावेद, कैसे हो? All good? इतनी जल्दी क्यों आ गए? सो गया था. तो किसी दिन ना मैं भी ऐसा करता हूँ, 9 साढ़े 9 पहुंचता हूँ. देखो आप ऐसे कर रहे हो तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ ना. बस एक्सपेक्ट कि मेरे से भी गलती हो सकती है, मैं भी कभी लेट सोऊं, 5 बजे सोऊं और फिर 11 बजे उठूं, जो शिट क्लास 3 घंटे लेट हो गई. कोई बात नहीं, सेकेंड हाफ में पढ़ा देंगे. अबे ऑनलाइन मैं कैसे करूंगा? मैं तो सो रहा हूँ ना 8 to 11 है? उस दिन ऑनलाइन कर लेंगे. हाँ, आपका ना मैं आज एक वो वीडियो भी अपलोड करा दूंगा. सम स्टूडेंट्स हैव रिक्वेस्टेड मी, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजन वाला है ना, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल प्रोविजन वाला वो वीडियो अपलोड करा दूंगा. ध्यान से देखिएगा. व्हेन वी सॉल्व पीवाईक्यूज डिड वी रियलाइज हाउ मेनी क्वेश्चंस फ्रॉम देयर हैज बीन आस्क्ड. वो बस कोई पढ़ाता नहीं है, क्योंकि वो पॉलिटी वाला पोर्शन भी हो जाता है और इकोनॉमी वाला. तो इकोनॉमी टीचर्स पॉलिटी में बहुत कंफर्टेबल नहीं है, पॉलिटी टीचर इकोनॉमी में बहुत कंफर्टेबल नहीं है, तो बीच में फंस के रह जाता है वो टॉपिक. बट द टॉपिक इज परहैप्स द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक इन टैक्सेशन वाला सेक्शन. ओके, तो वी अंडरस्टूड द डिफरेंस बिटवीन एनबीएफसी एंड बैंक्स. अब बैंक्स में वी हैड 2 broad categories, commercial banks and cooperative banks. Let us understand. अब देखो दोनों बैंक्स हैं, तो दोनों आपको डिपॉजिट फैसिलिटी भी देंगे, दोनों पेमेंट एंड सेटलमेंट सिस्टम का भी पार्ट होगा, एटीएम कार्ड, चेक्स वगैरह सब इशू कर रहे होंगे, एंड दोनों को डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस भी मिल रहा होगा. Both of them would be getting it. Then how are they different? एक प्राइमरी डिफरेंस ये है कि यार cooperative banks, here people have come together to open this bank, and primary purpose of cooperative bank is to help these people who have started this bank. तो इनका ओनर और कस्टमर में डिफरेंस नहीं है. नाउ एचडीएफसी में शेयर होल्डर्स में भी डिफरेंट एंड कस्टमर्स आर डिफरेंट. एसबीआई में गवर्नमेंट इज द प्राइमरी शेयर होल्डर्स एंड देन देयर आर customers may not be shareholders. But in cooperative banks, cooperative people come together to open a cooperative. वो बैंकिंग सर्विसेज वगैरह दे रहे हैं, that is cooperative bank. तो पहले first thing is their primary objective is to help their members, to help their shareholders. Can they give option of banking to other people also who are not part of cooperative? Cooperative bank में दूसरे लोगों का भी अकाउंट हो सकता है, but that's one objective. Now because their purpose is to help their shareholders or help their owners, generally ना यहाँ पे interest rate etc are not very high. Interest rates etc are not very high. Now we can divide cooperatives into urban cooperatives and rural cooperatives. We can divide cooperatives into urban cooperatives and rural cooperatives. आपने देखा होगा कि PSL norms we had for PSL norms हमारे पास सिर्फ अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव के लिए थे. रूरल कोऑपरेटिव तो ऐसे ही रूरल एरिया में सारे लोन्स दे रहा है, तो there is no need of having PSL norms there. Got it? Broadly idea समझ में आया है? Now देखो, banks were registered under Companies Act, regulated under Banking Regulation Act. Cooperative banks are registered under State Cooperative Act. पहले बिफोर इंडिपेंडेंस देयर वाज अ सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट जिसमें रजिस्टर्ड हुआ करते होंगे, 1912 का था, बट आफ्टर दैट दे आर रजिस्टर्ड एंड कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स आर रजिस्टर्ड अंडर करस्पॉन्डिंग स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट्स. तो स्टेट्स हैव देयर ओन कोऑपरेटिव्स, उनका जो एक्ट है उसमें रजिस्टर्ड है. आर वी clear here? Are we able to understand this? So, cooperative banks are financial entities involved in involving autonomous association of people. People have voluntarily come together to meet their socio-economic needs through a jointly owned and democratically controlled enterprise. This means that customers of cooperative banks are also its owners. Pehla aspect. Not all customers are owners, but customers are also owners. Cooperative banks are so called as they have cooperation of stakeholder as motive and they operate on the principle of one person one vote. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि someone who says कि मैंने बहुत सारा contribution किया है, I'll have more vote. No, cooperatives doesn't work like that. They work on the principle of one person one vote. In decision making there is no concept of majority shareholder, minority shareholder and so on. The interest rates are generally cheaper than commercial banks because the banks primarily focus on welfare of people. Banks, these banks primarily focus on welfare of people. They have been more successful in states like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and less successful in Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, in some jagah pe they haven't been very successful. Now, please note they are incorporated under the State Cooperatives Act. NABARD is the apex body of cooperative sector in इंडिया. रेगुलेशन इवेंचुअली किसके पास है? आरबीआई के पास है. बट देखो नाबार्ड का पर्पस क्या है? एग्रीकल्चर एंड रूरल डेवलपमेंट. तो नाबार्ड आल्सो एक्ट्स एज apex body for cooperative banks in the country. NABARD is also having some supervisory role over regional rural banks, if you remember. Right? Eventually, सारा कंट्रोल किसके पास है? RBI. Regulatory control is with RBI. But because they have some supervisory role, they also have some regulatory role which have been delegated to it by RBI. Now, NABARD supervises cooperative banks and help them develop sound banking practice, integrate them to core banking solution platform. It also provide recommendation to RBI on issues of license to cooperative, opening of new branches by state cooperatives, etc. It also direct lending. It also does direct lending to cooperative. So NABARD will not directly give money to individuals, but NABARD can give money to cooperative banks which will be giving money to individuals. Now, duality of control is an important feature of what? Cooperatives. Duality of control means दो entities control कर रही है. State government also have some say. Banks में state government does not have any say. But in cooperative banks are registered under corresponding state cooperative acts. So states would have some role एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में, बाकी चीजों में, बिकॉज कोऑपरेटिव्स को स्टेट रेगुलेट कर रहा है. एंड देन आरबीआई का भी रेगुलेटरी रोल होगा बिकॉज इट इज अ बैंक. स्टेट कोऑपरेटिव एक्ट है तो स्टेट विल सी वेदर इट्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इज वर्किंग प्रॉपरली और नॉट. वहां पे कोऑपरेटिव्स तो मतलब वोटिंग से चीजें हो रही हैं, वेदर दोस थिंग्स आर वर्किंग प्रॉपरली और नॉट. RBI will look after the banking activity, whether उनका capital adequacy ratio कितना है, वो priority sector lending कितना कर. This part, banking part would be regulated by RBI. Are we able to understand this? So, though cooperative banks are established under state laws, concerns regarding professionalism of urban cooperative banks gave rise to views that they should be better regulated, and therefore large cooperative banks with paid up share capital and reserve of rupees 1 lakh were brought under the purview of Banking Regulation Act with effect from 1st March 1966. जब हम Banking Regulation Act भी पढ़ रहे थे, वहां पे भी we noted that कि RBI regulates all these banks and cooperative banks were also brought under its purview. कब से? 1966 से. From 1st of March 1966. देखो, cooperative banks having capital and reserve of 1 lakh. Now all the cooperative banks will have capital and reserve of 1 lakh. बहुत ही वैसा होगा, rare case होगा where 1 lakh rupees of capital is not there. Are we getting it? So cooperative banks are under the purview of RBI also. So what is state supposed to do? What is RBI supposed to do? So state government through registration of cooperative societies is in control of management, registration, election, auditing and some administrative issues. Whereas RBI is responsible for granting of banking license, maintaining cash reserve, statutory liquidity, capital adequacy ratio, and inspection of these banks. तो कुछ काम किसके पास है? स्टेट के पास. Administrative, voting, audit, etc. And banking related role is with RBI. Now, some cooperative banks are multi-state cooperatives. That is, they work in multiple states. And for them, for multi-state cooperatives, central registration of cooperative society perform these roles. बाकियों में state करता है, state government का registrar of cooperative society performs these roles. In case of multi-state cooperatives, the central registrar of cooperative societies plays the role. बात समझ में आ रही है? Please note, RBI has also delegated some of the supervision and regulation of to NABARD. NABARD is the apex body for cooperatives. तो उसको बोला कि यार तू भी, like, not everything need to come to us. Some of the things you can take care at your level. And therefore, NABARD is guiding RBI. नया लाइसेंस इशू करना है, ब्रांच एक्सपेंशन अलाउ करना है और नॉट, बिकॉज नाबार्ड हैज सम सुपरविजनरी एंड some regulatory role there also. तो प्रीलिम्स के लिए कुछ इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स याद रखो. डू दे हैव टू फॉलो CRR, SLR, capital adequacy ratio norms? Basal norms basically ऐसे समझो, capital adequacy norms. Do they have to follow that? Do they have to agree with? Yes, why not? When they are taking deposits, तो CRR, SLR तो होना चाहिए. क्या समझ में आ रही है बात? है ना? When you are giving loans, you should also ensure capital adequacy ratio. What is loan? Loan is asset that can be risk weighted. So your amount of risk weighted asset that you have should only be a few times of your capital. Capital to risk weighted asset ratio thing should also be followed there. याद करने की बजाय are we able to logically think of this? ऐसे आप याद करने लगोगे ना तो for every bank what is allowed, what is not allowed will become very troublesome. Unless some exception is there, you remember it. Otherwise, you should not even need to revise this. रिवाइज करने की भी जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए. CRR you should be like, क्यों नहीं फॉलो होगा भाई? CRR will be followed. Norms may be slightly different, but should be followed. Why should they not be followed? When you are taking my deposit, वो सारा आप लोन में दे दोगे, and if I come to you and say give me my money, you don't have it, ऐसा would we allow cooperatives to do that? No. So they'll follow CRR, SLR, Basal norms. PSL only required for urban cooperatives. Logically सोच पा रहे हो? Rural cooperatives anyways are giving loans in rural India. उनका ज्यादातर लोन वहां जाता है. After 2020 amendment to Banking Regulation Act, the dual regulation is only applicable to rural cooperative. Urban cooperative banks and multi-state cooperative banks have been brought under RBI regulation. Another very important point. State governments or were not able to effectively work on cooperative supervision. तो जो urban cooperative banks है, ये बोला गया कि urban cooperative में regulatory work will all be done by RBI. Only in rural cooperatives, some regulatory work will be done by state governments. ये तीनों पॉइंट्स बहुत अच्छे से ध्यान रख लो. थोड़ा फील आ रहा है cooperatives के बारे में, cooperative banks के बारे में. Sometimes UPSC has asked a few questions on cooperatives also, and again हमें तो पूरा prepared रहना है ना. इंडिया में जो cooperative bank structure है, cooperative banks can be divided into urban cooperative bank, rural cooperative bank. Cooperative banks, credit cooperatives in India can be divided into urban and rural. अब ये numbers may have changed. This is a bit old number. Numbers are not important. कोई आपसे नहीं पूछेगा कि कितने rural cooperatives हैं. But look at the scale. Rural cooperatives are much larger in number when compared to urban cooperatives. ये पूछा जा सकता है. This you should be able to answer, not the numbers, but the difference in scale. Now, urban cooperative banks are divided into schedule and non-schedule. We understand schedule, non-schedule wala funda? To be part of, to become schedule bank, you should have some capital. वो minimal amount है, but RBI should be satisfied that your activities are not detrimental to the interest of depositors. Only then you get added in schedule bank ka category. So urban cooperative can be divided into schedule and non-schedule, and they can be like both schedule and non-schedule can be multi-state or a single state. There can be multi-state urban cooperative, there can be single state urban cooperative. Rural cooperatives, आप यहाँ पे आ जाते हैं. Rural cooperative banks में we have short-term and long-term. Rural cooperative banks can be divided into short-term rural cooperatives और long-term rural. Short-term मतलब क्या कर रहे हो? देखो पहले long-term समझ लेते हैं. Long-term structures में क्या है? Long-term structure will provide you loan for medium and long-term requirement like land development, construction of well. They are called Cooperative Agriculture and Rural Development Bank, CARDBS. तो यहाँ पे we have State Cooperative Agriculture and Rural Development Bank and Primary Cooperative Agriculture and Rural Development Bank. तो long-term structure, this is long-term. तो यहाँ पे आपको long-term, this cooperatives will be able to give you long-term loans. And then we have short-term structure. Short-term structure में we have state cooperative, district cooperative, and primary agriculture credit societies, PACs. बात समझ में आ रही है? तो short-term में we have 3-tier setup. At the top, what do we have? State cooperative banks. Apex body for cooperative banks in every state is what? Their state cooperative bank. They act as mediator between NABARD, RBI on one side and lower tier of cooperative bank on the other side. So in every state, what will we have? A state cooperative bank at the top. Then now the intermediary role has become limited since RBI has started directly dealing with the lower tier cooperative banks, but this intermediary role to some extent is still there. Then we have district or central cooperative bank. District or central cooperative bank will get loan from state cooperative bank and will give money to PACs. We have primary agriculture credit society. Basically, when farmers come together and create a setup, they are creating a primary agriculture credit society. At this, they'll become a component of what? District or central cooperative bank, which is under state cooperative banks. So they, primary agriculture credit society, are the entities which are working at rural level and give loan to its members. They'll be giving loan to some farmers come together and open a cooperative. This cooperative will get funds from district cooperative will get it from state, and then they will be lending it to their members. Primary agriculture credit societies will be lending them to their members. बात समझ में आ रही है? Overall view समझ में आ रहा है? How does the cooperative system function? Urban cooperative banks के बारे में थोड़ा और बात कर लेते हैं. देखो, urban cooperative banks as such is not defined कि these are the criteria which are fulfilled for a bank to be urban cooperative, but these are cooperative banks which have generally been opened in urban areas or semi-urban areas. जैसे आप rural cooperative banks की बात करें तो eventually we have primary agriculture credit societies. They're providing loans primarily for agriculture purpose and all. But when in urban areas, people come together, businesses, छोटे business, they come together and open a cooperative bank. Those are known as urban cooperative or semi-urban. They are in urban areas or semi-urban areas. They are divided into scheduled urban cooperative and non-scheduled. They can be further divided into multi-state or single state. Till 1996, they could only lend money for non-agriculture purposes. अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव हो तो क्या हो? आप एग्रीकल्चर के लिए लोन नहीं दे रहे हो. Else you are rural cooperative. But that thing has been done away with. Now that distinction does not apply because you worked in urban and semi-urban area and if there is an option of giving loan to farmers also, giving loans to agriculture purpose also, you should be able to do that. They focus on small borrowers and businesses. Small borrowers में small farmers etc. would also come. Now there are three key differences between cooperatives and commercial banks. One is their regulation. Urban cooperatives are only partly regulated by RBI. RBI regulates banking operation like laying down capital, adequacy ratio, risk control, lending of norms. The management and resolution in case of distress is regulated by Registrar of Cooperative Society. Ownership. Urban cooperative banks are structured as cooperative societies with their members carrying unlimited liabilities. Commercial banks are structured as joint stock companies. तो joint stock companies में क्या होता है ना, I come and say I am contributing 1 crore rupees. So my liability is only that 1 crore rupees. सब डूब जाएगा तो you cannot come to me and say I'll sell your assets. I only gave 1 crore rupees, that is my contribution. But urban cooperative banks में there are unlimited liabilities because members have come together, members के assets can be taken over and those kind of things could be done. Differentiation between borrower and shareholder. कहाँ पे? In commercial bank there is a clear differentiation between borrower and shareholders. In an urban cooperative, borrowers can double as shareholders also. The people who are taking loans can also be the shareholders there. So these are some core difference. Now, in recent years, some steps have been taken to improve the functioning of urban cooperatives. They say till 2005, RBI was encouraging proliferation of urban cooperatives to promote financial inclusion. बढ़ते जा रहे थे बैंक, बढ़ते जा रहे थे. This was happening and RBI was promoting it. But then RBI realized that the urban cooperative banks have poor governance structure. There are many challenges there. There's a lot of politics involved, lot of biases there. So it stopped issuing UCB license. Rather, it has encouraged consolidation of urban cooperatives. Number of urban cooperative banks have reduced to 1551 in 2018 from 1926 in 2005, indicating that consolidation is taking place. RBI has also taken measures to improve the governance at UCB, such as setting up of board of management to oversee the functioning. एक ना पंजाब एंड महाराष्ट्र कोऑपरेटिव बैंक क्राइसिस हुआ था. ये कोविड से पहले हुआ था. PMC is a multi-state cooperative, and it had given a lot of loan to one entity. वो लोन वापस नहीं दिया जा रहा था, and it had still not declared it NPA. ये सारी problems थी. तो it's a multi-state scheduled urban cooperative bank which was founded in 1984 and was present in 7 states. Its customers include small businesses, housing societies and institutions. तो urban cooperative bank था, इसलिए customers ज़्यादा ये हैं, ज़्यादा farmers वाले नहीं हैं. What happened here? RBI had put restriction on the functioning of the bank due to regulatory lapses and under-reporting of NPAs. So they had basically given huge loan to this entity SDIL, and they were not able to pay back loan. So those loans should have been declared NPA. They had not declared those things as NPA. So when RBI realized that, RBI put a lot of restrictions on its working. So SDIL promoters had colluded with the bank management to draw loans which was not paid back. The bank officials did not classify these loans as NPA, and RBI was unhappy about it. RBI said that you should have declared these as NPAs so that measures could have been taken in advance, so that you could have been questioned. Why were they not declaring it NPA? Because it was officials and SDIL, this organization, they colluded to extract this much money from PMC. RBI had imposed curbs on the activities of bank for 6 months under Section 1 of Section 35A, subsection 1 of Section 35A of Banking Regulation Act. In 2021, RBI gave approval to Central Financial Services and Bharat Pay. अब इसको ना, if you'll notice this person, अश्नीर ग्रोवर, है ना, वो बार बार ये बोलते रहते हैं कि भारत पे के थ्रू मैंने एक बैंक को बचाया. इस तरह की चीज आती है. इट वाज PMC बैंक व्हिच वाज अंडर क्राइसिस, जिस पे बहुत सारे रिस्ट्रिक्शंस थे. It was this cooperative bank which was under crisis. So in 2021, RBI gave approval to Central Financial Services and Bharat Pay, a digital payment platform, to float a small financial bank to help merge the business of the distressed cooperative bank. But अभी recently आप cooperative bank सुनोगे ना, तो सबसे ज्यादा न्यूज में क्या उनसा था? पंजाब एंड महाराष्ट्र cooperative. अब ये थोड़ा इसलिए पता होने से आपसे पूछा जाएगा ये अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव था या रूरल कोऑपरेटिव था, इस तरह की चीजें पूछी जाएंगी, तो यू शुड बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर दैट. नाउ आफ्टर दिस क्राइसिस, व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स दैट RBI हैज टेकन? In December 2019, RBI issued guidelines for setting up of Board of Management for Urban Cooperatives. One thing that has happened, तो अब you may be wondering कि सर प्री में क्या आएगा? प्री में ऐसा आ सकता है कि Board of Management इनमें से किस एंटिटी को इंप्रूव करने के लिए रिसेंटली फॉर्म होने का ऑर्डर्स आए हैं. तो 2019 में अ सिस्टम ऑफ बोर्ड ऑफ मैनेजमेंट वाज ब्रॉट फॉर अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव. और डेप्थ में पूछना होगा तो व्हाट इज द फंक्शन ऑफ बोर्ड ऑफ मैनेजमेंट? It provides that UCBs with deposit of 100 crore and above will constitute a board of management, which will be a mandatory requirement for opening a branch. What will board of management will do? They will recommend action for recovering NPAs. They'll also give suggestion on one-time settlement. कि someone has borrowed 100 crore rupees but now is not in a position to pay it back. तो कुछ settlement कर लो कि यार give me 80 crores and let's finish it. Assisting the board in monitoring the above activities. Assisting the board, बैंक का बोर्ड भी होगा, उसको असिस्ट करना इन मॉनिटरिंग दीज एक्टिविटीज. इन जनवरी 2020 RBI रिवाइज्ड सुपरवाइजरी एक्शन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर UCBs. तो एक जो फर्स्ट चीज जो आपको समझनी है कि देयर इज अ सुपरवाइजरी एक्शन फ्रेमवर्क फॉर UCB. इट वाज रिवाइज्ड, हम रिवीजन समझेंगे, बट सुपरवाइजरी एक्शन फ्रेमवर्क क्या है फॉर अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव्स? लेट अस फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड दैट. Let us first understand that supervisory action framework. Look at the name carefully. पहले supervisory action framework मतलब क्या है कि if you are not doing well, will come supervise you, put some restrictions on you to ensure that we are able to revive you. SAF seeks to expeditiously resolve UCBs or UCBs which are under financial, or resolve the problems which UCBs are facing, where UCBs are under financial stress. A UCB may be placed under SAF if worsening takes place on any of the three parameters. So which UCB will be put under supervisory action framework? RBI के supervisory action framework के अंदर कौन से UCB आएंगे? If your NPA exceeds 6%, if your capital adequacy ratio falls below 9%, and the company has faced losses for 2 consecutive financial years or have accumulated losses on their balance sheet. In this scenario, what may happen? RBI may put you under supervisory action framework. आप समझ में आया? Supervisory action framework कि if you are not doing well, आप मेरे supervisory action framework के अंदर आ गए हो and I have extra supervision on you. तो under this RBI may initiate multiple action depending on the severity of the stress. RBI में से कि यार branch expansion नहीं होगा. RBI में से कि you will not be giving loans bigger than this. Those kind of restrictions may come based on the severity of this thing. तो प्री में क्या आ सकता है? प्री में ये आ सकता है supervisory action framework for RBI. रिसेंटली रिवाइव हुआ था, ये कौन सी एंटिटीज के लिए है? रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स, अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स, पेमेंट बैंक. यू शुड बी एबल टू आंसर कि इट इज फॉर अर्बन, इट इज फॉर कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स, अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स. Then Banking Regulation Act 1949 was amended in 2020 to bring multi-state cooperative bank and UCBs under the watch of RBI. हमने बोला ना, dual regulation on urban cooperative banks have been reduced. Dual regulation कहां पे रह गया है? रूरल कोऑपरेटिव्स में अभी भी रह गया है. So earlier cooperative banks were exempted from several provisions of the Banking Regulation Act 1949 because some of that work was being done by state governments. State government के जो cooperative societies से related entities थे. The amendment extends RBI regulation on cooperative bank with respect to management, capital, audit and winding up. देखो, audit वाला काम पहले state के पास था. अब now understand this. Initially, it was state which was doing everything. 1966 में RBI got some role because they are banks. 2020 में RBI got almost all the roles over urban cooperatives. Supervision का और regulation का सारा role RBI के पास आ गया है. अब dual regulation on urban cooperative banks is not there. Cooperative banks may raise equity or unsecured debt capital from the public subject to prior approval of RBI. RBI may prescribe condition on and qualification for employment of chairperson. RBI may also supersede board of directors of a cooperative bank after consultation with the state government. RBI may also undertake reconstruction and amalgamation of bank without imposing moratorium. So administrative role will continue to be managed by registrar of cooperatives, but regulatory role, dual regulation नहीं रहा है. Regulatory role is completely taken over by RBI for only for urban cooperatives, not for rural cooperatives. Please keep in mind. Then exposure limit and priority PSL limit for urban cooperative banks have also been revised. Earlier, RBI permitted 15% of its capital fund to a single borrower and 40% of its fund to group of borrowers. कि आपका जितना capital fund है उसका up to 15% can go to a single borrower and up to 40% can go to a group. It has now revised the group of borrower fund limit to 25% of its fund. Similarly, a priority sector lending limit for UCB have also been increased to 75%. By 2026, they have to achieve the 75% वाला target. Urban cooperative banks में has this been done? हमने पढ़ा है पहले भी, है ना? और यहाँ पे we're saying कि after the PMC crisis was a major turning point. Several measures have been taken. अब मैं सारे measures को बहुत डिटेल में नहीं पढ़ा रहा हूँ. When I was teaching it in March 2020, I taught it in details. यहाँ पे बस मैं एक दो पॉइंट्स बता रहा हूँ कि in case it gets asked, we are ready. Okay. सरफेजी एक्ट एंड कॉपरेटिव्स. अब सरफेजी एक्ट क्या होता है? देखो पहले ना सरफेजी एक्ट को थोड़ा समझते हैं, फिर विल गो टू व्हाट हैपेंड इन कॉपरेटिव्स. Look at the full form. Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Asset and Enforcement of Security Act of 2002. It basically gives power to bank. Let's say मैं बैंक हूं और नहीं लक्ष्मी. Why boring name? है ना? लक्ष्मी नहीं, पर लक्ष्मी पैसे लेके भागेगी अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना. लक्ष्मी तो पैसे लाती है ना? तनुजा त्रिवेदी, ये है ना, भाग भी सकती है कंगना रनौत वाले रोल में. That you have watched तनु वेट्स मनु, है ना? तो ये वो तनुजा त्रिवेदी है ना? इसने लिए पैसे और अपना क्या कर लिया, एक बिजनेस शुरू कर लिया, अब पैसे वापस नहीं दे रही है. सरफेजी एक्ट में बैंक इज एम्पावर्ड, कोर्ट वोट जाने की जरूरत नहीं है, कब्जा कर लो. ऐसे in the past what used to happen, you will go to court, you will get the orders. Surfaei Act lets lenders take control of assets of borrowers who fail to pay dues within 60 days of the seeking payment. Under the act, upon default, banks and NBFCs dealing with housing loan can seize securities without intervention of court or debt recovery tribunal. This can't be done for agricultural land. For others, it can be done. It's only available to secured creditors. She may have, when she took loan, she may have given some security. If for 60 days payment ke she's not doing what, she's not paying my money back, so banks and NBFCs are empowered कि they can take control over the guarantee that she had given, security that mortgaged the thing that they had mortgaged, without going to a court, without going to a debt recovery tribunal. This is Surfaei Act. But now there was confusion कि क्या urban cooperatives have powers under Surfaei Act? बैंक्स एनबीएफसीज तो थे ही. तो यहाँ पे एक सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट आया था मई 2020 में. इट सेज अ 5 जज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बेंच ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैव सेड दैट सरफेसी एक्ट अप्लाइज टू कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स एज वेल. तो कोऑपरेटिव बैंक वाले भी, आपने कोई सिक्योर्ड लोन लिया है एंड यू आर नॉट एबल टू, यू आर नॉट पेइंग इट बैक, 60 days तक things are pending, they can without permission from court, without permission from debt recovery tribunal, get control over your assets. इस वर्डिक्ट की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी? क्योंकि इन द पास्ट देयर हैव बीन सम कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी वर्डिक्ट. समटाइम्स इट वाज सेड दैट कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स हैव राइट्स अंडर Surfaei Act, sometimes it was said that cooperative bank does not have powers under Surfaei Act, which led to confusion. तो यहाँ पे that confusion was cleared. समझ में आ रहा है? Okay. Scheme for voluntary transition of UCBs into SFBs. Urban cooperative banks, small financial bank. हमने इसे थोड़ा सा ऑलरेडी पढ़ा. इनिशियल तो एसएफबी के लिए योर मिनिमम कैपिटल शुड बी 200 crores, पर यहाँ पे even if you're for transitioning urban cooperative bank to SFBs, even initially 100 crore is okay. Eventually you'll have to increase it to 200 crores. ये हमने अभी पढ़ा था. Okay. देखिए 2020 का न्यूज है, शिवालिक मर्केंटाइल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक becomes the first UCB, first urban cooperative bank to transition from UCB to SFB. RBI has given it in principle approval of the same. अब ये न्यूज ऐसे इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, इंपॉर्टेंट ये क्या है, urban cooperative can get promoted or become a small financial bank. So high powered committee on urban cooperative banks chaired by R Gandhi, the then deputy governor of Reserve Bank of India, had recommended the voluntary conversion of large multi-state urban cooperative banks into joint stock company, commercial bank and other UCBs which met certain criteria into small financial bank. ये दोनों चीजें हुई नहीं. Please understand, R Gandhi committee had said कि large urban cooperative bank you can convert into universal banks, and छोटे urban cooperative bank should be allowed to convert into SFB. This was the recommendation by R Gandhi committee. R Gandhi was deputy governor of RBI. Based on this recommendation, RBI came with scheme to allow voluntary transition of urban cooperative into SFBs. They have not allowed large urban cooperatives to convert into universal bank yet, but UCBs, urban cooperative banks, can convert into SFBs. This is aimed as a step forward to provide full suite of product services, sustain competition, raise capital, etc. Urban cooperatives have certain limitations. So are all UCBs eligible here? So not only those UCBs with a minimum net worth of rupees 50 crore and CRAR of 9% and above are eligible for voluntary transition. Current regulatory framework for SFBs और UCBs में क्या difference है? SFBs and UCBs comply with CRR SLR norms. Common sense से करना चाहिए. UCBs are subject to Basel 1 norms. और अभी हम वो पढ़ेंगे Basel norms. Basel norms, right now Basel 3 norms are in force. But urban cooperative banks पे still the older Basel 1 norms come into play, whereas SFBs will need compliant with Basel 3 norms. So when a UCB convert into SFB, उसपे और ज़्यादा safety requirements are there, and that is why this conversion can be beneficial for assets, shareholders, etc. too, because banks would be functioning more properly, more systematically. So now there is a mechanism for what? For UCB to convert into SFB. R Gandhi committee had recommended both the things. Large UCB should be able to convert into universal banks, and smaller UCBs should be able to convert into small financial banks if they are fulfilling the conditions, of course. But RBI क्या mechanism लेके आई? UCBs getting converted into small financial banks, and then now small financial banks, can they convert into full-fledged banks in future? Yes, there's an option there. Clear है? Okay. इसको भी थोड़ा सा पढ़ लेते हैं. ये अभी recent चीज है, नेशनल अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव फाइनेंस एंड डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन. अब क्या है ये? ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड these urban cooperative banks, they had some self-regulatory mechanism through this kind of body at national level. India में did not exist. So the need of an umbrella organization for India's urban cooperative bank was emphasized several times in the past. We need an umbrella organization for urban cooperative bank. It was recommended in 2006. RBI working group chaired by Shri N.S. Vishwanathan. In 2009, RBI working group chaired by V.S. Das to examine the issues faced by urban cooperatives. An expert committee on urban cooperative banks chaired by Shri N.S. Vishwanathan was formed. This committee, the same N.S. Vishwanathan committee 2009, similar वो same उन्हीं person के head में एक और committee बनी थी, and this committee presented its report in July 2021 and recommended for formation of a strong apex entity for urban cooperative banks. After examining various options, RBI has issued certificate of registration for. तो जो apex entity बनाने का recommendation दिया था, वो apex entity बन गई है. RBI has given it license. RBI has given it a certificate of registration. This apex entity is called National Urban Cooperative Finance and Development Corporation. It's a NBFC. It's a non-deposit taking NBFC. They say NABARD. NABARD is what? Is NABARD a bank? No, it's a NBFC. वैसे ही this National Urban Cooperative Finance Development Corporation is a NBFC. ये RBI ने उसको register कर लिया है as a NBFC. तो all UCPs, big or small, have decided to come together in a spirit of mutual cooperation and solidarity to form a robust and professional umbrella organization on the lines of those operating in other countries that have presence of cooperative credit institutions, popularly known as credit unions. This organization will foster mutual support, protect UCBs in their growth, governance, enhance their IT capabilities. अब ये जैसे NABARD apex institution है, NABARD helps regional rural banks, NABARD helps rural cooperative banks also. ऐसे ही urban cooperative banks के लिए this will be the apex institution. This is also an NBFC, national level NBFC doing these things. So NUC FDC is an umbrella organization, self-regulatory organization for UCB. It has been launched by Ministry of Corporation at Delhi. It's an NBFC regulated by RBI. Where does NUC FDC get its fund from? So it gets its funding from National Cooperative Development Corporation, a statutory body under Ministry of Corporation. NUC FDC also aims to collect 300 crore capital from investors and use this money for developing IT technology for urban cooperative banks. ये अभी पिछले 1-2 साल में हुआ है, इसके बारे में भी हमें थोड़ा सा पता होना चाहिए. Okay, so this was all about banking sector. Banking sector में traditional banking sector को we understand, we started with SLR, CRR, money supply, monetary policy, WALA section. Then we went into banks, types of banks. Yesterday we dealt with public sector banks, how it has evolved. पहले we had mostly private banks. पहले SBI was nationalized. Then 1969 में nationalization took place, 1980 में nationalization took place. Now we are consolidating them. After LPG reforms, we have new private banks. तो सिचुएशन ऑफ हमने पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक समझा, फिर हमने सिचुएशन ऑफ प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक समझा, फॉरेन बैंक्स क्या कर रहे हैं वो समझा. उसी में भी वेंट टू लीड बैंक स्कीम. लीड बैंक स्कीम में एक ट्रेडिशनल बैंक ही लीड बैंक का रोल प्ले करता है, बट वी आल्सो स्पोक अबाउट लोकल एरिया बैंक. लोकल एरिया बैंक वाज ओनली 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में. वो एक प्राइवेट छोटा बैंक है विच इज सपोज्ड टू वर्क एफिशिएंटली एंड प्रोवाइड सर्विसेज इन दोस 3 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स. देन वी केम टू नीश बैंक्स. तो niche banks में local area bank could also be included, but regional rural bank, small financial bank, payment banks, these were what? These were niche banks. उसी में हमने एक नियो बैंक वाला कॉन्सेप्ट भी देखा. नियो बैंक एक न्यूली इमर्जिंग टर्म है. RBI has still not licensed any neo bank in the country, but some neo banks are providing services in collaboration with other traditional बैंक. सो वो पूरा डिजिटली सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, बट उनका जो बैकएंड पे सर्विस है दैट्स प्राइमरली कमिंग फ्रॉम फेडरल बैंक. जुपिटर के केस में इट वाज कमिंग फ्रॉम फेडरल बैंक. देन वी वेंट टू cooperative banks. When we'll solve PYQs, we'll see that questions from cooperatives have also been asked. तो थोड़ा अब cooperative banks या बैंक, हर बैंक इंडिविजुअली अंदर कैसे काम कर रहा है, we have not gone into that, but broader scenario we understand. तो this was banking sector. Ab, when we came to the topic that we are studying is about financial institutions. Financial institution में we have banks, then we have NBFCs. Now we'll come to non-banking financial companies. जितना है half an hour में जितना होगा उतना करेंगे, बाकी सब आप खुद से करोगे. Okay, we have around 35-40 minutes. In these 40 minutes, whatever we are able to finish, we'll finish that. कोशिश करते हैं पूरा ही हो जाए, and otherwise you will read it, you will try to understand it, and जो doubts है वो मुझसे पूछोगे. Okay, हाँ अभी जो doubts के लिए people were raising hands. आप पूछ सकते हैं. कोऑपरेटिव बैंक परफॉर्म समझा नहीं मैं. फॉरेन एक्सचेंज आई एम नॉट श्योर. एक बार देख, अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव शायद कर पाए, बट आई एम नॉट श्योर. मुझे वेरीफाई करना पड़ेगा, है ना. लेट मी राइट इट. Do UCBs contribute Forex what? मतलब can I take my currency and get it converted into some foreign currency? क्या यूसीबी करते हैं? ये एक क्वेश्चन है. I'm not able to answer it right now. मैं से आपको थोड़ा सा पढ़ के बताता हूँ. Okay. Anything else? नहीं, कोई और डाउट नहीं? Yes. आरबीआई से लोन वगैरह ले सकते हैं सर? हाँ, क्यों नहीं? वो बैंकिंग सेक्टर ही है ना? अर्बन कोऑपरेटिव है, वो अपने गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स को. अब देखो, कुछ तो एनबीएफसीज भी ले सकते हैं. प्लीज समझो इसे. क्या कुछ एनबीएफसीज थे जो एलआईसी गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड वो करके रेपो पे पैसा ले सकती है? तो बैंक्स को तो वो अलाउड है ना? उसमें भी शेड्यूल बैंक्स हैं, तो शेड्यूल बैंक्स हैव देयर ओन एडवांटेजेस. ओके, एनीथिंग एल्स गाइस? नहीं, डन, सॉर्टेड. थोड़ा देखो, सम ऑफ यू मे बी स्टडिंग दीस थिंग्स फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. ये कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स और एटलीस्ट ये जो रिसेंट चेंजेस हुए हैं वो आप पहली बार पढ़ रहे होगे. तो रीड इट वंस और ट्वाइस एंड यू विल फील लाइक not that difficult. We'll solve some MCQs, PYQs also. वहां पे भी you'll realize कि it's not that problematic. देखो, अंगड़ाइयां ले रहा है पूरा. हाँ, आज आप यहाँ नहीं बैठे. आप हेमंती हो ना? आजकल आप यहाँ बैठे थे, आज वहां चले गए, लेट आए थे. अच्छा, चलिए, लेट्स गो टू एनबीएफसीज. Sir, if NABARD is NBFC, why is it called National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development? यार, बैंक अब किसी को भी बोल दो, unless you are taking deposits, unless you are issuing checks, etc. Unless ये चीजें नहीं है तो आप बैंक नहीं हो. फिर आप क्या? आप फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो, बट यू आर व्हाट? एनबीएफसी, है ना? अब नाम दे दिया क्योंकि वो एपेक्स बॉडी है, बैंक के लिए रेगुलेटरी एपेक्स बॉडी है. अब if I was there in early 1980s, I could have fought. Don't name it bank. मेरे बच्चे 2025 में कंफ्यूज होंगे कि why are you calling NABARD a bank when it is not a bank, it is a NBFC. But I was not there. तो वो अब हो गई, है ना? But it's still NBFC. Fine. Okay. NBFCs, non-banking financial companies. तो पहली चीज तो है फाइनेंशियल कंपनीज है. They're providing financial services, right? They're providing financial services. But कौन से financial services? Non-banking वाले. तो वो we understand that. Now, according to RBI, NBFC is a company registered under Companies Act, engaged in business of loans and advances, acquisition of shares, stocks, bonds, debentures issued by government or local authority or other market securities of a like nature, leasing, hire purchase, insurance business, chit business, but does not include any institution whose principal business is that of other things. ये सब तो फाइनेंशियल बिजनेसेस थे. एनबीएफसी उसमें काम करेगा, बट एनी एंटिटी जिसका प्रिंसिपल बिजनेस इज दैट ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर, इंडस्ट्रियल, परचेज और सेल ऑफ any goods other than securities or providing any service or sale, purchase, construction of immovable property, anyone जिनका primary business ये है, they are not NBFCs. The NBFCs involved in various financial activities, है ना? वो हमने we have given a lot of list of financial activities, those are NBFCs. But let's say अब मेरा primary business है agriculture का, मेरा primary business है agriculture का, and I'm doing what? I'm giving some loans etc. also. Will I be called NBFC? No. Primary business आपका फाइनेंस वाला होना चाहिए, then you can be considered NBFC. तो इंडिया में जब NBFC के एग्जांपल देखोगे तो LIC, PNB हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड, बजाज फिनसर्व लिमिटेड, कोटक महिंद्रा इन्वेस्टमेंट लिमिटेड, रिलायंस कैपिटल लिमिटेड. अब देखो, पंजाब नेशनल बैंक भी है. पंजाब नेशनल बैंक इज अ बैंक, बट उसका एक ये पंजाब नेशनल बैंक हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड. अब दिस पंजाब नेशनल बैंक हाउसिंग फाइनेंस लिमिटेड विल नॉट हैव सेविंग अकाउंट, will not have demand deposit accounts. And it's not a bank. It is giving loan. Agreed. It is giving loan for housing purposes and all. But it's not a bank. Similarly, Bajaj Finserv Limited. It is providing various loans, etc. But it is not bank. Kotak Mahindra Investment. There is Kotak Mahindra Bank. That is a bank. Kotak Mahindra Investment Limited is not. और रिलायंस कैपिटल लिमिटेड इज नॉट. और फॉर दैट मैटर, हम yesterday we spoke about merger of SDFC Bank and SDFC. This was a NBFC. This was a bank. अब ये मर्ज हो गए. क्या मर्ज एंटिटी प्रोवाइड्स डिपॉजिट फैसिलिटीज, डिमांड डिपॉजिट फैसिलिटी? तो मर्ज एंटिटी इज व्हाट? अ बैंक. अब क्या बैंक कैन प्रोवाइड हाउस लोन्स? बैंक कैन प्रोवाइड दैट, यस, बट एन एंटिटी व्हिच इज स्पेसिफिकली फॉर हाउस लोन्स, दैट इज नॉट अ बैंक. आर वी गेटिंग इट? समझ में आ रहा है? ऐसे ही ना एचडीएफसी का एक और एंटिटी है, एचडीएफसी एएमसी. एक और कंपनी है प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, पब्लिक लिमिटेड कंपनी एचडीएफसी की, एचडीएफसी एसेट मैनेजमेंट कंपनी. ये क्या, ये किस में डील करते हैं? ये डील करते हैं स्टॉक्स खरीदने में, बेचने में, है ना. दे मोबिलाइज रिसोर्सेज फ्रॉम यू एंड देन दे इन्वेस्ट इट. तो while they are providing financial services, they are not bank. They are not bank. ऐसे ही ना एचडीएफसी का आई थिंक इंश्योरेंस वाला भी एक एंटिटी है. हाँ, एचडीएफसी का इंश्योरेंस वाला भी एक एंटिटी है. तो while they are providing financial services, but they are not bank. बैंक कौन सा है? एचडीएफसी बैंक बैंक है. We are getting it? Okay. Key difference between bank and NBFCs. अब देखो, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट 3 डिफरेंसेस तो हमें पता है, वो कभी नहीं भूल रहे. Someone wakes you up at 3 AM in the morning, बता एचडीएफसी और एनबीएफसी में क्या डिफरेंस है. आप उसे 1-2 थप्पड़ लगा देना पहले. 3 बजे क्यों उठा के पूछ रहा है, पर बोलना ये मुझे पता है. ये these 3 things I know. What? NBFCs will not have saving accounts, demand deposit accounts. Banks will. NBFCs are not part of payment and settlement system. Banks are. And NBFCs में deposits are not protected under deposit insurance, whereas banks में it is. So NBFC can take deposits, but time deposit. Those NBFCs are NBFC D. Those are deposit taking NBFCs. But those time deposits are not protected under the deposit insurance initiative. NBFC cannot take what kind of deposits? Demand deposit. टाइम डिपॉजिट तो ले सकता है ना. जाओ जहां पे एनबीएफसी और उसके बीच में डिफरेंस पढ़ा है, दोबारा रीड करो. एक हमने पढ़ा था 3 पॉइंट्स ऑफ डिफरेंस बिटवीन एनबीएफसी एंड बैंक, उसे ध्यान से दोबारा रीड करो. क्या करते हो यार? NBFCs are not taking demand deposit. Time deposit तो ले सकते हैं कुछ NBFC. Those NBFCs are called NBFC D. ना 3 डिफरेंसेस ये नहीं भूलने हैं. इसे बिल्कुल भी गड़बड़ नहीं करना है. 3 differences should be very, very clear to all of us. Now let us look at certain other aspects. सबसे पहले, NBFCs don't provide demand deposit service. Some NBFCs do provide deposit service. For example, Bajaj Finserv, they are called deposit taking NBFCs or NBFCD. But what kind of deposit service will they be providing? बात समझ में आई? Second, CRR isn't applicable on NBFCs. SLR only applicable on NBFC-D. अब देखो CRR को समझो. CRR is the money that have been deposited to you. You will be putting उस money का 4% with government 4.5%, sorry, with RBI. है ना? यहाँ पे deposits are not taking place. और deposits are taking place, those are only time deposit. तो जो time deposit वाले हैं NBFC-D जो है, they will have SLR norms applicable, but different rate वाले, मतलब not at the same rate as bank. But CRR isn't applicable. But do they give loans? Can NBFCs give loan? If they are giving loans, तो उनका capital adequacy ratio norms होना चाहिए. Should they have capital adequacy? मेरा capital 100 crore का लोन मैंने 1 lakh crore का दे दिया, that's risky, no? My capital adequacy ratio there would be poor. So do they give loans? So yes, they give loans. So Basel norms may also be applicable on some NBFCs. Not on all NBFCs, but on some NBFCs, Basel norms may also be applicable. NBFCs don't form part of payment settlement system. Some NBFCs can now issue credit card. Example, Bajaj Finserv. इसने अब credit card issue करना शुरू किया है. Earlier, NBFCs were not allowed to issue credit cards. They could only issue co-branded credit card. Co-branded मतलब in collaboration with some other bank. But now NBFCs individually are also issuing credit card. एक recent example है Bajaj Finserv का. Then banks directly can't invest in share market or equity. RBI restrictions, whereas NBFCs can. In fact, some NBFCs primarily work. Some NBFCs primary work is to invest in share market. जैसे SDFC, AMC, SBI mutual funds, they are इनका primary work क्या है? लोगों से पैसे mobilize करना and then investing in stock market. Banks do not do that directly. Banks आपको alternative services provide कर देगा, but banks directly do not do that. Then regulation of loan rates. Banks as per external benchmark based lending rate. NBFCs, इसमें it varies and depends on the nature of NBFC which is there. Loan recovery powers. Surfaei Act applicable for banks but is available for only some NBFCs. Banks में cooperative banks को भी applicable है Surfaei, but NBFCs में it may not be applicable for everyone. बात समझ में आ रही है? Now this part may be a bit difficult क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजें कंफ्यूजिंग. एक दो बार रीड करेंगे, जितना याद रहेगा ठीक है, नहीं तो कोई बात है ना. अगर हम इतना समय देने के बाद भी अगर याद नहीं कर पा रहे तो एग्जाम में याद रखना मुश्किल होगा. दिस विल अगेन बी अ क्वेश्चन, दिस विल अगेन बी अ पोर्शन दैट विल नॉट बी समथिंग दैट्स डिटरमाइनिंग योर सिलेक्शन. अपना बेस्ट एफर्ट पुट करके जाओ, उसके बाद जो कुछ चीज नहीं होती है, जितना पढ़ा है, जो समझ में आया उतना सही करके आना विल गेट यू सिलेक्टेड. पूरे एफर्ट्स पुट करने के बाद भी कुछ याद नहीं हो रहा, देन इट हैज नो रोल टू प्ले इन योर सिलेक्शन. 200 आउट ऑफ 200 नहीं लाने हैं. कितने लाने हैं? 100, 120. 100, 120 के बीच में हमें स्कोर लाना है. राइट. नाउ NBFCs कैन बी क्लासिफाइड इन वेरियस वेज. जैसे ये कुछ टर्म्स हैं, हमें थोड़े से पता होने चाहिए. कई बार हमसे पूछ लिए जाते हैं ये टर्म्स टेस्ट में भी और यूपीएससी के एग्जाम में भी. तो NBFCs को फर्स्ट वी कैन क्लासिफाई वेदर they are taking deposits or not. If they are deposit taking NBFCs or they are non-deposit taking NBFC. एक क्लासिफिकेशन ऐसा होता है NBFC और NBFC D. दूसरा होता है non-deposit NBFCs can be categorized by their size into systemically important NBFCs and other non-deposit holding companies. तो NBFC can be divided into NBFC and NBFC D. जो NBFC non-deposit वाले हैं, they can be classified based on their size as systemically important NBFC. Systematically, so NBFC non-deposit, systemically important, and then NBFC non-deposit, so other non-deposit holding companies. And then NBFCs can also be categorized on the basis of what they do, what is their activity. Here we have primary dealers, asset financial companies, investment company, loan company, core investment company, systemically important core investment company, infrastructure finance company, infrastructure debt fund, microfinance institutions, gold loan companies, factors, mortgage guarantee company, asset reconstruction company, fintechs. मैं छोड़ के नहीं जा रहा हूँ, डोंट वरी, मैं इसको समझा दूंगा ये सारे. वरना ऐसे आपके चेहरे पे जो वो देख रहे सर ये क्या चल रहा है, सब ना ये सारे टर्म्स थोड़े थोड़े समझ लेते हैं सो दैट जो एकदम सिंपल क्वेश्चन आएंगे वो तो कर पाएंगे ना. आपसे पूछ लिया फैक्टरिंग क्या होती है, लाइक पता नहीं क्या होती है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट फैक्टरिंग इज. यू शुड अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट अ प्राइमरी डीलर इज. So let's start with the first one. अब I could have taught primary dealer to you in 2-3 pages, but इसका ना मुझे ROI बहुत कम लगा, तो मैंने सोचा बस प्राइमरी डीलर क्या है बेसिक आइडिया आपको रहना चाहिए. देखो, डू यू रिमेंबर प्राइमरी मार्केट, सेकेंडरी मार्केट? व्हेन गवर्नमेंट वाज इशूइंग बॉन्ड, तो गवर्नमेंट से जो डायरेक्टली बॉन्ड खरीद रहा है आरबीआई के थ्रू ही खरीद रहा है, बट दैट वाज हैपनिंग इन प्राइमरी मार्केट. व्हेन आईपीओ इज इशूड, रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज का आईपीओ, तो रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज से जिसने शेयर खरीदे, दे डू इट इन प्राइमरी मार्केट. तो दोज एनबीएफसीज व्हिच आर अलाउड दिस are primary dealers. So they buy government securities in primary market, that is through RBI's e-Kuber platform, and sell it in the secondary market. So after I have bought it, what will I do? I'll be अगर मुझे वो बेचना है तो I'll be selling it in the secondary market only. They can also participate in open market operations. Secondary market में they can participate. They should have license from RBI. So primary dealers should have license from RBI. This ये जो मैंने आपको ये क्लासिफिकेशन दिया ना, this classification I have taken from RBI's website only. आरबीआई की वेबसाइट पे क्लासिफिकेशन था एनबीएफसीज का. मैंने सोचा ये सबके बारे में दो तीन लाइन करके हमें पता हो. तो हु आर प्राइमरी डीलर्स पहले ये समझ में आया. सबसे बेसिक ये है, व्हेन इन एग्जाम प्रीलिम्स में ना ये टर्म आ जाए प्राइमरी डीलर, आवर स्टूडेंट शुड बी लाइक आई नो व्हाट प्राइमरी डीलर इज. तब ना उनके बारे में और भी मान लो सपोज डेप्थ में कुछ पूछा हुआ है, बाय लॉजिक यू कैन बी लाइक दे कैन नॉट पार्टिसिपेट इन सेकेंडरी मार्केट. यू विल बी लाइक पागल हो क्या, प्राइमरी डीलर आई एम ओनली बाइंग इट, उसके बाद बेचने का ऑप्शन भी तो होना चाहिए ना. तो दैट इज रॉन्ग. उसके लिए यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट हु अ प्राइमरी डीलर इज. नाउ प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, वैसे तो हमने वी वर क्लासिफाइंग एनबीएफसीज एज प्राइमरी डीलर, बट बैंक्स में आल्सो गेट लाइसेंस एज प्राइमरी डीलर्स. क्या बैंक्स डायरेक्टली गवर्नमेंट बॉन्ड्स खरीदते हैं? डू बैंक्स डू दैट? तो बैंक्स में आल्सो बी गेटिंग लाइसेंसेस, बट दे विल हैव टू गेट लाइसेंस फ्रॉम आरबीआई. NBFCs get license, those NBFCs are called primary dealers. Banks can also be called primary dealers if they have this license for buying what? Government bonds. So even SBI, SDFC, etc. have to get license from RBI to function as primary dealers. Currently there are 21 PDs, 12 banks and 9 NBFCs. Are we getting it? Pakka? Primary dealer, वो term should be very clear to each one of us. I do not want you to know the in-depth facts about primary dealer, but I want you to be like very comfortable in understanding the term. Exam में you should be the most well-read person. कोई आपसे बात करे तो लगना चाहिए कि भाई जनरल अवेयरनेस है. अब निटी ग्रिटीज नहीं पता कोई बात नहीं. If we start going into nitty gritties of everything, ROI will be very bad. But basics should be there. Basics we should be able to understand. आरबीआई की वेबसाइट पे जब ये क्लासिफिकेशन दिया हुआ है, शुड बी लाइक हाँ, ये तो मुझे बेसिकली सारे टर्म पता है. सेकंड, एएफसी, इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी एंड लोन कंपनी, ये तीन चीज देखते हैं. एएफसी, इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनी एंड लोन कंपनी, बिकॉज रिसेंटली दे हैव बीन मर्ज्ड into a single category called investment and credit company. कौन सी तीन चीजें? ये चीजें. But what is asset finance company? The principal business of this financial institution is to finance physical assets, automobile, tractors, generators, supporting productive economic activity. 60% of total assets of total income should be coming from financing physical assets. So those NBFCs which are doing what? Which are giving you loan for tractor, generator, automobiles, which are productive in nature, those assets which are productive in nature are asset finance company. Ab when you hear the term asset finance company, it should not appear alien to you. Asset finance company physical assets को finance कर रहे हैं जो इंडिया में प्रोडक्शन बढ़ा सकता है. Are we getting it? Second, investment company, principal business of acquisition of securities. Securities खरीद, इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो, सिक्योरिटीज खरीद रहे हो, शेयर्स खरीद रहे हो, you will be mobilizing resources from people, you will be buying that. And then loan company, principal business of providing finance through loans or otherwise for any activity. These are loan companies. Now all these three, asset finance company, security खरीदने वाले, loan खरीदने वाले, they are now categorized under a single category known as investment and credit company. इन्वेस्टमेंट, आप सिक्योरिटीज में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हो. क्रेडिट, यू आर गिविंग लोन फॉर फिजिकल एसेट्स और यू आर गिविंग लोन फॉर अदर थिंग्स. ये लोन कंपनीज में वो थे. तो व्हाट इज द टर्म यूज्ड हियर? इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड क्रेडिट कंपनी. तो सम एनबीएफसीज में बी ऑफ विच कैटेगरी? इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड क्रेडिट कंपनी कैटेगरी. डू वी गेट दिस? Core investment companies, they do long-term investment into other companies. They invest mainly in their own groups, companies. They generally don't engage in trading and other financial activities. अब इसको थोड़ा समझते हैं. Core investment companies. देखो अभी ऊपर जो investment company थी, what they will do? They'll buy some shares of Reliance Industries. they feel कि Reliance Industries के share price are going down, sell it. We'll buy it when it is very low, and then we'll sell it again. And this way, we will get profit for our shareholders and everyone, for our investors, etc. But core investment companies क्या होती है? जैसे ना Tata Sons. Tata Sons have investment in a number of Tata companies. टाटा मोटर्स में उनका कुछ शेयर है, टीसीएस में उनका कुछ शेयर है. अगर टाटा मोटर्स के प्राइस गिरने लगते हैं, डू टाटा सन्स सेल दो शेयर्स? नहीं, बाय वाला भी नहीं, वो अपने वैसे रखते हैं. तो दे आर कोर इन्वेस्टमेंट कंपनीज. और आदित्य बिरला कैपिटल लिमिटेड, आदित्य बिरला कैपिटल लिमिटेड वो अपने ग्रुप कंपनीज में ही इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. या फिर रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज होल्डिंग प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, वो अपनी ग्रुप कंपनीज में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, बट दे आर नॉट, दे आर लॉन्ग टर्म इन्वेस्टर्स. These are core investment companies. These are a type of NBFCs. These are a type of NBFCs, but core investment. Do you understand this? Okay. Systemically important core investment companies. NBFCs which are carrying on the business of acquisition of shares, preference share, debt, loan in group companies with at least 90% assets in shares, preference share, debt, loan and assets more than 500 crores. So basically, देखो, अब ना tomorrow I may set up LevelUp Holding Private Limited. पर this LevelUp Holding Private Limited may own some share of LevelUp, some share of LevelUp CUET, some share of LevelUp JE, some share of LevelUp NEET and so on. But उन सबका एसेट मिला के भी ना 100 crore नहीं हो रहा है. तो it is a core investment company but not a systemically important core investment company. कौन सी core investment company will become systemically important? जिसका asset is more than 500 crores. Those will be systemically important core investment company. Got it? ऐसे ही कुछ और NBFCs होती है, जैसे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फाइनेंस कंपनी. इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फाइनेंस कंपनी क्या? these NBFCs will be providing loan for infrastructure development. जैसे REC है, रूरल इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन कॉर्पोरेशन. It does what? It provides loan for creating infrastructure for rural electrification. REC is also a publicly listed company. It's a publicly listed company. It's listed on Bombay Stock Exchange. तो अब ये फाइनेंस, क्या ये आपको लोन दे रही है? लोन दे रही है. फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज है, एनबीएफसी है. बट दिस लोन्स आर फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फाइनेंस एंड दस दीज कंपनीज आर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फाइनेंस कंपनी. ऐसे ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेट फंड फैसिलिटेट्स द फ्लो ऑफ लॉन्ग टर्म डेट इनटू इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स. एल&टी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेट फंड, कोटक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेट फंड, IDFC infrastructure debt fund, they are mobilizing long-term loans for infrastructure. Microfinance institutions. Microfinance institutions specialize in small loans. Microfinance. They are NBFCs with at least 85% of its assets. Assets are what? Loans. In their 85% of their loans should be in micro loans. So only those households whose annual income is not more than 1.25 lakh or rupees 2 lakh in urban, 1.25 lakh in rural and rupees 2 lakh in urban are उनको जो लोन दिए जाएंगे, those will be microfinance loans. Microfinance companies नहीं, only those households whose annual income is not more than 1.25 lakh and rupees 2 lakh, उनको जो लोन दिए जाते हैं, they are known as micro loans. And 85% for a microfinance company, 85% of the loan should be going to micro loans. 85% of the loan should be going to micro loans. Are we able to get this? Okay. Then gold loan companies. Gold loan companies, they will take your gold and will give you loan. They'll take your gold and will give you loan. Muthoot Finance, Cholamandalam, these are some gold loan companies. Factors. Factors are NBFCs जिनका primary business क्या है? Factoring. Now what is factoring? Will someone tell me? Factors निकालना एक नंबर के. नहीं. What is factoring? Factoring, anyone? नहीं? English? Something similar. अब देखो फैक्टरिंग क्या है? फैक्टरिंग इज दिस. I'm an MSME and I have supplied some material to Reliance Industries and I'm supposed to get 5 crore rupees from them. Reliance Industries से 5 crore rupees मुझे लेने हैं. Reliance Industries नहीं दे रहा, बोला अगले महीने दूंगा. But if Reliance Industries give that money to me next month, my business will not survive. I have to give salaries, rent, everything. So I may go to a NBFC which is providing me factoring service. I'll say कि यार देखो, I have to get 5 crore rupees. This is the bill. You take it from Reliance. This month, you give me only 4 crore 95 lakh rupees. Your profit of 5 lakh. Your profit of 5 lakh, and my business also can keep running. This is factoring. आप अपना लोन वैसे अपना जो पेमेंट आने वाला है फ्यूचर में उसके बदले में यूजिंग सम एनबीएफसी व्हिच इज प्रोवाइडिंग यू फैक्टरिंग सर्विस आर गेटिंग सर्विसेज फ्रॉम देम, आर गेटिंग मनी फ्रॉम देम इन एडवांस ऑफ इट. दिस इज व्हाट factoring. So the NBFCs which are involved in this are factors. Then mortgage guarantee company, at least 90% of business turnover is mortgage guarantee business, or at least 90% of gross income is from mortgage guarantee business. Asset reconstruction company. तो asset, what is asset reconstruction? Assets क्या है? Assets loans है. Suppose SBI के पास कोई 10 crore rupees का loan है. SBI has given loan of 10 crore rupees to someone. Now that loan has become NPA. And I'm not able to recover it. So I may go to an asset reconstruction company, and asset reconstruction company will say, I'll take over that loan. What? It was of 10 crore. I'll only give you 5 crore. SBI will say, sir, ठीक है, मुझे 5 crore दे दो. I'm done. I'll focus on my core business. That asset reconstruction company is an expert in recovering. वो कोशिश करेगा. It has given 5 crore rupees. It will try that it is able to recover more than 5 crore rupees. It will try doing that. Okay, this is asset reconstruction company. We'll talk about asset reconstruction company a bit. Then there are several fintechs also जो NBFCs हैं. Mobile wallets जो provide करते हैं, P2P provide करने वाले, discount brokers are regulated by SEBI. Fintech involved in insurance will be regulated by IRDAI. These are what? These are asset reconstruction. These are fintechs. Then credit information companies are also there. They collect credit data, create credit report and calculate credit scores. आपका सिविल स्कोर वगैरह जो कैलकुलेट करते हैं. So this help lender determine the credit worthiness of consumers. TransUnion CIBIL, which calculates CIBIL score. Credit rating agencies are regulated by SEBI. They rate credit worthiness of a companies. It will help consumers determine whether to invest in corporate bonds of the company or not. Then there are some residuary NBFCs. NBFCs not regulated by any other regulator. हमारे पास बहुत सारे फाइनेंशियल रेगुलेटर्स हैं. NBFCs which are not regulated by any other regulator will also come under RBI's jurisdiction. Under what category? Residuary NBFC category. So these are various types of NBFCs. Again, एक दो लाइन से ज्यादा किसी के बारे में नहीं पढ़ना है, but when you hear the term primary dealer, when you hear the term factor, it should not be like क्या पूछ लिया ये. It should be like, I know it, let me now read the options. And accordingly, I'll guess the answer, I'll make it right. वो जब कुछ पता ही नहीं होगा, when you do not know what primary dealer is, and क्या हो रहा है? When we do not know what primary dealer is, so answering questions, answering options there would become difficult. Okay, कुछ NBFC SEBI के अंदर होते हैं. शेयर ब्रोकर्स, फिनटेक्स लाइक जेरोधा, ग्रो वाले जो कि शेयर स्टॉक्स वगैरह से डील कर रहे हैं. देखो, दोज आर ऑल अंडर सेबी, है ना. अभी जब हम कहां जाएंगे? स्टॉक मार्केट में जाएंगे, कैपिटल मार्केट में. देयर वी विल स्टडी दीज थिंग्स इन मोर डिटेल. म्यूचुअल फंड्स, रियल एस्टेट इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रस्ट, इनविट्स, these are all what? These are all NBFCs which are under SEBI regulation. ओके, थोड़ा इनके बारे में बता देता हूं. बता दूं? ब्रेक नहीं, ब्रेक में ये बुकलेट खत्म हो गई है. ब्रेक के बाद द बुकलेट दैट विल स्टार्ट वुड बी बेसल नॉर्म्स एंड ऑल. मैंने बोला था आपसे, कल ही बोला था कि दिस इज गोइंग टू बी फैक्चुअल, बट पढ़ लोगे. इतना ब्रेक का क्या जरूरत हो रहा है? भूख लगी है. स्टे हंग्री, स्टे फुलिश. नहीं, ब्रेक तो नहीं दे रहा मैं, ये तो खत्म करते हैं, थोड़ा सा बचा है, बट लेट्स कम बैक. शेयर ब्रोकर्स, फिनटेक्स लाइक डिस्काउंट ब्रोकर्स, जेरोधा, ग्रो. अब ये क्या होते हैं? share brokers are people like are businesses, are NBFCs जिनके through you're buying shares. So there were traditional share brokers who used to charge you higher amount. Now in recent years, discount share brokers have come. Discount brokers charge you much smaller amount. So Zerodha, Grow, why they have been able to get much bigger market? पहले ट्रेडिशनल ब्रोकर्स थे, शेयर ब्रोकर्स थे. ट्रेडिशनल ब्रोकर्स जैसे थ्रू HDFC also you could buy stocks and all, but those traditional brokers used to charge you higher fee. Discount brokers are charging you much lower fee. Zerodha, Grow, etc. are charging you much lower fee because they are mostly technology dependent. तो उनका resource expense etc. is also not very high. Then what are mutual funds? Mutual funds क्या होते हैं? Mutual funds they will bring in a lot of money from different people. Mutual fund, हम सबने मिलके एक fund बनाया and then they will invest in stock market. You are not directly investing. When you go to Zerodha, you yourself invest in stock market. When you go to Zerodha and or a discount broker, you yourself will buy Reliance Industries ke share. Here in mutual fund, you don't buy Reliance because you feel like I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert. HDFC is doing it for me, na? HDFC Asset Management Company. Fine asset. HDFC manage my asset also or take my money also. They take your money and they invest it in various shares. They sell it, they buy it. जो करना है करें वो back end में. They'll keep giving me good returns over the years. These are what? These are mutual funds. So we will study about mutual funds also in more detail in the capital market. Then investment banks or merchant banks, they help companies issue shares, IPOs and do wealth management of rich. जैसे एक कंपनी को IPO करना है अपना, है ना? अभी IPO मतलब going public, making your shares available in stock exchange, right? When you go public, when you are like 20% of my companies, I'm making it available for people to buy. You buy this and give money to the company. So for that you need a investment bank. Investment bank plans for you कि what should be the value of your company, at what price shares should be issued, etc. Or sometimes rich people, like now you are a super rich person, but you are running your own business. You don't have time to invest it at the right place. So you will get services of a investment banker or investment bank. You will get services of a investment bank. They will do it for you. है ना? आपने कई बार मूवीज में इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर का रोल देखा होगा. इफ यू आई रिमेंबर, मेरे बचपन में एक मूवी थी रॉक ऑन मूवी देखी. उसमें फरहान अख्तर इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंकर बनता है और फोन पे बात करता है, अरे सेठ जी आप चिंता मत करो, आपके पैसे हमारे पैसे, इस तरह से बात करता है. दैट सेठ जी इज अ वेरी वेल्दी पर्सन हु हैज गिवन मनी टू दिस इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक एंड दिस इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक इज मैनेजिंग द मनी, not by just creating FD, but investing it at the right place and getting good returns for. Venture capital funds. Venture capital funds आपको startups को fund देंगे. Merchant infrastructure institutions, stock exchange. तो merchant infrastructure institution में we have stock exchange, we have depositories, we have clearing houses. These are also under whose regulation? SEBI's regulation. Now, right now, stock exchange, depository, clearing house हम डिटेल में नहीं पढ़ रहे, but these are all associated with equity market that we'll study in the chapter on capital market. आपको जो next Monday में पढ़ाऊंगा, next Monday the booklet that you will get will be on capital market. Capital market में we need one class around 5 hours and in external sector. External sector में बहुत सारी चीजें आती हैं. उसी में exchange rate वाला portion भी आएगा, उसी में export import भी आएगा, right? तो इसलिए उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें हैं. We will do it on Tuesday and Wednesday, next Tuesday and Wednesday. Do you understand this? Then there are insurance regulatory development authority के अंदर भी तो insurance companies come under this. These are insurance companies are also NBFCs. ऐसे ही pension fund regulatory development authority, तो pension companies etc. would come under this. These are various NBFCs. Various other NBFCs. RBI के beyond कौन से NBFCs है? There are some NBFCs which come under RBI's regulation, and then there are NBFCs, other फाइनेंशियल कंपनीज इज कम अंडर अदर एंटिटीज। अब एक टॉपिक जो हम करना चाहते हैं वो है ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस। नाउ ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस आर एनबीएफसीज। हमने बोला नाबार्ड इज एन एनबीएफसी, सिडबी इज एन एनबीएफसी, बट दीज आर नॉट बैंक्स, these are not banks, these are NBFCs which have statutory backing. All India financial institutions, जैसे NABARD has been created by a law of parliament, SIDBI has been created by a law of parliament, Export Import Bank of India. अब Export Import Bank of India is not allowing you to open your account and keep your deposits there. And Export Import Bank of India is not doing that. It's an NBFC. So what are the functions of these all India financial institutions? National Housing Bank, National Bank for Financing, Infrastructure and Development. ये 5 अपनी क्या है? All India financial institutions है, which are also NBFCs. We have to understand them a bit. Let's talk about this. अच्छा, Ayushi has asked, sir, what is REITs and InvITs? ना मैं म्यूचुअल फंड बता के आगे भाग गया ना. Let's understand REITs and InvITs also. तो कल कौन कौन 5 बजे उठना चाहेगा? तुम 4 बजे उठते हो, इसलिए तुम्हारा नाम भगवान के नाम पे रखा गया है। नहीं, दैट्स गुड थिंग। तुम कितने बजे उठते हो? 5:30 उठते हो? पक्का? मैंने तो तुम्हारी स्टोरियां सुनी, तुम रात में पी पा के घूमते रहते हो। कभी कभी हो जाता है। हाँ, मैं सबके बारे में है? अच्छा, वैसे 5:30 बजे उठते हो, साइकिलिंग करके आते हो? नाइस। तो तुम मेरे बारे में हंस क्यों रहे थे जब मैंने बोला मैं 5 बजे उठूंगा? मैं तुम्हारा जानना चाहता हूँ, तुम क्यों हंस रहे थे? नहीं हंसे? आप में से कितनों को लगता है मैं नहीं उठ पाऊंगा? तुमने फिर बोल दिया बिना परमिशन के। नहीं, कल तुम्हारा भाई उठेगा। कल 5 बजे उठूंगा और ऐसे मैसेज डालूंगा, गाइस आई एम अवेक, फिर सो जाऊंगा। नहीं, आई विल गो टू द पार्क। मैं 6 बजे, 6 बजे ज्यादा सुबह नहीं हो जाएगा, अंधेरा ज्यादा अंधेरा नहीं हो जाएगा, कुत्ते पड़ जाएंगे पीछे। कल तो मेरी क्लास भी नहीं है ना, कल तो हिस्ट्री है ना। हाँ, कल तो उठ के भाई वॉक पे पक्का जाएगा, थोड़ा लेट जाए पर उठेगा 5 बजे, है ना। लेट्स कम टू म्यूचुअल फंड्स। म्यूचुअल फंड्स वी अंडरस्टूड। म्यूचुअल फंड्स में व्हाट वर वी डूइंग? दिस म्यूचुअल फंड कंपनीज वर गेटिंग मनी फ्रॉम डिफरेंट पीपल, है ना। इसने 1 लाख दिए, इसने 2 लाख दिए, ऐसे ही। तो ये जितने पैसे दैट दे हैव, दैट इज नोन एज एसेट अंडर मैनेजमेंट, AUM, है ना। समटाइम्स यू मस्ट हैव हर्ड अबाउट SIPs. SIPs में every month people decide I'll be giving 5,000 rupees every month, है ना। 5,000 rupees every month they are taking. And then in mutual fund company they have what? Pro investors, people who know investing, who study different company profile and किसमें इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, किसमें इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना चाहिए, and then they invest. इतना रिलायंस में इन्वेस्ट कर दो, इतना टाटा में इन्वेस्ट कर दो, इतना इसमें इन्वेस्ट कर दो, इतना इन्वेस्ट। You do not have to deal with all that. They'll do the investment, they'll sell it, they'll buy it, they'll sell it, they'll buy it, they'll say कि नहीं ये कंपनी अच्छी नहीं है, इसमें इन्वेस्ट करते हैं, this new company is coming, it may give us good return, है ना। Zomato आया है, Zomato में become big in future, let's invest it. तो they'll be earning profit, a small percentage they'll keep for themselves, and फिर when जैसे suppose you may have invested 1 lakh rupees, in 5 years that 1 lakh rupees may convert into 3 lakh rupees. आप अपने जैसे for those of you who invest in mutual funds, you'll be able to open your mutual fund and see आपने कितना पैसा आज तक इन्वेस्ट किया है and what is the current value. Whenever you decide, you can withdraw from it. This was mutual fund. Fine. अब what is real estate investment trust? What is real estate investment trust? It's a mutual fund for investment in real estate. Suppose you feel like यार गुड़गांव में रियल एस्टेट बहुत सारा है and prices are increasing well, but you only have 1 crore rupees. 1 crore rupees में you cannot buy anything. So if an entity has created real estate investment trust, you will invest 1 crore, someone else will invest something, someone else will invest something, someone else will invest something. इससे this entity then will invest in real estate projects. उससे रेंट में कम, उससे अदर प्रॉफिट्स में कम इवेंचुअली, तो उससे यू आर नॉट एन एक्सपर्ट, you had money and you have contributed your money. This entity will be having experts to decide in which real estate should this investment be made and so on. Did you understand what is real estate investment trust? ऐसे ही InvITs are there. We will study about these things. हम थोड़ा सा ना मैं इन्हें पढ़ाता हूँ कहाँ पे, मैं इन्हें पढ़ाता हूँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में. तो जब टारगेट प्री वाला सेक्शन कर रहे होंगे वहां पे एग्रीकल्चर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड ऑल द अपडेट्स रिलेटेड टू द टॉपिक्स दैट वी विल ऑलरेडी स्टडी वुड बी देयर. तो देयर आई टीच दिस थिंग स्लाइटली मोर डिटेल. इनविट्स में क्या होता है? These are like infrastructure investment trusts. Here, rather than only real estate, you invest in infrastructure. For example, National Highway Authority of India है. अब National Highway Authority of India spends money for making roads and all. Now you think कि I want to invest in roads. Toll collection बहुत हो रहा है. You go from here to Agra, you'll have so many toll booths. You must have seen some of these screenshot. कि मेरा पेट्रोल का इतना खर्चा नहीं हो रहा जितना टोल का हो जा रहा है. Right? So PPP has some role to play in there. Private entity wants to recover its money as much as possible. Those kind of things are there. But you want like roads are good way of investing. So National Highway Authority of India will say, I'm launching a InvIT. Come on, invest in it. I'm launching an InvIT. Invest in it and I'll be making what? Roads out of it. आपके पास खुद इतने पैसे नहीं कि आप पूरा रोड बना दोगे. But it's like mutual funds. People come together, invest, they'll make roads. Roads से they will be earning money. You wanted to invest in infrastructure, no? करो invest. तो different companies may come up with different InvITs. जैसे म्यूचुअल फंड्स भी बहुत सारे हो सकते हैं ना, आप कहीं भी इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हो. ऐसे there will be different InvITs. You may choose the InvIT in which you want to invest, and then profit will be going back to the contributors and so on. Okay, so these are like mutual funds only, but for infrastructure, for real estate. Did you understand it, beta? आयुषी बच्चा? लगता है आयुषी सो गई. हाँ, समझ गए. नहीं, घर पे बच्चे, जितने बच्चे क्लास देख रहे होंगे ना अभी, वैसे उठ के बेड पे अपने को कंबल में लपेट के और देखते देखते ये भी हो जाता होगा, कभी कभी हो जाता है. ओके, तो लेट्स नाउ गो टू ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन. कुछ बेसिक चीजें ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन के बारे में जान लेते हैं. देयर आर दीज 5 ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस. तो दीज आर ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज. रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज क्यों? देखो, नाबार्ड रीजनल रूरल बैंक को थोड़ा रेगुलेट कर रहा है, कोऑपरेटिव बैंक को भी थोड़ा रेगुलेट कर रहा है. These are all India financial regulatory bodies which are under the jurisdiction of RBI. They play an important role in financial market and are classified as NBFCs, and they're also all statutory bodies. This is in the order in which they were formed. सबसे पहले Export Import Bank of India was formed, फिर NABARD, फिर Small Industrial Development Bank of India, National Housing Bank, and very recently we have National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. So they are not deposit taking institution. Note it carefully. अगर deposit नहीं ले रहे हैं तो CRR, SLR norms are not applicable on them. Basal norms, NBFCs में SLR कब applicable था? जब आप लॉन्ग टर्म, आप टाइम डिपॉजिट ले रहे थे तब SLR एप्लीकेबल था ना. तो यहाँ पे CRR, SLR will not be because they are not taking deposit. Either time deposit और ये डिपॉजिट ले ही नहीं रहे, इनमें से no one is taking deposit. Basal norms are applicable, but it may be different from norms applicable on commercial banks. Now, why Basal norms will be applicable? Basal norms are applicable when you are giving loans. Capital to risk weighted asset ratio वाला concept होता है ना Basal norms में. So how much is your asset? That has to be limited based on how much capital you have. They will be giving loans, and thus Basal norms may be applicable, but norms may be different. समझ में आ रही है बात? Norms may be different, but Basal norms may be applicable here. Pakka? Okay. Let us look at these institutions. Export and Import Bank of India. Export and Import Bank of India. What does it do? It's not taking deposits, that's true. But अब आपसे पूछा जाए कि why would government, parliament pass a law and create a statutory Export and Import Bank of India? Because we would want कि यार India से export promotion. Purpose of Export and Import Bank of India would be to promote exports from India. And there are many ways of promoting export. Let's say ये कहाँ चली गई है? US में है. And we want कि India का export US से बढ़े. तो she's like, okay, I want to buy things from India, but I don't have money right now. I'll buy those things, I'll process it, I'll sell it, and I'll have money after that. I'll pay you after that. But I don't have money right now. I'm, let's say, the exporter. I'm like, मैं कहाँ से लाऊं पैसे बहन? पैसे तो लाने पड़ेंगे. Export Import Bank of India will come and say, I'm giving you the money. I'm giving you the money. You import things from India. Export promote हो गया. Temporary period के लिए पैसा भी मिल गया. And when she's able to process it, sell it, etc., money comes back to Export Import Bank. Did you understand the purpose of Export Import Bank of India? So it was established by Government of India under Export Import Bank Act 1981 as a manager of export credit, mirroring the Global Export Credit Agency. It acts as growth engine for industries and NBFCs through wide range of products and services. This include import and export of technology, product development, export production. It extends line of credit, that's an important part, to foreign financial institutions, regional development banks, sovereign governments and other entities abroad for the purchase of developmental and infrastructure projects, equipment, goods and services from India. उन सबको दे रहे हैं लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट. क्यों? इंडिया से चीजें खरीद बाय बायर्स इन दोस कंट्रीज एंड डिफर्ड ऑन डिफर्ड क्रेडिट टर्म्स, लाइक पेमेंट आप बाद में पेमेंट करोगे. दैट इज एक्सपोर्ट. तो एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, इस पे सीआरआर एसएलआर एप्लीकेबल होगा क्या? इट्स एनबीएफसी, नॉन डिपॉजिट टेकिंग एनबीएफसी. सीआरआर एसएलआर इज नॉट एप्लीकेबल. बेसल नॉर्म्स विल बी एप्लीकेबल. यस, इट इज गिविंग लोन्स, नो? बेसल नॉर्म्स मे बी एप्लीकेबल. It's all these all India financial institutions are what? Statutory bodies. All these are statutory bodies. The first one that was created was in Export Import Bank of India. Then 1981 में ही create हुआ National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. It took the agri credit function of RBI and refinance function of Agriculture and Refinance Development Corporation. RBI का जो agri credit function था, और there was this entity Agriculture and Refinance Development Corporation, उसका refinance function was taken by NABARD. Refinance function एक प्रोजेक्ट है, बीच में फंसा हुआ है, उसे और पैसों की जरूरत है. Refinance, someone had given loan for agriculture sector and they are not able to get their loan back, तो थोड़ा credit guarantee may come from NABARD. That is that aspect could be there. Okay, तो these two functions were done by two different entities. NABARD was created to take over these two functions. National Bank on Agriculture and Rural Development. Why? Undivided attention, forceful direction, and pointed focus on credit related issues linked with rural development. It is fully owned by Government of India. Earlier 0.4% share were with RBI, but now RBI doesn't have any share because to avoid conflict of interest. देखो RBI इस बैंक में शेयर होल्डर भी होता और आरबीआई को बोले तुम इसे रेगुलेट भी करो, तो आरबीआई, बिकॉज आरबीआई इज ओनिंग दिस बैंक, इट विल नॉट बी रेगुलेटिंग इट प्रॉपर्ली, राइट? तो अर्लियर आरबीआई वाज अ शेयर होल्डर इन NABARD, बट नाउ दैट्स नॉट द केस. NABARD सारे शेयर्स किसने खरीद लिए? गवर्नमेंट ने खरीद लिए. की फंक्शंस: promote rural industry, small scale cottage industry by providing loans to commercial and cooperative banks. It can give loans to commercial banks also. देखो, NABARD is giving loans to commercial banks so that money will be going for rural. It is not directly giving loans for individuals. Loans to individuals are going through commercial banks or cooperative banks, but उनको NABARD fund कर रहा है. The bank also provides loans to government for the promotion of developmental activities in rural areas. It also works towards supporting self-help groups by providing them certain training and awareness program. 2017 में some amendments were made. it increased the authorized capital of NABARD from 5,000 crore to 30,000 crore. It provided for transfer of RBI share to central government. RBI is no more a shareholder in NABARD, and it allowed NABARD to give financial assistance to banks if they provide loans to MSME sector also. NABARD is the apex institution that regulates RRBs and rural cooperatives. Note it carefully. ये तीसरी बार बता रहे हैं, एग्जाम में आता है, you'll be like यार ये कहां से पता होगा, है ना? ये सब नहीं करना है. It is the apex institution for RRBs and rural cooperatives. Now note carefully. हमने अर्बन cooperatives के लिए एक नया apex entity बनाया recently. Because for rural cooperatives NABARD is there. Urban cooperatives के लिए there was no apex entity as such, which will focus on its development growth. There were regulators. RBI was regulator, but apex entity was not there, that we created recently. It is also the immediate regulator for RRBs and cooperatives. Eventually, ultimate regulator कौन है? RBI. But immediate regulator for RRBs and cooperatives was NABARD. क्या बात समझ में आ रही है? National Housing Bank. Another NBFC, statutory, no CRR, SLR, but Basel norms would be applicable. अब नाम में ही है National Housing Bank. What will it try to ensure? Housing loans etc. are easily available. It will itself not, ये खुद लोन नहीं देगा. It will be helping other entities, है ना? It's a statutory bank created through National Housing Bank Act 1987. देखो ऑर्डर भी है. सबसे पहले EXIM क्रिएट हुआ, फिर NABARD क्रिएट हुआ है, and then Housing Bank. Promoting inclusive expansion with stability in the housing finance market. Basically, housing finance promote करना in a sustainable manner. It functions as apex financial institution for housing finance. It's the principal agency to promote housing finance institution. It is also the provider of low-cost, long-term liquidity to housing finance institutions. It's not giving loans directly to individuals. ये कहाँ दे रहा है? हाउसिंग फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशन को लो कॉस्ट फंड प्रोवाइड कर रहा है. फॉर एग्जांपल DHFL, a housing finance company focused on home loan, NHB provides funds to DHFL. Note, housing finance companies like DHFLs are regulated by RBI. NHB does not have regulatory role. In fact, यहाँ पे the earlier some role was there with NHB, but that has been taken away. NHB does not have any regulatory role. NHB has promotional role, developmental role, but it does not have any regulatory role. तो जो housing finance companies है, that will be regulated by RBI. But उनका apex institution कौन है? NHB. Then NHB publishes NHB Residex. क्या हमने पढ़ा था? NHB दो index produce कर रहा है. Okay. It is 100% owned by Government of India. In 2019, RBI sold stakes in NABARD as well as NHB to whom? Government. Earlier, RBI के पास थोड़े stakes किसके थे? NABARD के भी थे, थोड़े stakes NHB के भी थे, नेशनल हाउसिंग बैंक के भी थे, but they have been given. इतना फैक्ट याद रखो. देखो बहुत ज्यादा तो नहीं है ये, है ना? और NHB से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन आ सकता है. ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन है, हमें पढ़े हुए रहना चाहिए. अब जबरदस्ती के 4 पेज भी नहीं है इस पे, बट इतना तो हमें NHB के बारे में आना चाहिए. ओके. स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज डेवलपमेंट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, SIDB. अब नाम में ही है, स्मॉल इंडस्ट्रीज को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, डेवलप कर रहे हैं. तो इट वाज सेट अप इन 1990 as SIDB Act and is the principal financial institution for promoting financing and development of MSME sector. It helps MSME borrowers through indirect. It is not directly giving loan to MSME sector. तो मिशन क्या है? टू फैसिलिटेट एंड स्ट्रेंथन क्रेडिट फ्लो टू MSME एंड एड्रेस बोथ फाइनेंशियल एंड डेवलपमेंटल गैप्स. तो जो MSME को लोन देने वाली एंटिटीज होंगी उनको इट विल बी सपोर्टिंग. SIDB will be supporting. SIDB also launches initiatives जैसे देयर इज मिशन स्वावलंबन, उद्यम मित्र पोर्टल. इन सब के बारे में हम और डिटेल में फ्यूचर में पढ़ेंगे, बट दीज आर इनिशिएटिव्स बाय SIDB. Ownership, originally it was 100% owned by IDBI. Today IDBI, SBI, LIC, PSBs, insurance companies, a number of entities है जो कि किसे ओन करती हैं? SIDB को ओन करती है. And then we have NABFID. NABFID क्या है? नेशनल बैंक फॉर फाइनेंसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड डेवलपमेंट। इसको ना मैं बस समराइज कर देता हूं 2 मिनट में, आप इसे रीड खुद से करिएगा। नेशनल बैंक फॉर फाइनेंसिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड डेवलपमेंट। तो देखो पहले ना लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर डेवलपमेंटल बैंक्स। डेवलपमेंटल बैंक्स आर बैंक्स विच प्रोवाइड लॉन्ग टर्म लोन्स। जैसे अब डैम बनाना है, डैम बनाने में 20 साल लग रहे हैं। इफ यू टेक लोन फ्रॉम एसबीआई, dam will start getting revenue after 20 years. No, SBI is not suitable for that. And therefore, we needed developmental banks. Industrial development के लिए तो ICICI was an industrial development bank. पहले ICICI bank जो बना है universal bank, that was created after LPG reforms, but initially it was that. But those banks were not very successful in India, and therefore, even for these bigger loans, we started depending on banks. It created NPA problem in these banks. And NPA problem जब से हम resolve कर रहे थे, one suggestion that was given was we need to create developmental financial institution whose purpose will be what? Will be giving loans for these big projects. और वो recently अब बन गया है, that is National Bank for Finance, Infrastructure and Development. This you will see NAFID Bill 2021 में was passed by Parliament, and we have this bank. तो अब इसके पास कितना कैपिटल है, how it is working, ये सब आप एक बार खुद से रीड कर लीजिएगा, बहुत टाइम हो गया है ना। तो 2 अहेड सेट की ये मैं पार्शियली पढ़ाऊंगा, तो ऑलमोस्ट पूरा पढ़ा दिया है ना। चलो नाइस। तो ब्रेक लेते हैं। ब्रेक के बाद व्हेन यू एंटर, प्लीज ब्रिंग अलोंग द न्यू बुकलेट। आपको अभी एक और बुकलेट मिल जाएगा, प्लीज ब्रिंग अलोंग द न्यू बुकलेट। वो जितना आज होता है उतना होगा, उसको थोड़ा सा आपको खुद पढ़ना पड़ेगा। ओके।
Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the economy video. In this series, between 10th of March and 17th of March, we'll be releasing 2 videos every day and ensure that your entire syllabus of the basics of economy for preliminary examination is getting completed. Please share your feedback in the comment section and do share this video more and more so that more students would be able to reach it and we would also be able to reach more students. In the feedback section, in the comment section, we have seen some requests for science module, environment module as well. Now, it won't be possible for us to put the whole course on YouTube, but what we have done is, we have made the courses or individual modules available in only 1000 rupees till 20th March. So, you can buy science module in 1000 rupees, environment module in 1000 rupees, modern India module, ancient culture module, geography module, polity module, even when international bodies and mapping ka module aayega, that also you'll be able to buy in 1000 rupees if you use the coupon code LevelUp Holi. There is a Holi offer available till 20th of March. You can do that. Okay, so we have made it very, very affordable so that everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would be able to get it. So I hope you enjoy these videos a lot, learn a lot from it, and clear your preliminary examination. In the end, I also have one more announcement. Our GS Foundation course for 2026 have also started. So not for you people, the people who are watching this video are already preparing for 2025 exam, but your junior, your other friend who may be preparing for 2026. If you have good experience at LevelUp IAS, do recommend us. Do tell your friends about us because for us, word of mouth is very important. I promise you here that at LevelUp IAS, we will provide the best GS Foundation program, the most comprehensive GS Foundation program in one of the most affordable cost for everyone. We will make sure that your juniors, your younger brothers and sisters who are studying with us at GS Foundation for the exam 2026 will be the best prepared people for 2026 preliminary and mains examination. So this is another request. Please do share, do subscribe to our channel, and please do recommend our GS Foundation program also to your juniors or your younger brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.
Good morning again. थक गए सब लोग? नहीं? अरे सनी क्या कर रहा है क्लास में? पहले से ही हो? और तुम क्यों कर रहे हो ये? रिवीजन? अच्छा। तो let's start with this. देखो, half of this booklet is about Basel norms, NPAs, bad bank, etc. वो सब ना conceptual अच्छा part है. Remaining half of it is about financial inclusion, प्रधानमंत्री जन धन योजना, RTGF, NEFT, UPI, various versions of UPI that has come into play. It is about that. वो भी अच्छा पार्ट है, बट थोड़ा फैक्चुअल है, तो आई थिंक वो आप शायद खुद से भी रीड करोगे तो कर लोगे. आई विल कीप अ डाउट सेशन. तो अभी तक क्या करता है, सिंस लास्ट 2 Mondays आई हैव टेकन general sessions on Monday. General session where when you have some preparation related doubts, I'm taking that. Next Monday, I'll keep a doubt session for economy. जिसमें ना ये जो जितना पोर्शन रह जाएगा इसका, उसमें if you will have some doubt, we will do it there. Okay, today I'll try in next 2 hours that I have at least Basel norms, NPAs, bad bank, उससे एसोसिएटेड सारी चीजें कवर हो जाए. जो पेज नंबर 20 के बाद से फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन के बाद से है, वो आप खुद से एक बार रीड करेंगे. ओके मेरा ही था या किसी और का था? कल रात में करण सर की क्लास हुई होगी. मैं पिया हूँ सुबह. तो लेट अस स्टार्ट विथ पहले कुछ जो बेसिक टर्म्स है ना. अभी समवन इन द बिगिनिंग आस्क्ड कि सर वो कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट, रिस्क वेटेड, वो दोबारा समझा दीजिए. तो यहाँ पे वी विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट. First asset, we all understand asset is loans. For a bank, it has some liabilities. Liabilities are deposits, or it may have taken some loans also. Bank may have taken some loan. That is its liability. It has to pay interest on it. It has to return the money back. That is what? Liability for the bank. This is the liability side. And then bank may have given some. It may have borrowed some money. It may have given some money. तो जब ये लोन ये बोरो कर रहा है, that is its liability. Now we want to understand assets. Assets are all the loans, all the credit that the bank has given. This is asset. This is asset. पहला टर्म समझ में आया, asset. Okay. Now let's say these assets are of 4 different types. I have given some I've given some government security. I've bought some government security and have given loan to government. I have bought some. I have given loan to let's say commercial bonds. Commercial bonds. Then I've given some home loans too. I've given some personal loans too. And each one of them are of, let's say, 1,000. So what is my total asset? 4,000 crore. Total asset is of 4,000 crore. Okay. ये वाला पॉइंट हमें समझ में आया. Now, what is risk weighted asset? Next thing that we want to understand is what is risk weighted asset. Weigh these assets with the associated risk. जिसका वेट ज्यादा है, yes, little louder. यार वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दो ना. Why do are you people also facing problems? पहले क्यों नहीं बताया? बस कान लगा रहे हो, दिल से सुनो. क्या हो रहा है? इनको ही आवाज नहीं आ रही. है ना? अभी ठीक है? नहीं? अच्छा, आई विल हैव टू इंक्रीज माई वॉइस। यार मुझे ना कुछ पिला दो फिर। अरे नहीं, सीरियसली बोल रहा हूँ कुछ। हाँ, लिटिल लिटिल नहीं, बेवड़े लोगों, सुना भी नहीं मैं क्या भाई। कुछ ना कोल्ड ड्रिंक, कुछ शुगर रश दे दो, थोड़ा एनर्जी आए। कोल्ड ड्रिंक, रेड बुल कुछ हो तो दे दो, है ना, वो पी लेते हैं। ये एसेट्स से, ये एसेट्स वाला पार्ट हमें समझ में आया। दीज आर एसेट्स। लाइक ऑनलाइन स्टूडेंट्स, आर यू आल्सो फेसिंग प्रॉब्लम इन ऑडियो? तुम्हें नो बड़ा पता है? नो, ये सॉर्टेड है। तो हाँ, व्हाट वर यू टॉकिंग अबाउट? Risk weight. So we were talking about risk weighted asset. So assets, total assets we understood. Assets were our loans. Now we want to understand risk weighted assets. अब देखो, this is our asset. Now each of these assets may have different credit risk associated with them. Credit risk is you have given some loan. What are the chances that the loan may come back? है ना? तो when you give loan to government security, credit risk is 0. Let's say we do not have to worry about what are the credit risk for different kind of credits, but let's say that is 0, 20, 40, 60. Let's say I've just given some numbers. The risk to loans to government is 0%, risk to commercial bonds are 20%, risk to home loans are 40%, and risk to personal loans are 60%. Right. So when I have to calculate risk weighted asset, ki weight this asset with risk. So I'll say 1000 into 0 plus 1000 into 20 plus 1000 into 40 plus 1000 into 60 or 60%. Right. So this will basically come to 0 plus 200 plus 400 plus 600. This is basically green tea. ग्रीन टी एनर्जी देगी? हाँ, शुगर कंटेंट नहीं होता भाई इसमें। मेरे को इतनी जल्दी सोने की, जल्दी उठने की आदत है नहीं, है ना। मेरी बॉडी बोल रही बेटा तुम देर से ही सोया करो। So let's come back to this. So when I calculate my risk weighted asset, how much does it come? 1200. Whereas my asset, total asset was 4000 crore, my risk weighted asset has come to be 1200 crore. Well, these are the, when I am weighing my asset with the risk that they may face. Do we have understanding on what risk weighted asset is? देखो, this much of my asset is risk weighted. This was my total asset, and how much is the risk weighted one? 1200. Now I'm starting a bank. Let's say it's a payment bank. The payment bank तो बेचारे लोन दे ही नहीं पाएंगे ना. Leave them. Small financial bank. I'm starting a small financial bank with my capital to be 200 crores. Now 200 crores is my core capital, but let's assume that is the only capital I have right now. I don't have any other capital. In reality, when we have to consider capital, we have to consider both tier 1 and tier 2 capital. We'll understand what tier 1 capital is, what tier 2 capital is. We'll come to understand that. But let's say I'm starting a bank with 200 crore rupees ka capital. So I started a bank, I got 200 crore rupees of capital. Then I have taken some deposits. These are my liabilities. Some of the money may have gone to reserve ratio wala component. Some of the money may have gone to SLR. CRR, and rest I'll be giving in the form of loan. Now, this loan brings me what? Credit risk. This loan brings me credit risk. When I'm giving loan, what may happen? Some of the loan may not come back to me. So how much credit risk can I take? Like if I take a lot of risk, तो in greed I may take a lot of risk. इसको भी दे दूं, charging high interest rate. उसका business अच्छा नहीं चल रहा, increase the interest rate. And I give a lot of loan. And somehow those loans are not returned. Will my depositors be in trouble? Eventually I have to return money to them. So RBI says that no. There should be some restriction on how much of credit risk that you will take. The more your capital is, the more risk you should be allowed to take. But if you have a small capital, आपका risk भी accordingly, so that this capital will be able to take care of the depositors. Do we get this? तो यहाँ पे आता है concept of capital to risk weighted asset ratio or capital divided by risk weighted asset. So here capital is, let's say, 200 crores. My risk weighted asset was how much? 1200 crore. Right? If I calculate percentage, ratio निकालता हूँ percentage में, 12 multiplied by 100 as well, it will come out to be 16 point something, 16.8. So what is my capital to risk weighted asset ratio? 16.8%. Do we get this? यहाँ पे मेरा capital to risk weighted asset ratio is 16.8%. If my capital was, let's say, 300 crores. If my capital was not 200 crore, same scenario में, but 300 crores. So 300 divided by risk weighted asset 1200. ये रेशियो निकालना है, अगर परसेंटेज में निकालना होगा तो I'll say it that it is 25%. Now what is better, 200 crore का capital or 300 crore का capital with the same risk? 300 crore का capital. Here I have more capital to deal with the risk. If I increase the capital to, let's say, 400 crores and my risk weighted asset is only 1200 crores. In this scenario, what will be my capital to risk weighted asset ratio? So it will be 1 by 4, 1 by 3, which in percentage will be 33%. तो सबसे safe condition क्या है इनमें से? 33% वाला. Higher the capital to risk weighted asset ratio, better is your ability to absorb credit risk. है ना? तो banking sector में भी say कि यार your capital to risk weighted asset ratio should be something minimum. उससे नीचे नहीं जाना चाहिए. Like 33 is okay, 25 is okay, 16 is okay, but let's say 8%. It should not go below 8%, because if it's going below 8%, then you have very less capital and you have taken a lot of risk, a lot of credit risk. So capital to risk weighted asset ratio is used to measure how much risk you have, or the lower the capital to risk weighted asset ratio, less is the ability of your capital to take care of the risk, and therefore एक minimum threshold बोला था. Your capital to risk weighted asset ratio should not go below this. If it goes below this, it means you are not working sustainably. You are taking too much risk, which may be problematic for depositors. Did we understand this? Risk weighted asset, we have understood. Risk weighted asset of a bank are its asset weighted by their degree of credit risk. For example, India, according to RBI regulation, loans issued to government are weighted at 0% risk, while those issued for housing purposes are weighted at 50% risk. Capital to risk weighted asset ratio is ऊपर कैपिटल, अभी वी जस्ट रोट कैपिटल, वी डिड नॉट राइट टियर 1 कैपिटल एंड टियर 2 कैपिटल, हमने बस कैपिटल लिखा, कैपिटल डिवाइडेड बाय रिस्क वेटेड एसेट। तो CAR कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियो और CRAR लिखा था हमने इसे, इट इज कैपिटल डिवाइडेड बाय रिस्क वेटेड एसेट। तो कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियो होता क्या है, वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट। कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियो होता क्या है, वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट। यस नो, we're saying this, your risk is how much, 1200 crore rupees, 1200 crore rupees का रिस्क है, तो not all of it may get lost, some of it may get lost, right? So for that, what should you have? You should have capital. If your capital is very low, it will not be able to take care of all the risk, and that has to be avoided. Okay, or understand it like this, let's say my capital was 100 crore rupees. I started a bank with capital of 100 crore rupees and my risk weighted asset ratio is of 1 lakh crore rupees. ज्यादा हो गया ना, मतलब 10,000 crore rupees, 10,000 crore rupees. My risk weighted asset is 10,000 crore rupees. This is credit risk. इसमें से even if 5% of my money is not coming back, how much of the loss will I be making? 10,000 crore का 5% is 500 crores. How much is the capital that I have? Only 100 crores. I'll be in trouble. This 100 crore will not be able to absorb in any way this 500 crore rupees ka loss, because this 100 crore was only 1% of your risk weighted asset. This was very low. This is very risky situation, has to be avoided. If it was 200 crores, then it would have been 2% of your risk weighted asset. If it was 800 crores, then it was 8% of your risk weighted asset. If your capital was 1000 crores, which is 10% of your risk weighted asset. तो जब आपका capital 1000 crore है, तो when you are giving loan, your loans or risk weighted loans, risk weighted assets have reached 10,000 crore rupees. You'll see capital is 1000 crore, risk weighted asset is 10,000 crore. Fine, manageable. But when capital was just 100 crore and risk weighted asset was 10,000 crore rupees, like you'll be thinking, no, ये क्या हो रहा है? Risky. What if some of the businesses to which have given loan fail, and they do fail, right? Some of the businesses fail. I'll be in a situation जहां पे मेरा बैंक shut down हो जाएगा because I'll not be able to pay back the depositors. Right? Did you understand it? So RBI says that there is a minimum capital to risk weighted asset ratio that you should have. RBI, let's say RBI, so in reality RBI has made it 9% plus 2.5%, 11.5%. अभी उसमें नहीं जाते. Let's say RBI keeps that your capital to risk weighted asset ratio should be at least 10%. It should not go below 10%. What does that mean? It means that if your capital, if your, देखो, अगर rule ये है capital to risk weighted asset ratio is 10%. It means it should not go below 10%. Minimum capital to risk weighted asset ratio should be 10%. What does that mean? If your capital is 100 crores, what can be your maximum risk weighted asset? 1000 crores. 1000 crores. Tabhi your capital to risk weighted asset ratio will remain 10%. But the moment it goes to 2000 crores, your capital to risk weighted asset ratio becomes 5%, which is unacceptable, which could create problems. Right? Now is it clear to you? Capital to risk weighted asset. Okay, now capital can be further divided into, like when we are writing capital, capital is basically tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital. We don't consider tier 3 or tier 4 capital here, we just consider tier 1 and tier 2 capital. When we are measuring capital for calculating our capital to risk weighted asset ratio, we consider tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital. Now what is tier 1 capital? What is tier 2 capital? Let's understand it a bit. मुझे लगता है कि मुझे साइंस क्लास सारे स्टाफ के साथ भी लेनी पड़ेगी। शुगर रश के लिए ग्रीन टी दे रहे हैं 0 कैलोरी वाला, है ना? देख, तो इनको ही पढ़ाना पड़ेगा कि देखो, देयर इज कार्बोहाइड्रेट, देयर इज फैट, देयर इज प्रोटीन, इनसे मिलेंगी आपको कैलोरीज। बाकी vitamins minerals are not going to give you that, उसकी वो their purpose is something else। और एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स तो और भी दूसरी चीजें। हाँ, टीयर 1 एंड टीयर 2 कैपिटल। देखो, टीयर 1 कैपिटल इज गुड कैपिटल। गुड कैपिटल मींस दैट्स वेरी इजीली अवेलेबल फॉर bearing the risk। जैसे टीयर 1 कैपिटल व्हाट विल वी हैव? इफ आई एम स्टार्टिंग द बैंक, द कोर कैपिटल दैट आई ब्रिंग, दैट इज टीयर 1 कैपिटल, है ना? If I'm starting a bank and I go to RBI and say ये रहे 100 crore rupees, this is my, क्या तुम सच में मुझे कुछ देने आ गए हो? अरे थैंक यू वेरी मच, तो मुझे क्लास डिस्टर्ब कर रहे हो ना? ये सच में मुझे डार्क फैंटेसी चोको फिल्स ओरिजिनल फिल्ड कुकीज, थैंक यू वेरी मच। खाने का नहीं, पीऊंगा ना। खाते खाते लेट्स कम बैक। टीयर 1 कैपिटल प्लस टीयर 2 कैपिटल हम ही समझ रहे थे कि ये तो टीयर 1 कैपिटल में क्या है? टीयर 1 कैपिटल इज लाइक काइंड ऑफ more important capital or core capital. When I start a bank and I say कि this is 100 crore that I'm going to invest in bank, that is tier 1 capital. Okay, so this 100 crore that I'm investing in bank, that is tier 1. But this is not the only tier 1. Let's say at the end of the year, मैंने 100 crore rupees capital invest किया था, I took some deposits, I gave some loan, they paid me interest, तो उससे profit भी बना। तो next year let's say profit was 20 crores. 20 crore में 10 crore तो I gave to shareholders, ले लो dividend, खुश रहो। But 10 crore still left with the company. This is more capital that I have. तो next year my tier 1 capital में I'll also have 10 crore more. Now it is also available for taking risk. It is 100 crore तो initially I had brought. Then next year I made a profit of 10 crore. और profit of 20 crore में कुछ मैंने shareholders को दे दिया dividend के form में। They have contributed, they have invested in the company, so they will be asking for dividend. But after getting all the interest from loan and paying all the interest to depositors, I'm still left with 10 crore. That can also be part of my tier 1 capital. So what is tier 1 capital? If you come here, it is bank's core capital, which is used when it needs to absorb losses without ceasing its operation. It consists of paid up capital, जो 100 crore मैं शुरू में लेके आया, that was paid up capital. Capital reserves out of sale of assets, तो I may have sold some asset, उससे जो एक्स्ट्रा पैसे आ गए, that is this thing. Balance in profit and loss account, 10 lakh rupees का बैलेंस बचा जो प्रॉफिट एंड लॉस अकाउंट में, दैट्स आल्सो दिस कैपिटल। तो दिस इज पार्ट ऑफ टीयर 1 कैपिटल। Then there is something known as additional tier 1 capital, which is also considered part of tier 1 capital. Now what is additional tier 1 capital? Let's understand additional tier 1 capital. देखो, additional tier 1 capital are perpetual loans. Perpetual loans मतलब I've taken loans for very long period. मेरा बैंक है and I went to you and I said give me perpetual loan for 100 years. So I've taken that money. Let's say I've taken 50 crores from you. It's not technically my capital, but is this 50 crore available with me for taking risk also? Because I have to return it. It's a perpetual loan. It's a forever loan. So I don't have to return it. I don't have to return. Perpetual loan means why would this person give perpetual loan to this bank? Because this person will be told, I'll give you higher interest. If you keep this money in bank, you're getting 7%. No, I'll give you 12% interest. So he'll be like, अच्छा risk तो है, but 12% interest is good. So this is additional tier 1 capital. ये वाला जो capital है, वैसे तो ये क्या है? Loan है. This is loan, but this perpetual loan is considered additional tier 1 capital. अभी additional tier 1 capital we'll study in more details. तो tier 1 capital में क्या आया? Core capital reserves out of sale of asset, balance in profit and loss account, plus additional tier 1 capital. All these things form component of what? Tier 1 capital. But capital जो हम consider करते हैं, that is not only tier 1 capital, there is also component of tier 2 capital. Now what is tier 2 capital? This is not core capital, this is supplementary capital, which can be used to absorb losses if a bank is winding up its assets. This provides a lesser degree of protection to depositors. Now, we are saying that this is a supplementary capital. Supplementary capital means it's not core capital, it is not available for absorbing losses as easily as the core capital. Core capital is like loss hua, so it is core capital which is going to get reduced. Supplementary capital mein what do we have? We have revaluation reserves, we have subordinate term debt, we had hybrid capital instruments. Now these may appear some very technical terms, these are not. बहुत easily समझ लेते हैं. Let's start with hybrid capital instruments. What is hybrid capital instruments? I have taken loan from you. I have taken loan from you, but I have an option available that this loan can be converted into equity. This loan can be converted into equity. I have taken 10 crore rupees, but I have an option. मैं आपको 10 crore rupees वापस करूं या फिर I can convert it into shares and give you a 10% of the company. So the 10 crore loan that I have taken, can this be available for loss taking? But this is not as simple as core capital. That is why it is part of supplementary capital. So we will study about hybrid capital instruments when we come to capital market in more details. Right? Similarly, subordinated term debt. What is subordinated term debt? देखो, subordinate लिख लो खाली, subordinate नहीं, subordinate term debt. देखो debt का क्या होता है? Debt का फंडा समझो. एक ये business है, bank, it may be bank, it may be anything else. It has taken business. It's a business and it has taken loans. Loan 1, loan 2, loan 3, loan 4. इस तरह से. It has to return all this money. So let's say it also has wages. इसने 2 महीने से wages भी पे नहीं किए. So that's also kind of debt it has. है ना? And suppose it gets some money. सबसे पहले what will be paid? सबसे पहले wages will be paid. Then loans would be paid, but loans में subordinated loans would be paid later. Superior loans would be paid earlier. Are we getting it? तो subordinate loan का मतलब समझे? Loan में that component which will have to be paid later. Which will have to be paid later. So that loan can also be used for bearing some losses. That subordinate loan is part of my tier 2 capital or supplementary capital. Then revaluation reserves. What is revaluation reserve? Suppose I had this building. So when at the time of starting of the bank, I bought this building in 10 crore rupees. मैं 100 crore rupees लेके आया, उसमें 10 crore rupees में मैंने क्या किया? Building खरीदा. अब that's my capital. That's my capital. In case of loss, this capital is there. But next year, this building is worth 15 crore. Next year, this building is worth. तो जब इसका revaluation हो तो थोड़े prices ज़्यादा है, तो उसकी value ज़्यादा है. तो this is also part of my supplementary capital. तो are you understanding? हमें ना एक supplementary capital के detail में नहीं जाना. हमें broadly समझना है tier 1 capital or tier 2 capital. Tier 1 capital में the money which is like clear cut available. Tier 2 में money which we can use. है ना? Tier 1 में my core capital, my profits, additional tier 1 bonds because those are perpetual bonds. Those are loans forever. Those are for sure available. Then I can also use, in case of loss, I can also use this tier 2. So tier 1 plus tier 2 capital जितना है, उसका ही एक multiple will be my risk weighted asset. और जितना मेरा रिस्क वेटेड एसेट है उसका एक परसेंटेज शुड बी टियर 1 कैपिटल. इफ कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियो इज सेट टू बी 10%, then if my risk weighted asset is 1000 crore rupees, my capital should be at least 100 crore rupees. If my capital is less than 100 crore rupees, then I'm taking too much risk. RBI will say नहीं चलेगा. RBI will put restrictions on your business. RBI will see. NPA वाले सिस्टम में जाते हैं, will see various ways in which RBI can put restrictions on you. Are we getting it? So assets, risk weighted asset, capital to risk weighted asset. Capital can be tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital. Tier 1 capital में what we have, tier 2 capital में what do we have? Do we have clarity there? पक्का? Okay. Why capital to risk weighted asset ratio is important? Because a minimum CAR, जैसे we say कि capital to risk weighted asset ratio is 10%, ensures that banks have enough cushion to absorb reasonable amount of losses before they become insolvent and consequently loss depositors fund. समझ में आ रही है बात? पक्का? ओके. यहाँ पे एडिशनल टियर 1 कैपिटल हम थोड़ा और डिटेल में समझा रहे हैं बिकॉज इट रिमेन्स इन न्यूज अ लॉट फॉर अ डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अ डिफरेंट पर्सपेक्टिव. बट broadly we understand what is additional tier 1 capital. These are perpetual loans. और आपने बॉन्ड इशू किए, परपेचुअल बॉन्ड. उस बॉन्ड पे ये नहीं लिखा कि आफ्टर 5 years आई विल रिटर्न योर मनी. दोज बॉन्ड्स आर परपेचुअल. जैसे आरबीआई बोलता है इंडिया में परपेचुअल बॉन्ड विल बी फॉर 100 years. They have issued bonds for 100 years. Someone buys the bond. I issue. जैसे मैं बोलता हूं आज मैं परपेचुअल बॉन्ड इशू करता हूं. Suppose I need 1 crore rupees and I'll tell you this is a perpetual bond. आप मुझे 1 crore रुपए दो, I'll not return it. Perpetual bond means that. Why would you do that? Because I promise you I'll keep giving you a high interest rate. You'll be like, fine, give me 12% interest rate. In 5-6 years, compounded or 7-8 years, my 1 crore rupees will be back to me and I'll keep on earning 12% forever. That is additional tier 1 capital, that is perpetual bond. ये समझ में आया पहले क्या है, उसके और nitty-gritty समझते हैं. But what is perpetual bond we understand. तो 81 bonds are perpetual debt instruments issued by banks to raise money and build up their core equity capital. Core equity capital क्यों बोल रहे हैं? Because it is part of tier 1 capital. The money that is coming here, is it part of tier 1 capital? Yes. There is no maturity date, implying that the issuer does not pay the principal amount back to investors but makes periodic interest payment throughout the life of bond. Call option may be available. What is call option? Call option is bank telling the person जिसने पैसे दिए, I have the money, take it. I needed the money, मैंने पैसे borrow किए. You cannot ask for it back, but sometimes call option is there. In practice, 81 bonds typically come with a call option, which means that the bank issuing these instruments can redeem them or repay investors after a specified period. Now banks can like, fine, take this, take your money back. But you cannot come and say, give my money back right now because I took this money for perpetuity. These bonds were introduced according to Basel banking norms made after global financial crisis. तो basically क्या था, इसको ऐसे समझते हैं, जब global financial crisis आया तो a lot of governments came and invested in banks to make the banks survive because the global financial crisis में they faced a lot of losses. Their capital to risk weighted asset ratios reduced, है ना? Their capital to risk weighted asset reduced a lot. तो गवर्नमेंट्स लाइक अब वो बैंक को तो फेल होने नहीं दे सकते. बैंक फेल होना इज लाइक बिग इकोनॉमिक क्राइसिस. तो दे केम एंड इन्वेस्टेड अ लॉट ऑफ मनी इन और दे प्रोवाइडेड अ लॉट ऑफ कैपिटल टू बैंक. बेसिकली गवर्नमेंट इज प्रोवाइडिंग अ लॉट ऑफ कैपिटल टू बैंक. इट इज पीपल्स मनी व्हिच इज गोइंग टू बैंक्स. मेनी ऑफ दीज बैंक्स आर प्राइवेटली ओन्ड. यूएस में तो ज्यादातर बैंक्स प्राइवेटली ओन्ड है. उनको सपोर्ट करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट इज पेइंग मनी, तो इट वाज पीपल्स मनी, राइट? So to avoid these kind of things should not be needed. banks, you issue perpetual bonds and pay higher interest rate on it. Perpetual bonds, there will be higher interest rate. You issue perpetual bonds and pay higher interest rate on it. So these are form of contingent convertible COCOS bonds, which were created to prevent the need for government-funded bailout of precarious banks. AT1 bonds are riskier for investors. Investor जिसने पैसे लगाए हैं, AT1 bonds are risky for those people. Why those bonds are risky? This is not the only risk. I'm not going to get my money back for next 100 years or whatever the meaning of perpetuity has been put in the bonds. This is not the only risk. There are other aspects also which make AT1 bonds core bonds. That is if मैं इसको समझाऊंगा, but मैंने suppose I'm the bank and I have issued AT1 bonds and Lakshmi has given me 100 crore rupees. 81 bonds उसने लिए हैं, 100 crore rupees मुझे दिए हैं. अब एक तो I'm not going to return the money. I will pay interest to her every year, but I'm not going to return the money. एक रिस्क तो ये है. दूसरा है if I'm in trouble, I may not even pay interest. If I'm in trouble, I may say I have written off your loan. That is, I'm not even going to in my account consider कि आपका loan है. If I'm in trouble, I may convert this loan into equity. That is, let's say I've taken 100 crore rupees from Lakshmi. और कल मेरा बैंक ट्रबल में आ गया. I'll tell Lakshmi, interest तो दे नहीं रहा मैं. I don't have money. You had given me 100 crore rupees, no? My bank is worth 1000 crore rupees. 10% of the bank, now you own it. Now you are the owner of the bank. So all these risks are possible in where? In AT1 bonds. Then why would Lakshmi be interested in investing? Higher interest, lalach. And trust in the bank in ये bank इतना बड़ा है, it will do well. But जैसे ना, I keep telling you कि when I in 2008 when I went to Roorkee BTech first year में, तो one company which used to pay highest जो pay वो that was Lehman Brothers. Lehman Brothers was one company that was among the, जैसे हमारे टाइम जो अभी जैसे होता है ना कि 1 crore की जॉब, 1.5 crore की जॉब, 2 crore की जॉब, उस टाइम that scale was 50 lakh, 60 lakh, 70 lakh at our time, because $100,000 was 40-50 lakh. $100,000 की जॉब लगना मतलब 40-50 लाख रुपए की जॉब लगना उस टाइम. अभी $100,000 की जॉब लगना 85 lakh, 87 lakh. Right? So it was Lehman Brothers was one such company. It was that respected, that valued, that big a bank, but it also failed. And coming back to this, so why would I still give you money for perpetuity in spite of all this risk? Because high interest. So what are the risks available to investors? If the bank faces financial stress with capital requirement dropping below a specified level, the covenants of AT1 bond typically permit the lender to hold off the interest payment. Pehla risk, interest payment can be held off or pay a lower amount. The bonds may also be converted into equity. Bond was loan. Equity is now you are a shareholder. And shareholder will get anything only when I make profit. Shareholder will get anything only when I make profit. It's not a loan कि मुझे interest देते रहना पड़ेगा. Helping to preserve the capital. Some provisions allow for banks to write off AT1 bonds in case of severe financial crisis. Further, AT1 bond investors are not at the top of pecking order when it comes to receiving payout. जब आपको पैसे वापस मिलने हैं, debt में पैसे वापस मिलने होते हैं ना, AT1 bonds वालों को पैसे बहुत बाद में वापस मिलते हैं. When it comes to receiving payouts from a bank facing financial stress, in fact, details sometimes put equity investors above the bond investors. Sometimes equity investors are given a situation above. So how are AT1 bonds triggered? In what situation AT1 bonds would be triggered? These have different trigger mechanism. For example, if bank's capitalization level falls below a preset threshold, then AT1 bonds may be triggered. That is, we may say कि अभी interest payment नहीं कर रहे, or we may say कि now AT1 bonds are getting converted into equity. To compensate for these risks, banks pay investors a higher rate of interest on AT1 bond than other debt instruments or deposits. I hope हमें समझ में आया what is AT1 bond. We have clarity over this. ओवरऑल पॉइंट समझ में आ रहे हैं? पक्का? तो 81 bonds are part of tier 1 capital. We basically wanted to understand capital में क्या क्या है. There is tier 1 capital, there is tier 2 capital. Tier 1 में capital में we have core capital, that is the paid up capital, the profit, the 81 bonds से जो पैसा आ रहा है, those are tier 1 capital. Then tier 2 capital में we have supplementary capital. India में Indian banks don't depend on 81 bonds much. Like Indian banks do not borrow a lot of money from 81 bonds. In a study, brokerage firm Macquarie has said that while India's PSU bank have an exposure of 1 to 2% to 81 bonds, that is of all the loans etc which they have, 81 bonds से कितना पैसा है? 1 to 2%. PSUs के केस में, in case of private sector bank, it is 0 to 1%. पहला first point, we are not very much dependent on 81 bonds. Indian banks are not very much dependent on 81 bonds. Second, 81 bond system faced a major challenge in India in March 2020 after the Yes Bank crisis. Yes Bank में crisis आया. अब Yes Bank ने 81 bonds से पैसे ले रखे थे. Yes Bank had issued perpetual bonds and they had borrowed money by that too. And many mutual funds were like, ये लो हमारे पैसे, because you are giving higher interest rate. Yes Bank was one of the respectable banks. Private sector में it was one of the top 5 banks. Like we had SDFC, ICICI, Kotak Mahindra, Yes Bank, Axis Bank and Yes Bank. ये 5 banks थे अपने जो private sector के बड़े banks थे. Yes Bank was one of that. तो many mutual funds को आपने पैसे दिए. Mutual funds are keeping some money in stocks. They had also put some money in 81 bonds. But then bank का crisis आया. Bank crisis, bank in trouble. What may happen? They may not pay interest. They may convert it into equity, or they may write it off. Yes Bank ने write off कर दिया. Following the severe financial stress, RBI and Yes Bank decided to write off additional tier 1 bonds worth 8,415 crores. Mutual funds were amongst the biggest sufferers. Real example देख पा रहे हो? Mutual funds went to High Court, then they went to Supreme Court. Cases are going on. They're saying कि नहीं ऐसा नहीं कर सकते. Yes Bank is still surviving. They should be paying us back. अब Yes Bank बंद हो गया और सब खत्म हो गया होता तो it would have been different scenario. In 2021, SEBI amended valuation rule for perpetual bonds. SEBI बोल रहा है from 1st of April 2020, the residual maturity of 81 bonds will become 100 years from date of issuance of the bond. तो perpetuity का मतलब क्या है? As per the latest SEBI notification, it is 100 years. Earlier, these dates were different, 5 years, 10 years, those kind of things were also there. But now, it has been clearly provided for this. 81 bonds are subordinate to tier 2 bonds. Subordinate to tier 2 bonds मतलब पहले tier 2 bond से जो पैसे आए उनको वो वापस करेंगे, फिर 81 bond का नंबर आएगा. Tier 2 bonds are subordinate to unsecured creditors. Tier 2 bonds से some money has come. Tier 2 bonds are subordinate to unsecured. So first who will get money? Unsecured creditors, in case let's say bank is winding up and bank has a lot of money to be paid. First who will get? Unsecured creditors, bank depositors and senior bonds. Then will come subordinate bonds. Then will come 81 bonds. 81 bonds सबसे ज्यादा subordinate है. They are not perpetual instruments. They have maturity period of minimum 5 years. कौन सा? Tier 2 bonds की बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे. तो global news भी आप देखना चाहोगे about 81 bonds. तो in November 2020, Swiss banking giant UBS sold additional tier 1 bond for the first time and after taking over beleaguered banking peer Credit Suisse in March 2023. So now Credit Suisse was another important bank. This was another company I remember जब हमारा graduation हो रहा था और जब graduation बोल रहा हूँ 1st of December को placement start होती है. This was one of the top companies to come. But ये भी बैंक बंद हो गया. 2023 में it was taken over by UBS. Now when UBS took it over, it wrote off around $17 billion of 81 bonds. तो अराउंड 1 लाख करोड़ रुपीस का 81 bonds उन्होंने write off कर दिया. And then they again issued 81 bonds. They borrowed more money from the market using 81 bonds. When they took over, when UBS took over what? Sorry, Credit Suisse, they wrote off 81 bonds कि अब नहीं दे सकते हम, and when after some times they issued more 81 bonds to borrow more money because it pays higher interest, so people are interested in investing in 81. क्या हमें समझ में आ रहा है? 81 bonds का सिनेरियो इंडिया में बाहर some important examples. Okay, so we'll go to Basel norms, but let us understand some more things. ये कुछ टर्म्स पीवाईक्यूज में भी आ जाएंगे और कुछ टर्म्स वैसे हम सबको ये पता है कि classification of loans. Loans can be secured, loans can be unsecured. Secured loans, I go to SBI and I say, SBI, give me loan. SBI say, do you have some security? I said, no, I don't have. The SBI will still give me loan, but it will give it to me at higher interest. Because in case I'm not able to pay back, they'll not be able to get the loans returned. Whereas secured loans में क्या है? It is backed by a collateral. If I want SBI give me 1 crore rupees, SBI will say, do you have some collateral? I'll say, okay, I have a land. तो SBI उसका पेपर लेके रख लेगा. In case I'm not able to pay back the loan, SBI has that land. So it is less risky for SBI. Interest rate would be lower. Secured loans पे interest rate is lower. Unsecured loans पे interest rate is higher. पहला पॉइंट समझ में आया? Secured unsecured loans का. Then fixed interest rate and variable interest rate. Loans which are at fixed interest rate, loans which are at variable. I go to SBI and say, SBI, give me loan. SBI says, okay, interest rate is 7%. I say, I need loan for 20 years. SBI will say, one thing is you can keep the loan at 7% for next 20 years only. No matter what the scenario, you pay fixed interest rate. Other option is you go for floating interest rate loan. Floating interest rate loan is fixed with repo rate. Repo rate जैसे बढ़ेगा कम होगा, your loan का interest rate भी बढ़ेगा कम होगा. That is fixed floating interest rate. हमने पढ़ा था कल लोन तो एक्सटर्नल बेंचमार्क बेस्ड लेंडिंग रेट में व्हाट हैपेंस? रेपो रेट प्लस रेपो रेट के अलावा क्या था? स्प्रेड, ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट प्लस रिस्क प्रीमियम, है ना? तो रिस्क प्रीमियम ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट में रिमेन सेम, बट ये रेपो रेट तो चेंज होता रह सकता है, तो बैंक में ऑल्सो कीप चेंजिंग द इंटरेस्ट रेट. दीज आर फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन्स, वेरिएबल रेट लोन्स और फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन्स. नाउ अब फ्लोटिंग रेट लोन्स का ऐसे समझो कि इन 2020 when COVID-19 lockdown occurred, banks had a lot of money but there was no one to take loans, no one was starting their business, the banks kept the interest rate very low. So people went and took loans, उन्होंने home loan ले लिया. But for those of them who took loans at flexible interest rate, at that time repo rate was 4%. Later repo rate within 2 years was increased to 6.5%. तो क्या लोन का इंटरेस्ट रेट बढ़ गया होगा? तो lot of people who took loan during COVID lockdowns, they're finding it very difficult to pay it back because interest rate increased a lot. Are we able to understand what it is? Floating interest rate loan वाले में क्या conditions होती है? Then there is something known as teaser loans. Teaser loans are like the initial condition they keep very easy to follow. They'll say, get your home loan at 5% interest only. Terms and condition apply. 5% only for first year. Second year में it will be 6%, third year में it will be 7%, then 8%. So teaser loans are just to tease you and to acquire the customer. एक बार customer आ गया, बाद में उसे लूटेंगे. So those will teaser loans have what? Will teaser loans have flexibility, variability? Will they be floating point loans? Right. Initial interest rates are low and later increases. This attracts customers but can be dangerous as the increased interest rate may become difficult to pay. Therefore, RBI has been increasing restrictions against this kind of loan. Teaser loan was one of the reasons for subprime crisis in US in 2007-8. आप समझते हैं subprime crisis वाले point भी थोड़ा और समझेंगे. But did we understand fixed interest rate and variable interest rate, floating interest rate? उसी में एक सब component क्या हो सकता है? Teaser loans का component हो सकता है. Got it? Then we have classification of loans में fixed amount versus credit line. Now I go to, I say LevelUp IAS goes to ICICI Bank and says, ICICI Bank, give me 1 crore rupees. And ICICI Bank gives you 1 crore rupees in your account. That is what loan? That is fixed amount loan. उन्होंने 1 crore rupees आपको दे दिए. Now you can keep paying EMI, you can keep paying interest and so on. That is fixed amount loan. But then there is a credit line thing also. What is this credit line? Credit line में क्या होता है? You have a credit line of 1 crore rupees available. So ICICI Bank will say, you have 1 crore rupees of credit line available. You use whatever you want. So sometimes I may use 5 lakh. I don't need to use entire 95 lakh. तो 95 lakh पे interest नहीं देना पड़ेगा मुझे. I'll use 5 lakh. I may return the 5 lakh. But I have 1 crore rupees का credit line available. Whenever I need money, I can use that credit line. All of it may not be used. ऐसा भी हो सकता है, sometimes I'm using all of it. But all of it may not be used also. Are we getting it? Are we able to differentiate between fixed loan and credit line or a credit? तो देखो, जब बड़े businesses होते हैं ना, let's say Adani ji goes to SBI and says, SBI need 1,000 crore rupees. One is SBI gives him 1,000 crore rupees. ये लो मोटा भाई. तो अदानी जी से, मैं मोटा भाई थोड़ी हूँ, पर मोटे भाई के ऑर्डर से मिल रहे हैं ना, तो ये लो 1,000 crore rupees. अब Adani ji will say, what will I do of 1,000 crore rupees? I needed 1,000 crore rupees over the next 1 year in my project. If I take 1,000 crore rupees all at one go, that will be unnecessarily paying interest. So Adani ji would want what? Credit line. Adani ji would want credit line, not fixed loan. Okay, I hope ये समझ में आ रही है चीजें, है ना? प्रीलिम्स में सारे टर्म्स आ जाते हैं और फिर ना हम कंफ्यूज रहते हैं कि क्रेडिट लाइन का मतलब क्या है. We should understand what it is. Okay. पूछो. क्या फर्क? इंटरेस्ट रेट किसका ज्यादा होगा? इंटरेस्ट रेट उसका रेट. इंटरेस्ट रेट इज लाइक आपने जितना पैसा लिया उस पे क्या परसेंटेज लग रहा है. इट विल डिपेंड ऑन योर क्रेडिट रेटिंग, है ना? लेट्स कम टू क्लासिफिकेशन ऑफ लोन एज बाय द क्वालिटी, प्राइम लोन्स और सब प्राइम लोन्स. अभी हमने बोला कि 2008 फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस अकर्ड बिकॉज ऑफ सब प्राइम लेंडिंग. तो लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड दिस पार्ट ना. प्राइम लोन्स कौन से होते हैं, सब प्राइम लोन्स कौन से होते हैं, एंड द सब प्राइम लेंडिंग या हाउसिंग बबल लीडिंग टू सब प्राइम लेंडिंग इन यूएस एंड क्रिएटिंग प्रॉब्लम्स, व्हाई द 2008 फाइनेंशियल क्राइसिस अकर्ड. लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड दैट. सर फिक्स्ड इंटरेस्ट रेट should not it be throughout the loan term? हाँ, fixed interest rate में it is throughout the loan term और flexible interest rate में the interest rate will keep changing, है ना? और fixed loan is like आपने 1 crore का लोन ले लिया. Credit line, you have 1 crore का लोन available, you use whatever you want. That is credit line. Okay. Now let's understand prime loans and subprime loans. प्राइम लोन्स, प्राइम आपको याद है अपन ने बेंचमार्किंग की बात करी थी, है ना? उसमें बेस लाइन इस तरह के टर्म्स यूज करे थे. हमने बोला था दी borrowers who have good credit rating, they'll be charged lower interest rate. Borrowers who have bad credit rating, they will be charged higher interest rate. ये वो. तो प्राइम लेंडिंग और प्राइम लोन्स are loans given to good quality borrowers. जैसे let's say you have this borrower 1 whose income is 1 lakh rupees a month, and he's taking a loan in which he needs to pay EMI of 10,000 rupees a month. EMI कितना है? 10,000 rupees a month है. Plus इसका credit history देखा, he has no other loans. इसका credit history देखा तो it was also found that he has paid all the loan that he has taken in the past in a timely manner. he has good credit score, he has good credit rating. So this loan will be what? This loan, let's say this person comes and take a loan of 10 lakh rupees. Loan of 10 lakh rupees. This way, let's say EMI that is coming is rupees 10,000. And those other conditions are also satisfied. No other loan, timely payment of all loans. So, isko loan dena will not be very risky. Isko loan dena, will it be very risky? No. This loan is prime loan. This is prime lending. But now consider this another person. His salary is 15,000 rupees a month. क्या है इसकी salary? His salary is 15,000 rupees a month, and he is asking for a loan of 10 lakh rupees for next 20 years. जिसमें EMI will be 10,000 rupees a month. उसकी salary 15,000 है. How would he pay 10,000? Moreover, when you look at his history, he hasn't been able to save much. ऐसा होता है ना कि every month he's 14,000 rupees he's depositing in the bank. He's only spending 1,000 rupees. Maybe घर पे ही रहता है, बस ट्रैवल में 1,000 rupees खर्च कर रहा है. घर पे मतलब पेरेंट्स के साथ रह रहा है. ऐसा सिचुएशन भी नहीं है. And you see that he's not even like older loans को पे करने में a lot of problems have been there, delays have been there, or he hasn't been able to pay older loan. Then this is what? Subprime lending. Then this is what? This lending is subprime lending. Lending to which people? People whose credit rating is low. Lending to people whose credit rating is on the lower side. This is subprime lending. But why would bank go for subprime lending? Let's understand US में क्या हो रहा था. US में what led to the financial crisis in US? Did you understand prime lending, subprime lending दोनों समझ में आया? Let's understand US का financial crisis. पहले समझो concept of housing bubble. ध्यान से सोएंगे नहीं लोग. दीदी अब जाके मुंह धो, नींद आ रही है तो. नहीं, उन्हें पता है, जो सो रही है उन्हें पता है. बस लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड हाउसिंग बबल. बबल क्या होता है? बबल इज एक्सपेंशन, राइट? अंदर कुछ है नहीं फिर भी फूले जा रहे हो, है ना? तो हाउसिंग बबल वाज हाउसिंग प्राइसेस वर increasing, right? You buy a house of $1 million. Next year it is of $1.2 million. 20%. Prices are increasing. US में housing bubble was going. Prices of houses were increasing. Now in this scenario, banks went for a lot of subprime lending. Why would that happen? Let us understand it. Let's say Lakshmi ji. Lakshmi ji goes to bank and says, bank, I need to buy a house of $1 million. Bank will say, what is your income? She'll say $2,000 a month, $24,000 a year. Bank will say, गरीब औरत $1 million का घर क्यों ले रही है जब you are earning $24,000 a year or $30,000 a year? Bank should have said this. Bank said नहीं कोई बात नहीं, आजा बहन लोन देते तुझे. Why would bank do that? Because she's buying a house of $1 million. Next year if she is not able to pay the loan, bank can always sell the house in $1.2 billion. Housing bubble is going on. Housing bubble is going on, तो बैंक के लिए that is less risky. तो subprime borrowers भी थे जब, they were like, दे दो लोन. Are we getting the issue? But bubble busted. हाउसिंग प्राइसेस कोलैप्स्ड। तो बहन ने भी लोन लिया था कैसे? नेक्स्ट आई एम टेकिंग $1 million का लोन, उस पे मान लो 4% इज इंटरेस्ट रेट, आई हैव टू पे $40,000 इंटरेस्ट इन अ ईयर, बट नेक्स्ट ईयर आई कैन सेल इट इन $1.2 million, $200,000 का फायदा। I'll sell it next year, pay all the loan and will also make profit बीच में, पैसा ही पैसा होगा। That is what people think housing bubble के time, prices are going up, let me buy a house, I'll sell it next year, prices will be higher, loan पे interest rate तो थोड़ा सा दे देंगे, but suddenly burst हुआ, prices became stagnant or collapsed. When overbuying keeps on happening, this happens, ना 100 करोड़ 200 करोड़ के फ्लैट खरीदेंगे, prices of property in India is increasing like anything. Population growth is stagnating. अभी हो रहा है, but there will a time come when where will have buyers नहीं होंगे। अभी तो देखो, one reason for very high real estate prices in India is a lot of black money. Simple. हो क्या रहा है ना, इंडिया में people have a lot of money. Even if like ऐसे 5% लोगों के पास बहुत सारा पैसा है, 140 करोड़ में 5% लोग हर 7 crore people who have lots of money, but that money is coming from black sources, है ना? जमीन बेच रहा हूं मैं 10 करोड़ की, बोल रहा हूं 1 करोड़ की बिकी है पेपर्स पे। तो where do they invest? They invest in property. On papers you will show property to be of 1 crore, but you are actually showing you are getting it in 5 crores, or you will buy a lot of property in the name of your servants and other rishtedars. So these things are increasing prices of property in India like anything. इतना ज्यादा है नहीं, इतने सारे तो बिल्डिंग्स खाली पड़ी रहती हैं। These are some of the reasons for increasing prices of property. Let's come back. Burst होगा कभी, price stagnant होंगे, and people who have invested in it thinking of this happened with Lehman Brothers. Bubble bursted, prices collapsed, जो लोन दिया था वो नहीं आ पा रहे, those were because those were subprime loans. If loan was given to the first person, he also took money for what? For investment, but his income, his credit history all showed ki it doesn't matter what would happen to the property, he will still be able to pay back the loan. Then it would not have been a crisis situation for bank, but the other situation in which it was given loan to subprime lenders, subprime borrowers, that became a crisis situation. तो अब आपको समझ में आया? तो अब जब आप पढ़ते हो 2008 financial crisis happened because of housing bubble burst, happened because of subprime lending. It was a subprime crisis. Do we understand all these terms? पक्का? Okay. एक और, अब ये ना मैं इसलिए पढ़ा रहा हूं क्योंकि लास्ट ईयर एग्जाम में आ गया है, मैं पहले पढ़ा था नहीं था ये, है ना? तो लास्ट ईयर जब ये एग्जाम में आया था तो मैं पढ़ा नहीं रखा था। अब वो कुछ भी पूछ लेते ना कि बहुत तरह के बैंकिंग हो सकते हैं, मैं क्या क्या पढ़ा दे, नाराज हो तोड़ देगी। सिंडिकेट लोन्स। अब सिंडिकेट क्या होता है? सिंडिकेट इज अ ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल. सिंडिकेट लोन्स आर लोन्स गिवन बाय अ नंबर ऑफ बैंक्स कमिंग टुगेदर. व्हाट आर सिंडिकेट लोन्स? लोन्स which suppose a business comes कि I need 10,000 crore rupees of loan. अब like Axis Bank is like भाई इतना पैसा नहीं दूंगा मैं तेरे को. I don't want to increase my exposure to one individual entity this much, or I don't have this kind of money, but I want to take this business. I'll give you business only when you get me 10,000 crore rupees. Fine. I'll get a number of banks together. So number of banks together giving loan, big loan, is syndicate banking. Did you understand this? So it's a type of loan that is offered by a group of lenders. It generally occurs when a project requires too large a loan for a single lender, or when project needs specialized lender with expertise in certain asset class. तो इसमें एक तो लीड बैंक और अंडरराइटर होता है. Lead bank or underwriter is known as arranger, the agent, or the lead lender. This lead bank may also put a proportionally bigger share of the loan. Then there is syndicate lending, can be both fixed loan as well as credit line. उसमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता। एंड एडवांटेज क्या है, इट अलाउज लेंडर्स टू स्प्रेड द रिस्क। लेंडर्स, द बैंक्स आर स्प्रेडिंग द रिस्क and take part in financial opportunities that are too large for their individual capital base. So this let's say Adani कोई project में invest कर रहे हैं, everyone knows कि Adani projects would be doing better. So what bank wants to give the loan to Adani, but Adani wants loan of 50,000 crore rupees. The bank would be like, इतना पैसा कहाँ से लाऊंगा मैं? So a number of banks come together and give loan because they want to invest in the project because they know that it will be doing well. But at their own, they do not have that risk-taking ability, that risk-taking situation, scenario. Okay, this is syndicate banking. अब जब मैंने पहली बार क्वेश्चन देखा मुझे भी पता नहीं था सिंडिकेट बैंकिंग क्या होती है। दिस बाकी चीजें मैं पहले पढ़ाता था। सिंडिकेट बैंकिंग आई हैव इंक्लूडेड इन द नोट्स जस्ट बिकॉज इट वाज आस्क्ड लास्ट ईयर इन द एग्जाम। लास्ट ईयर जब एग्जाम में आया था पढ़ा नहीं पाया था। सर फिक्स्ड इंटरेस्ट रेट में पीडीएफ में अरे वो फिक्स्ड इंटरेस्ट रेट नहीं है, फिक्स्ड लोन है भाई। अच्छा ये बोल रहे हो फिक्स्ड इंटरेस्ट रेट, द इंटरेस्ट रेट ऑन लोन इज नॉट फिक्स्ड थ्रू आउट द ईयर। हाँ इज फिक्स्ड थ्रू आउट द पीरियड, नॉट नहीं। हाँ ये गलत है, नॉट नहीं। इंटरेस्ट रेट, फिक्स्ड इंटरेस्ट रेट पे इंटरेस्ट रेट आर फिक्स्ड थ्रू आउट द टर्म ऑफ द लोन, थ्रू आउट द लोन टर्म। Now let's come back. Did we correct this? है ना? Syndicate लोन भी हमें समझ में आ गया। Let's now come to Basel norms and understanding capital adequacy ratio and associated issues. देखो, yes. सोर्सेस तो बेटा वही होते हैं ना। बैंक पैसे कहां से लाएगा? डिपॉजिटर के पैसे लाएगा या लोन लेके आएगा रेपो रेट पे। वो सोर्स ऑफ मनी इज दैट ओनली, बट व्हेन इट इज गिविंग लोन, दिस लोन इज रिस्कियर, इट विल चार्ज हायर इंटरेस्ट रेट। ऐसा नहीं है कि अनसिक्योर्ड लोन एंड सिक्योर्ड लोन के लिए द सोर्स दैट इट विल बी गेटिंग विल बी डिफरेंट, सोर्स विल बी सेम। एनीथिंग एल्स? यही पूछना चाह रहे थे आप? मनी तो जैसे आपका ही पैसे डुबाएंगे, you will go and deposit your money, you will say give me 6% interest, they'll say okay, for giving you 6% interest I'll have to charge higher interest, so I'll charge 8-9% from secured people, but unsecured loan lene chale jao 15% 16%, and people who are taking unsecured loans are thoda trouble maybe, they do not have any asset to mortgage and they are ready to take higher interest rate पे loan, तो risky भी होता है, and that's why they charge almost the double. Secured loans you can get at 8%, 9%, क्योंकि they are able to get loans at 6%. सेविंग अकाउंट में जो पैसा आपका 4% पे है, आपको जो टर्म डिपॉजिट में आपको पैसा मिल रहा है 7% में मिल रहा है, तो they are ready to give you that money at 8% or 9% when it is secured. But when it is not secured, they will charge you 15%, 16%, 17-18% also. It works like that. Okay. Basel norms. Basel norms क्या है? Basel norms are standards which are created for banks to follow so that banks do not take extreme credit risk, operational risk, or market risk. So Basel norms are standards which are global, which are voluntary, which are used to ensure that banking sector throughout the world is functioning properly. Basel norms are formulated by Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, BCBS. What is Basel Committee on Banking Supervision? This Basel Committee on Banking Supervision aims to enhance the understanding of key supervisory issues and improve the quality of banking supervision worldwide. So this Basel committee wants to study and understand how banks will be working safely, and then through its norms, it wants to ensure that banks follow those things and remain safe. The committee, Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, इनका जो हेड ऑफिस है, सेक्रेटेरिएट है, that is located at the Bank of International Settlement, Basel, Switzerland. तो Bank of International Settlement, Basel, Switzerland में किसका सेक्रेटेरिएट is also there? Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Basel Committee on Banking Supervision is responsible for issuing Basel norms. Now, about Bank of International Settlement, Basel. तो देखो, it is not Bank of International Settlement, Basel, which is creating Basel norms. Basel norms कौन बना रहा है? Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, right? Basel Committee on Banking. उनका secretariat है यहाँ पे. What is it? BIS or Bank of International Settlement is a promoter of central bank cooperation in an effort to ensure global monetary and financial stability. तो central banks all over the world, तो कुछ 50-60 central banks हैं, they have come together and created this. It was established in 1930 and is the oldest global financial institution and operate under the international law. It is owned by 60 central banks. चलो ये तो फालतू की factual चीजें हो गई. If they ask it, we'll be able to answer it. But let's now come to Basel norms. Why Basel norms? Why this international standard? Why Basel Committee on Banking Supervision come up with these norms and wants banks to follow these norms? पहला है ensuring that banks are prepared for risk. By saying कि यार your capital adequacy ratio should be at least this. It is saying ना कि अगर loss हो जाए तो you have enough capital to deal with it. तो ensuring risk preparedness. Also to create a uniform standard throughout the world so that there is better understanding of a system stability. जैसे अगर इंडिया में, चाइना में, इंडोनेशिया में, ब्राजील में, they were following different standards for measuring बैंक कितना सिक्योर है, बैंक कितना सेफ है उन कंट्रीज में. इफ दे वर यूजिंग डिफरेंट स्टैंडर्ड्स, व्हाट वुड हैव हैपेंड? यूएस से कोई आता कि यार कौन सी कंट्री का बैंकिंग सिस्टम ज्यादा स्टेबल है, वुड दे हैव बीन एबल टू डिटरमाइन इट? नो, बिकॉज देयर इज सेम स्टैंडर्ड. everyone is using capital adequacy ratio, everyone is using leverage ratio, these kind of terms. अभी हम समझते हैं उन चीजों को भी. It's easy to understand in which country banking system is more stable, banking system is less risky. And we need Basel norms because the world is becoming a global village. And what is happening? A problem in one part of the world is impacting other countries also. And that is why it's important that all over the world banking system are stable. अब collapse Lehman, India में थोड़ी था housing bubble. इंडिया के बैंकिंग सिस्टम थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रहे थे, बट 2008 में जब लेमन ब्रदर का कोलैप्स हुआ बिकॉज ऑफ हाउसिंग बबल, बिकॉज ऑफ सब प्राइम क्राइसिस, व्हाट हैपेंड? देयर वर रिपरकशंस थ्रू आउट द वर्ल्ड बिकॉज उनका बैंकिंग सेक्टर जो है इट सपोर्ट्स अ लॉट ऑफ अदर कंट्रीज टू, अ लॉट ऑफ अदर बिजनेसेस टू. यूएस में कोलैप्स हुआ, यूएस में इकोनॉमिक रिसेशन आया, यूएस इज द लार्जेस्ट जीडीपी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, वर्ल्ड के जीडीपी को इंपैक्ट हुआ. People were realizing all over the world कि a big problem has occurred. They reduced spending. When they reduced spending, what happened? Global growth suffered. C, देखो अपना GDP क्या होता है? C plus G plus I plus X minus M. ये होता है अपना GDP. C reduce हो गया. It was G which we had to increase. Government had to increase its expenditure. That's why our fiscal deficit targets were missed in 8, 9, 9, 10, 10, 11, etc. क्या बात समझ में आ रही है? तो ग्लोबल विलेज की why do we need Basel norms? Now अभी we follow Basel 3 norms. Let us come to Basel 3. Basel 1 2 एक बार रीड कर लीजिएगा. Basel 3 norms है क्या? What are the key components of Basel 3 norms? Banks have to follow Basel 3 norms. What are the key components of Basel 3 norms? सबसे पहले, how is Basel 3 better from Basel 2 and Basel 1? सबसे पहले है enhanced minimum capital and liquidity requirement. Basel 3 norms are enhancing the capital requirement, enhancing the liquidity requirement. कैसे? You will come here. अच्छा यहाँ पे आते हैं. Better capital quality. It's providing for more capital. What does it say? It says that your minimum total capital requirement will be 8%. So it was 8% in the previous norms also. Basel 1 में भी Basel 2 में भी capital to risk weighted asset ratio क्या बोला था उन्होंने? 8%. यहाँ पे भी they are saying it 8%. But what they have done is they have said that जो common equity capital है ना, the highest form of loss absorbing capital, it should be at least 4.5%. Earlier it was 2%. Let's understand this. देखो, what is our capital? फिर से सोचना. Capital is tier 1 capital plus tier 2 capital. अब tier 1 tier 2 मिला के 8% है, that's fine. But tier 2 is थोड़ा सा subordinate है ना. Tier 1 में भी there is one capital 100 crore rupees equity capital that I go with, and then there is capital which is coming because of profit or because of other reasons. This 100 crore rupees is the core thing, right? So they are saying कि earlier this 100 crore rupees could be up to 2%, but now it should be at least 4% of your risk weighted asset. So overall capital to risk weighted asset ratio is how much? 8%. Fine. So 8% is tier 1 plus tier 2 together. But common equity tier 1 capital. Tier 1 का कौन सा component? Common equity वाला. That is, देखो, what is common equity capital? Common equity capital is that capital कि we are starting a bank and we are investing capital. So let's say we are investing 100 crore rupees, उसमें 80 crore is coming from me, 20 crore rupees is coming from Lakshmi ji. So I'll be 80% shareholder of the company, 20% shareholder of the company will be Lakshmi ji. So what happens in that scenario? I have 80% of the equity of the company. She has 20% of the equity of the company, and this 100 crore is common equity capital. Other money may also come. Tier 1 capital क्या bond के form में आ रहा है? वो additional tier 1 capital bonds के form में भी आ रहा है. That is not equity capital. What are we saying? We are saying equity capital should be 4.5%. हम capital quality improve कर रहे हैं. Earlier it was 2%. Now it has been increased to 4.5%, and overall tier 1 should be 6%. तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड. अब क्या बोल रहे हैं हम बोल रहे हैं देखो, योर कैपिटल एडिक्वेसी रेशियो शुड बी 8%. Tier 1 plus tier 2 together should be 8%. वो पहले भी था. But now we are focusing on improved quality of capital. तो we are saying भाई tier 1 plus tier 2 should be at least 8%, but tier 1 should be at least 6%. और tier 1 में से भी common equity tier 1 should be 4.5%. This was earlier 2% and this was earlier 4%. तो क्या हम quality of capital improve कर रहे हैं? We are asking banks to improve the quality of capital. Did we understand this? पक्का? थक गए हो सब लोग, है ना? 5 मिनट का ब्रेक ले ले. 5 मिनट का ब्रेक ले ले, क्योंकि these are important concepts. और आगे जो टर्म्स आएंगे, लेवरेज रेशियो, वो सारी चीजें, these are important concepts. 5 मिनट का ब्रेक लो, लंबी सांसें लो and come back. ठीक है? बट इट्स 12:50 राइट नाउ. मैं एग्जैक्टली 12:55 पे वापस शुरू कर दूंगा. 12:55 पे मैं एग्जैक्टली वापस शुरू करूंगा. थोड़ी शांति रख लो, शांत हो जाओ, क्योंकि इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट है, इन्हें मिस नहीं करना है. ठीक है? तो लेट्स कम बैक. वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट, देखो, बेसल नॉर्म्स. बेसल, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट बेसल. Basel norms says you should have 8% capital. Capital to risk weighted 8%, मतलब capital to risk weighted asset should be 8%. But वो तो Basel 2 में भी था and Basel 1 में भी था. So what is so special about Basel 3? Basel 3 says, देखो, at least 4% should be your common equity tier 1. At least 6% should be tier 1. बात समझ में आई? 4.5%. 4.5% should be common equity, tier 1 का common equity वाला component, and at least 6% should be tier 1 capital. Earlier, capital adequacy ratio was 8%. 4% could be tier 1 and 4% could be tier 2, but tier 2 is not good quality capital. So I've said कि नहीं भाई, you ensure 6% of tier 1 and 2% of, बाकी जितना भी आगे करना है वो tier 2 कर सकते हो, but at least 6% tier 1, and of 6% tier 1, 4% should be common equity tier 1. Abhi, all of us are able to understand this? Other than this, it says ki yaar, we will not change capital adequacy ratio, we'll keep it at 8%, but we'll say here, you do this, create another capital conservation buffer of 2.5%. Capital adequacy ratio is of 8%, 2.5% का capital conservation buffer भी बना लो. The aim of asking to build capital conservation buffer is to ensure that banks maintain a cushion of capital that can be used to absorb losses during a period of financial economic stress. Normal situation में 8% capital adequacy ratio is okay, but during financial stress, losses can be much higher. You have done this risk weighting in the current scenario, but subprime crisis occurred, everything collapsed, losses could be higher. You also keep 2.5% of capital conservation buffer. तो resultant capital adequacy ratio कितना हो गया? 8% plus 2.5%. 8% is capital adequacy ratio, 2.5% is capital conservation buffer. Then there is also a counter-cyclical capital buffer. What is this counter-cyclical capital buffer? When economy is doing very well, this counter-cyclical capital buffer should be higher, because don't give too much loan. When capital requirement increases, your loan giving ability reduces. नहीं समझे ये? If your capital adequacy ratio is 5%, it means if you have 100 crore rupees of capital, how much loan can you give? Capital is 5%. Capital adequacy ratio is 5%. So if you have 100 crore rupees of capital, you'll be able to give 2000 crore rupees of loan. If your capital adequacy ratio is increased to 10%, you have 100 crore rupees of capital, how much loan will you be able to give? 1000. Risk weighted asset can be 1000 crores. है ना? तो जैसे ही आपका capital adequacy ratio increase होता है, the amount of loan that you will be able to give will be lesser. So here they're saying कि when economy is booming, you should keep थोड़ा capital adequacy ratio higher. Overheating prevent करने के लिए. Okay, तो there is a counter-cyclical buffer which says that buffer will range from 0% to 2.5%, consisting of common equity or other full loss absorbing capital, and will be stored with central bank. And this buffer 0% कब होगा? जब economy is not doing well. But when economy is doing well, you keep 2.5% more capital so that you are not over giving loans. When boom was there, when housing bubble was there, what were they doing? They were over giving loans, which created problems. Okay, so far we have understood what? We have understood Basel norms kya hai? 8%. Capital adequacy ratio is 8% only, but of that 4% should be common equity tier 1, 6% should be total tier 1 at least. Then plus 2.5% ka what is there? Capital conservation buffer. And plus 0 to 2.5% will be counter-cyclical buffer. If economy is doing very well, if loan amount is increasing, in that scenario, 2.5% more buffer should be kept. If economy is not doing well, उस situation में you can keep it at 0%. Okay, this we have understood. अभी तक whatever we understood was with respect to risk-weighted asset. Capital as a percentage of risk-weighted asset. Capital as a percentage of risk-weighted asset. Now consider this scenario. Suppose my capital is 100 crores. My capital is 100 crores. है ना? My capital is 100 crore. I've taken a lot of deposits and I'm giving lots of loans. But all these loans I give to what? Government. तो मेरा risk-weighted asset तो 0 रहेगा. If all the loans are going to government, government के साथ risk associated कितना है? Risk-weighted asset 0 रहेगा. So I can give any amount of loan. Right? But Basel says नहीं, ये भी नहीं करना है. If your capital is 100 crore, you should not be dealing with very huge numbers. है ना? There should be some ratio. एक तो देखो capital to risk-weighted asset ratio है. Basel norms also say fixed capital to asset ratio also. Normal asset ratio. If your capital is X, your तो अभी तक हम क्या बोले? Capital to risk-weighted asset ratio. So if your capital is, let's say capital to risk-weighted asset ratio that is fixed is 10%. So if your capital is 100 crore, your risk-weighted asset can be 1000 crores. That is capital to risk-weighted asset. Basel norm also says कि यार there should also be some ratio between capital and total asset. Risk-weighted asset is 1,000 crore, but total asset may be 2,000 crore. Total asset, so capital to total asset ratio will be much lower. Basel says that, Basel norm, Basel 3 says that it should not go below 3%. That is leverage ratio. What is leverage ratio? Tier 1 capital divided by total assets. Not risk-weighted asset, total asset. This is leverage ratio. Okay, even this thing should be considered. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि your tier 1 capital is 100 crore rupees and then you have given loans of 1 lakh crore rupees because those loans are not risky. Those loans are not risky, तो risk-weighted asset क्या होगा? बहुत कम रहेगा. And you will say, I'm fulfilling my capital adequacy ratio. Yes, you're fulfilling your capital adequacy ratio, but this is not good. So, अब if your tier 1 capital is, let's say, 3 crores, what can be your total assets? 100 crores. 3% requirement है ना? So if your tier 1 capital is 3 crore, what can be your total assets? 100 crores. So 33.3 times ज़्यादा as per these standards. Then it also talks about liquidity ratios. अब देखो वैसे पॉइंट के लिए कि बेसल नॉर्म्स के पॉइंट्स क्या है, हम 3-4 पॉइंट्स बता के छोड़ सकते थे, बट बिकॉज बेसल नॉर्म्स में ऑल दीज थिंग्स आर गिवन, यू मे बी आस्क्ड प्रिलिमिनरी एग्जामिनेशन में दिस क्वेश्चन कि व्हाट इज लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो, व्हाट इज लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो और व्हाट इज नेट स्टेबल फंडिंग रेशियो. ये क्या होते हैं? ये तो बैंकिंग सेक्टर में किस चीज को रेफर करते हैं? यू मे बी गिवन 3 स्टेटमेंट्स 4 स्टेटमेंट्स नीचे कि एक्सप्लेन मी व्हाट इज लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो और व्हाट इज नेट स्टेबल. तो हमें ये पहले लेवरेज रेशियो समझ में आया. Leverage ratio is tier 1 capital with respect to total assets. Now, liquidity ratio. So, liquidity ratio we have two things: liquidity coverage ratio and net stable funding ratio. So, what is liquidity coverage ratio? Liquidity coverage ratio is this. देखो, अभी what do we keep? You know what SLR is? अब ये मत बोलना SLR is 18.5%. What is SLR? SLR is proportion of your deposit that you have to keep in highly liquid forms, so that when someone comes to ask for their money back, you have money to pay back them. That is SLR. Proportion of your deposit that you should keep in highly liquid forms. यहाँ पे ये बोल रहे liquidity coverage ratio says that next 30 days में whatever is your withdrawal, आपको कितने पैसों की जरूरत पड़ेगी नेक्स्ट 30 डेज में, that kind of money you should have in highly liquid form. Did you understand? Next 30 days in next तो it refers to proportion of highly liquid assets held by financial institution to ensure their ongoing ability to meet short-term obligation. In next 30 days, whatever is your obligation, whatever is your payment, उसके लिए do you have what highly liquid assets? Did you understand this? So what does Basel say? Basel say you should have if in next 30 days you need 200 crore rupees, you have short-term obligation for next 30 days is 200 crore rupees. You should have 200 crore rupees ka highly liquid assets. Government bonds, gold, cash. These are highly liquid assets. You should have, if in next 30 days you expect that obligation will be 200 crores, you should also have 200 crore rupees ka highly liquid assets. Did we understand what is liquidity coverage ratio? So banks are required to hold an amount of high quality liquid asset that's enough to fund cash outflow for 30 days. Pakka? We have clarity here? So leverage ratio is different from liquidity coverage ratio. नाम सिमिलर से लगेंगे, but leverage ratio was tier 1 capital by total assets. Liquidity coverage ratio वो SLR जैसा है थोड़ा सा. नेक्स्ट 30 डेज में जो पैसा चाहिए उतना हाईली लिक्विड एसेट्स में होना चाहिए, जितना चाहिए एटलीस्ट दैट मच शुड बी देयर इन हाईली लिक्विड एसेट 100%. If you need 30 crores, you should have 30 crores in highly liquid assets. If you need 100 crores in next 30 days, you should have 100 crores in highly liquid asset. Next 30 days, whatever is going to be your obligation, you should have that available in the highly liquid asset form. ये समझ में आ रहा है? Are we all clear about liquidity coverage ratio? Statutory liquidity ratio थोड़ा सा similar है उससे. Okay. Then there is this thing. Arjit Patel committee had recommended that India should move on LCR and do away with SLR. SLR RBI fix कर देता है कि 18% कर दो, 19% कर दो, 20% कर दो. Your SLR should be decided by यार जब your obligation in next 30 days can be fulfilled by 10% of your deposits. Why keep more than 10% in short-term or highly liquid things? So Arjit Patel committee had recommended that we should move away from SLR and we should go to LCR, but we haven't done this yet. This Arjit Patel committee had said that this will make our system aligned with the international mechanism, but India is still using SLR. अब देखो, क्योंकि Arjit Patel committee has recommended this, Basel norm have said this. क्या LCR क्या होता है? Can they ask it in preliminary examination? There you cannot say कि यार ये तो बहुत डेप्थ में जाके पूछते हैं. डेप्थ में नहीं हुआ, ये एक बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट का अंडरस्टैंडिंग हुआ जो यू शुड नो. ओके, देन देयर इज नेट स्टेबल फंडिंग रिक्वायरमेंट. नाउ व्हाट इज नेट स्टेबल फंडिंग रिक्वायरमेंट? बहुत सिंपल लैंग्वेज में समझो. देखो, लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो was about liquidity that you need in next 30 days. Okay. Now what is stable funding requirement? Suppose I have given, इन लोगों को, a bank has given to these people loans for next 20 years. I got some money and have given them loan for 20 years. Fine. So मतलब some part of the loan will be returned in 20 years, but these depositors may need money sometimes earlier. तो Basel norm says that you should not do this, कि आप अपना short term पैसा use करके long term loan दे रहे हो. It may create problems for you. You should have stable funding, net stable funding requirement. For long term things, you should have long term funding. Are we getting what? देखो, इसीलिए always focus on the name and try to understand the meaning through the name. So what does it say? Introduced by Basel III, it is a liquidity standard requiring banks to hold enough stable funding to cover duration of their long-term assets. They should have enough stable funding so that their long-term assets ka duration is covered. Banks must maintain a ratio of 100% to satisfy the requirement. It is defined as the amount of available stable funding in relation to the amount of required stable funding. तो जितना required stable funding है, required is long-term loan कितना है, उतना आपके पास available long-term money should be there. Will this contribute to stability in the bank? अब पता है why it is important to study this, so that this term net stable funding requirement should not be alien to you. I'm pretty sure आप लोगों ने बेसिल नॉर्म्स पहले भी पढ़े हैं, बट ना 3-4 पॉइंट्स पढ़ लिए होंगे, और ये सारी चीजें अब लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो इज अर्जित पटेल कमेटी सेइंग कि इंक्लूड इट. इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया इज मेंशनिंग इट कि यार लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो होना चाहिए. एंड वील से कि बैंकिंग सेक्टर हमने पढ़ा है बट वी डोंट नो व्हाट लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो इज. तो थोड़ा सा प्रिपरेशन इज नॉट फुल प्रूफ. प्रिपरेशन इज थोड़ा भगवान भरोसे छोड़ा कि जो बेसिक चीजें आ गई वो कर देंगे, ठीक होगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो जय श्री राम. राइट? इट शुड नॉट बी लाइक दैट. यू शुड बी फुली प्रिपेयर्ड. भगवान भरोसे चीजें नहीं छोड़नी है ना. वो बोल रहे गॉड हेल्प्स दोज हु हेल्प देमसेल्व्स. तो पूजा पाठ करिए कि भगवान मैं बहुत काम कर रहा हूं, इसका ही फल मिलना है मुझे पता है. हेल्प मी टू वर्क हार्ड, नॉट हेल्प मी टू गेट मोर मार्क्स. मार्क्स तो मेरे काम से ही आएंगे. ओके, तो डिड यू अंडरस्टैंड नेट स्टेबल फंडिंग रिक्वायरमेंट? ओके, these were some important what? Some important terms, some important parameters which were used to measure the stability of a banking system, which are used to measure the stability of a banking system in under Basel norms. अब Basel norms also provided for systemically important financial institutions. जैसे systemically important banks के बारे में हम पढ़ेंगे. India domestic systemically important banks. They provided for systemically important financial institutions. They say that there are some financial institutions in the world जिसे वो बोल रहे हैं GSIBs, ग्लोबल सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट फाइनेंशियल बैंक्स, जो अगर क्रैश करते हैं द एंटायर वर्ल्ड सफर्स, एंड दोज बैंक्स हैव टू टेक एक्स्ट्रा प्रिकॉशंस. Their capital adequacy ratio etc. can be higher because they cannot fail. These are global systemically important bank or systemically important financial institution. As part of the macroprudential framework, systemically important banks will be expected to have a loss absorbing capability beyond Basel III requirements. क्या समझ में आ रही है बात? बेसल 3 रिक्वायरमेंट से भी ऊपर होगा. जैसे हम इंडिया में डोमेस्टिक सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स के बारे में पढ़ेंगे, डीसिब्स, वहां देखेंगे आरबीआई ने जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स रखी हैं, एसबीआई, आईसीआईसीआई, एचडीएफसी, these three are domestic systemically important banks. They have to fulfill more requirements. They have to be more secure. Do we get this? अब implementation, Basel 3 norms were implemented from 1st of January 2023 after several extension due to COVID-19 crisis. 1st of January 2023 से it's supposed to be implemented. अब what is the situation of India? तो इंडिया में Basel 3 norms have been implemented in phases. जैसे capital adequacy requirement वाला provision was introduced in 2013 only. But अभी भी like do we follow Basel norms? तो yes, we follow Basel norms. But हमारे यहाँ नॉर्म्स क्या होंगे, इट इज डिसाइडेड बाय आरबीआई. जैसे लिक्विडिटी कवरेज रेशियो इज नॉट देयर, वी हैव एसएलआर नॉर्म्स, राइट? तो आर वी कंप्लायंट विद बेसल 3? वी आर कंप्लायंट विद बेसल 3, बट इट इज नॉट exactly what Basel 3 has said. We may be more compliant, like our provisions may be much more rigorous. For example, Basel 3 says capital adequacy ratio is 8%, RBI says 9%. RBI बोलता है capital adequacy ratio इंडियन बैंक्स को कितना रखना है, 9%, and then there is a capital conservation buffer of 2.5%. It makes our capital adequacy ratio goes to 11.5%. Basel कितना बोलता है, 8 plus 2.5, 10.5%. तो we can say that Indian banks need to maintain minimum capital adequacy ratio, which would be in the form of common. तो यहाँ पे हम क्या बोल रहे हैं, India has capital adequacy requirement applied by RBI stricter than that of Basel norms. We're able to get this. Then Indian banks, as per RBI directions, are required to maintain a 5.5% of common equity tier 1 as against 4.5% in Basel 3. Basel 3 क्या बोल रहा है? Common equity tier 1 should be 4.5%, tier 1 should be 6%. RBI says नहीं, tier 1 should be 5. Common equity tier 1 should be 5.5%. So our norms are stricter, better. It's ensuring more stability in the banking sector. क्या बातें समझ में आ रही है? ओके. काउंटर साइक्लिकल बफर यहां पे भी 0 to 2.5% है. They have also said 0 to 2.5%. Leverage ratio is 4. The minimum requirement is 4.5%. The leverage ratio is what? Tier 1 capital by total asset. Tier 1 capital by total asset, 4.5% with a buffer of 2.5%. LCR requires banks to hold a minimum amount of high quality liquid asset to meet the short term liquidity needs. In India, LCR was introduced in phased manner with a minimum requirement of 60% in 2015 and increased to 100% by January 2019. आप बोलोगे सर इंडिया में तो SLR भी है. अब SLR की जरूरत नहीं है. When we are ensuring LCR, when banks, तो SLR of 18.5% is already, SLR of 18.5% is more stringent than, if you are fulfilling 18.5% SLR, LCR is getting fulfilled. Are we getting? तो SLR की जरूरत नहीं है. तो that's why Ajit Patel committee said that SLR को हटाओ, LCR ही हमारा क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए. Then net stable funding ratio is also at 100%, which is something Basel norms also suggested. Pillar 3 में there are some disclosure requirement. We are fulfilling that too. RBI has also revised regulation on the implementation of leverage ratio for banks in India under Basel 3 capital regulation. RBI has decided that minimum leverage ratio should be 4% for domestic systemically important banks and 3.5% for other banks. अब यहाँ पे आ जाओ. 2021 में RBI ने क्या किया? RBI extended Basel 3 capital framework to all India financial institutions. How many all India financial institutions do we have? RBI के अंदर statutory bodies 5. All of them also have to follow Basel 3 norms. All India financial institutions क्या है यहाँ ये बता रहे हैं, why they are important. RBI wants AIFIs to achieve minimum total capital of 9%, capital conservation buffer of 2.5%, with the minimum total capital in CCB adding to 11.5% by 1st of April 2022. For NHB, since the financial year is July to June, they were supposed to achieve this by 1st of July 2022. देखो, all India financial institutions, did they have to follow CRR SLR norms? अरे वो डिपॉजिट ले ही नहीं रहे तो डिपॉजिट का 4% और 18% कहां देंगे? What is CRR? Whatever deposits are coming, उसका 4% RBI को दो. What is SLR? Whatever deposit is coming, उसका 18.5% you keep in highly liquid asset. That is SLR. I'm not taking deposit, तो मैं CRR SLR क्या करूंगा? बात समझ में आ रही है? पक्का? तो CRR SLR norms नहीं है ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन पे, बट डू ऑल इंडिया फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस गिव लोन? They have asset. There should be a capital to risk weighted asset ratio वाला provision. That is required here. Got it? ये एस्पेक्ट क्लियर है? अब बताओ मुझे NBFCs में CRR रिक्वायरमेंट है? SLR? डिपॉजिट टेकिंग NBFCs में SLR रिक्वायरमेंट हो सकता है. डिपॉजिट तो ले रहे हैं ना, राइट? कोई बात नहीं, रिवाइज करोगे, टेस्ट में आएगा. RTFQ में भी इन सब पे क्वेश्चंस बनाऊंगा मैं. कैसे भूलोगे? भूलने ही नहीं देंगे. भूलने देंगे ही नहीं. डोंट वरी. बट डू वी अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज द सिचुएशन राइट नाउ? करंट सिचुएशन एज पर इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया 2022-23. अच्छा, इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया 2023-24 में मेंशन नहीं था. 22-23 says the CRAR of scheduled commercial banks has been rising sequentially in the past post asset quality review period. It remains well above the minimum capital requirement of including capital conservation buffer requirement of 11.5%. तो currently scheduled commercial banks में इंडिया के scheduled commercial banks में capital to risk weighted asset ratios are way higher than 11.5%. It has been consistently improving since 2016-17 जब हमने asset quality review शुरू किया था. तो अभी समझते हैं what is asset quality review and those aspects we'll understand. But for now, do we have understanding of what? Basal norms. इंडिया में बेसल नॉर्म्स थोड़े मॉडिफाइड फॉर्म में इंप्लीमेंट हो रहे हैं, बट डू वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट आल्सो? समझ में आया? कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियोज. कोई सुबह सम स्टूडेंट हैड आस्क्ड मी, यू नाउ यू हैव क्लियर, पूरा पिक्चर क्लियर है कैपिटल टू रिस्क वेटेड एसेट रेशियो. नाउ लेट्स गो टू डोमेस्टिक सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स. आरबीआई एक डोमेस्टिक सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट, जैसे वी हैव ग्लोबल सिप्स का कॉन्सेप्ट इन बेसल नॉर्म्स. बेसल नॉर्म्स से दैट जो ग्लोबल सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स हैं they have to take extra measures. RBI बोलता है कि जो डोमेस्टिक सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स हैं, लाइक टुमारो, पता है अभी मार्केट कैपिटलाइजेशन किस कंपनी का सबसे ज्यादा है? रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज का नहीं है? मैंने किस कंपनी बोला? मैंने बैंकिंग बोला. अपनी मर्जी से ऐड कर दिया ना. डोंट पुट वर्ड्स इन माय, नहीं, वर्ड्स इन माय माउथ. ऐसे ऐसे कुछ होता है ना? क्या होता है? यही होता है. हाँ, मैंने कहा बोला बैंक? रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज है ना? देख लेते हैं यार, बेइज्जती करा दो मेरी. इंडियन कंपनीज, कोई बात नहीं यार. मार्केट क्या गलत है बताओ? देखो, रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज, इट हैज अ मार्केट कैप ऑफ 16 लाख करोड़, है ना? 10 लाख, हाँ, 16 lakh crores. It has a market cap of 16 lakh crore. TCS has a market cap of 15 lakh crore. SDFC has a market cap of 12 lakh crores. Bharti Airtel, ICICI Bank and all. But suppose कल रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज बंद हो जाती है, it fails. ऐसा चाह नहीं रहा हूं, it fails. Indian economy will be drastically impacted because it contributes a lot to India's GDP, India's development, India's impression in the world. है ना? India's economy will be drastically impacted. ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि investments go down in the country, those problems occur. But उससे भी कहीं ज्यादा बड़ा impact, 20 times ज्यादा negative impact होगा if SDFC fails. SDFC is that significant for our country. So, which banks do we call domestic systemically important banks? Banks which we consider too big to fail. भाई ये fail होने दे ही नहीं सकते. We will not allow these banks to fail, because if these banks fail, Indian economy crashes. So SDFC is one such bank, ICICI Bank is another, and State Bank of India. ये तीन banks वैसे हैं जो systemically बहुत ज्यादा important है. These banks are too big to fail. सबसे ज्यादा priority है SBI की. Now SBI in terms of market capitalization may be lesser, but SBI का loan portfolio is much bigger, and thus SBI has a lot of deposits and a lot of loans. अब SBI fail हुआ, कितने लोगों का deposit और कितने लोगों का business may be getting impacted negatively. So these three banks have been recognized as systemically important banks. Domestic, these are not global systemically important banks, but domestic systemically important banks. How they have been, what are the criteria for identifying domestic systemically important banks? So size, cross jurisdictional activities, complexity, lack of substitution, interconnection, banks whose assets exceed 2% of the GDP. Banks whose overall assets exceed 2% of the GDP are part of this group. जैसे इंडिया का GDP is around 300 lakh crores. Any bank whose assets is contributing to more than 2% of the GDP may be included here. यहाँ पे क्या? They are given an additional common equity requirement. वैसे common equity requirement कितना है? As common equity, tier 1 common equity requirement under Basel is 4%. In case of India is 5. वहां पे 4.5% है, इंडिया में 5.5% है. इनसे बोलते हैं भाई ऐसे नहीं, तुम्हारा ऐसा नहीं होगा. You have been given various buckets. State Bank of India is in 4th bucket. You will have additional tier 1 equity 0.8% more than the. वैसे बाकी सारे बैंक्स को कितना रखना है additional tier 1 इंडिया में? 5.5%. You will keep 0.8% more. SDFC you will keep 0.4% more. ICICI you will keep 0.2% more. Are we getting it? Are we able to understand this? ये सारे सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स हैं, पर सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस किसकी है? स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, देन एचडीएफसी एंड देन आईसीआईसीआई. एंड देयरफॉर अब इसे थोड़ा सा और समझो. As of November 2024, we have SBI, SDFC, ICICI Bank, which are continue to be recognized as DSIPs. देखो, SBI was introduced in the list in 2015, SDFC in 2016, and ICICI Bank in 2017. अभी तक, like 2023 तक, ICICI was in bucket 1 and SDFC was also in bucket 1. ICICI, SDFC दोनों 0.2 bucket 1 में थे, और SBI was in bucket 3. But in 2023, ICICI remained in bucket 1, but SDFC was moved to bucket 2. ऐसे ही SBI was moved from bucket 3 to bucket 4. And thus their common equity, tier 1 common equity requirement increased. अब उनसे ये नहीं बोल सकते कि अभी बढ़ाओ. They were given time from 1st of April 2025. Your common equity tier 1 should be 0.8% higher, 0.4% higher, 0.2% higher. Right, so till 31st March 2025 they have time. So SBI का anyways 0.6% higher पहले भी था, but now SBI has to ensure that it is 0.8% higher. SDFC का 0.2% higher पहले था. From the normal requirement, SDFC's common equity tier 1 was 0.2% higher than the normal requirement, but now from 1st of April 2025 it has to make it 0.4% higher. This change was done in, their bucket change was done in 2023, November 2023, but they were given time that this requirement you have to fulfill from 1st of April 2025. अब अचानक से इतना पैसा कहां से लाओगे? You will be given time. This is the current scenario. तो November 2024 में भी कोई change नहीं हुआ था. This is the latest scenario. Globally, Basel Switzerland-based Financial Stability Board, an initiative of G20 nation, has identified in consultation with Basel Committee on Banking Supervision a list of global SIPs. There are 29 global SIPs जिसमें इंडिया का कोई कंपनी नहीं है. इंडिया की global systemically important banks में कोई कंपनी नहीं है. In case a foreign bank having branch presence in India is a GSIP. अब जैसे let's say सिटी बैंक का इंडिया में ब्रांच है, तो सिटी बैंक इज अ global systemically important bank. It has to maintain additional CET1 capital surcharge in India as applicable to it as a GSIB proportionate to risk-weighted asset in India. That is additional CET1 buffer prescribed by home regulator multiplied by Indian RWA as per the consolidated global group book divided by, और basically complicate नहीं करते भाई. तुम global SIB हो, इंडिया में आओ, इंडिया में you have branches. अब I'm not worried about all your other branches. इस ब्रांच में आपका जितना एसेट है उसके अकॉर्डिंगली आपका कॉमन इक्विटी टियर 1 रिक्वायरमेंट है, उसके बियॉन्ड भी आपको रखना पड़ेगा एज पर द डोमेस्टिक रेगुलेशन. बिकॉज दो यू आर नॉट डीसिब, यू हैव नॉट बीन रिकॉग्नाइज्ड एज डीसिब बट यू आर जीसिब, so that extra precaution you'll have to keep. That is the scenario. Okay, I hope we understand this. पक्का. तो बेसल नॉर्म्स और क्या डोमेस्टिक सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक से कॉन्सेप्ट समझ रहे. एक ना ये बैंकिंग ओम्बड्समैन पता है क्या होता है? लोकपाल. तो इट्स अ मैकेनिज्म. द बैंकिंग ओम्बड्समैन स्कीम क्या है? इट्स अ मैकेनिज्म क्रिएटेड बाय आरबीआई टू एड्रेस द कंप्लेंट्स रेज्ड बाय बैंक कस्टमर्स. The scheme was first introduced under Section 35A of Banking Regulation Act in 1995. Current scheme is in force since 2006. Banking Ombudsman is appointed by RBI and is responsible for redressal of customers' complaint against deficiencies in services. The complaint must be first filed in the bank before approaching the Ombudsman. तो आपको बैंक की सर्विस से कोई unhappiness है, you file a complaint in the bank. If it's not getting resolved, you go to Bank Ombudsman. Bank Ombudsmen are appointed by RBI to ensure that banks are giving good customer services. The scheme covers all scheduled commercial banks, RRBs, scheduled primary cooperative banks, etc. अब डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस में छोटा सा टॉपिक है, पढ़ ले. डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस देखो, when you have a bank account, you have 1 lakh rupees in bank and that bank shuts down tomorrow. That bank shuts down tomorrow. Your 1 lakh rupees is not lost. Your 1 lakh rupees is covered by insurance, and this Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation will give you 1 lakh rupees. Will give you 1 lakh rupees. Up to 5 lakh rupees हर डिपॉजिटर का आपका एसबीआई में एक अकाउंट है, आईसीआईसीआई में एक अकाउंट है. दोनों में up to 5 lakh rupees of your deposit. It may be saving deposit, it may be recurring deposit, it may be time deposit, it may be current account deposit, कुछ भी. Up to 5 lakh rupees of your deposit in any bank is protected by what? Deposit insurance. But NBFCs, it is not protected. That was one of the key difference between banks and NBFCs. Who gives you this protection? Which is the insurance company? Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. This Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation, so what banks do, they say suppose you have account in SBI bank and you have 1 lakh rupees in your bank. तो बैंक क्या करेगा? आपके 1 लाख का 0.1% पर एनम. 1 लाख का 1% is 1000, 0.1% is 100 rupees. It will give 100 rupees to this insurance company. Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation. Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation पूरा आरबीआई का सब्सिडरी है. तो आपके अकाउंट से आपके बैंक इज गिविंग 0.1% of the asset value to them. इससे क्या हो रहा है? Your assets are remaining safe. In case the bank goes down, your assets will still be, but only up to 5 lakh rupees, not beyond that. Okay. So the insurance cover is available for commercial banks, including small financial banks, payment banks, Indian branches of foreign banks, RRBs, local area banks, cooperative banks. अपन ने banks पढ़े थे ना जितने भी, उन सब के लिए applicable है, including cooperative banks. All bank deposits, saving, fixed, current, recurring, सब covered है. However, deposits of central, state, foreign government, interbank deposit, deposit of state land development bank, ये covered. One bank's deposit in another bank, government का deposit like central government, state government का deposit, those things are not covered. एंड कस्टमर्स के लिए कवर्ड है। बजट 2020-21 ने डिपॉजिट इंश्योरेंस का अमाउंट इंक्रीज कर दिया था 1 लाख से 5 लाख तक का। अर्लियर दिस अमाउंट वाज हाउ मच? 1 lakh. How much was of your deposit was covered? 1 lakh rupees, but it has been increased to 5 lakh. Earlier in 1993, only up to 30,000 rupees of deposit was covered under deposit insurance. In 1993, they increased 30,000 to 1 lakh. So from 1993, कितना आपका इंश्योरेंस था? Up to 1 lakh rupees of your deposit were covered, but यहाँ 2021 amendment से this was increased to 5 lakh. And अब देखो, this 5 lakh ensures that of all the deposit accounts there which are there, more than 98% of the deposit accounts don't have 5 lakh rupees. So agar more than 98% of deposit accounts are fully covered, did we understand? Let's say there are 100 accounts, less than 2 accounts have more than 5 lakh rupees. Baki sab mein we have less than 5 lakh rupees. So these are fully covered. That's why we are saying that with this increase, 98.3% of all deposit accounts are covered. But only 50% of the deposit by value is covered. What is that? Let's say हम सबके अकाउंट में 1-1 लाख रुपए है ना? Let's say 100 of us have 1 lakh rupees in our account. Is our account fully covered? 100 lakh is fully covered. Rahul has 1 crore rupees in his account. इसका तो बस 5 लाख ही covered होगा ना? Remaining is not covered. तो total 2 crore rupees में से 95 lakh is not covered. 1 crore 5 lakh rupees is covered. तो रिच लोगों के अकाउंट में बहुत पैसा है, इसीलिए ओवरऑल कवरेज इज ओनली 50%. बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ नंबर ऑफ अकाउंट्स, हाउ मेनी अकाउंट्स आर कवर्ड? 90, more than 98% आर गेटिंग कवर्ड. हाँ, ये सब ये आप खुद से रीड करिएगा. एनपी इश्यू पढ़ ले? नहीं चलिए, नहीं आपकी उसकी क्लास है, सी सेट की क्लास है. तुम्हारी तो है भी नहीं सी सेट की क्लास है. यू अटेंड सी सेट क्लासेस? हाँ चलो, आज मैं आता हूँ क्लास में बीच में देखने. चलिए, तो आई विल सी यू ऑन मंडे देन. I'll see you on Monday. And इस संडे को आपका टेस्ट है मॉडर्न इंडिया का. आपने इकोनॉमी का टेस्ट दिया था? चलिए, अच्छे से टेस्ट को ना बहुत सीरियसली फॉलो करिए. वी विल इंश्योर कि आपका प्रिपरेशन सिस्टमैटिकली अच्छा हो रहा है. आपको अभी इकोनॉमी क्लासेस में लग रहा है ना कि इवन इफ देयर वर लूप होल्स जो आपने नहीं करी होंगी, हम वो सारी चीजें अच्छे से करते हुए जा रहे हैं. तो सारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की आपकी तैयारी बहुत अच्छी होगी. आप PYQs हम क्लास में करा रहे हैं, टेस्ट अच्छे से करते रहिए. ओके, तो आई विल सी यू ऑन मंडे. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Hello friends, I hope you enjoyed the economy video. In this series, between 10th of March and 17th of March, we'll be releasing 2 videos every day and ensure that your entire syllabus of the basics of economy for preliminary examination is getting completed. Please share your feedback in the comment section and do share this video more and more so that more students would be able to reach it and we would also be able to reach more students. In the feedback section, in the comment section, we have seen some requests for science module, environment module as well. Now, it won't be possible for us to put the whole course on YouTube, but what we have done is we have made the courses or individual modules available in only 1,000 rupees till 20th March. So you can buy science module in 1,000 rupees, environment module in 1,000 rupees, modern India module, ancient culture module, geography module, polity module, even when international bodies and mapping ka module aayega, that also you'll be able to buy in 1,000 rupees if you use the coupon code LevelUp Holi. There is a Holi offer available till 20th of March. You can do that. Okay, so we have made it very, very affordable so that everyone would be able to do it. Everyone would be able to get it. So I hope you enjoy these videos a lot, learn a lot from it, and clear your preliminary examination. In the end, I also have one more announcement. Our GS Foundation course for 2026 have also started. So not for you people, the people who are watching this video are already preparing for 2025 exam, but your junior, your other friend who may be preparing for 2026. If you have good experience at LevelUp IAS, do recommend us. Do tell your friends about us because for us, word of mouth is very important. I promise you here that at LevelUp IAS, we will provide the best GS Foundation program, the most comprehensive GS Foundation program in one of the most affordable cost for everyone. We will make sure that your juniors, your younger brothers and sisters who are studying with us at GS Foundation for the exam 2026 will be the best prepared people for 2026 preliminary and mains examination. So this is another request. Please do share do subscribe to our channel, and please do recommend our JS Foundation program also to your juniors or your younger brothers and sisters. Thank you very much.